Thiruvan Saranai, my dear drama friends. As usual, we are gathering this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons at 9 p.m. exactly at 9 p.m. in Sri Lankan time. We gather to listen the profound truth which was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So nowadays, what we hear as Buddhism can say what you hear nowadays is not the exact message of Lord Buddha. What you see as Buddhism nowadays is set of rituals, set of practices, and prayers, uh, alms givings, and all, and so many things like that. So what? And some do practice meditation. So, but they don't know what the meditation is. So what is the purpose of doing the meditation? So most people think through the meditation has the access to realization. But starting doing meditation is something that you begin to do something without any kind of target. So in order to do something, you have to have certain target in your mind. So so even if you do uh, the things in your day-to-day life, you have certain targets. Targets mean certain goals. So maybe short-term goals, maybe long-term goals. So that is the way how you start to do something. So at least, so uh, if you go out from your home, so you know when you are returning, you have to bring certain groceries with you, and this is your simple kind of a target. So likewise, in contrast to that, people start doing meditation, especially concentration meditation, hoping they can achieve certain kind of enlightenment or uh, nibbana or something. They don't know what sort of a thing known as nibbana. And also they don't know what has been achieved by Lord Buddha. So what you usually see, the Buddhist, the Lord Buddha's mm, uh, the pictures which have been drawn uh, about Lord Buddha, more in most places, you must have seen those things. So Lord Buddha sits in a certain kind of leg cross position, and it gives invariably an idea the way that Buddha realized this Dhamma is through doing meditation. So so people tend to first what people do sits like a position that which is similar to that Buddha's figure. So first they keep their uh, upper part straight, and they go into leg cross position. It is known as Paryanka. And they start doing and keep their eyes closed. Then they start doing concentration meditation, thinking that this is the same thing that has been done by Lord Buddha before getting into state of Buddha. It is totally a misconception. So it is like a starting to drive in a driveway without knowing where you should get the exit. So you start driving, you you put your vehicle into the driveway without any idea where you uh, take your exit. Uh, so the most of the people nowadays, it has become sort of a trend like thing, especially in Sri Lanka. So if you are a Buddhist, there's different people have different ideas about these things. But if you are a Buddhist, in order to achieve at least the state of Sotapanna, the most people think that you have to start with doing this concentration meditation. It is totally a misconception. That's what most Reverend Theros also encourage the followers to do. But as I said earlier, it is just like putting your vehicle into the driveway without knowing from where you get the exit. So it's like starting something without a goal. You are thinking that doing this way will can be doing this way by doing this concentration meditation you can achieve the state of Buddha or Nibbana. It's just a thought, but not a particular goal. If you have a goal, so there should be some way of doing it. But if you do not have a particular goal, if you do not know what the goal is, or what sort of a methodology that you adapt, nothing. The exact thing that has happened to nowadays to the most of the followers is this. They are starting to do the concentration meditation from the beginning without doing what to do, and what without knowing what sort of a goal that they could achieve by doing so. They have a certain kind of a hope that they will be attain something similar to the enlightenment or nibbana or state of Buddha or so on, or at least they can end up with the state of Sotapan. They just think like that, but they don't know what sort of an achievement when the Sotapanna state is achieved? What sort of a state would be there? What is the nature of the Sotapanna state? Even they don't know. So they will. So if you ask it from a venerable Thero, it will he will say when there are Sila Sakkaya Ditthi, Silabbada Paramasa, all the initial three fetters have diminished. That is the point you attain the state of Sotapanna. So he will give some kind of a Pali explanation in Pali language for this state of Sotapanna. But actually, they don't know even what sort of a position or what sort of an understanding would be there when you achieve the state of Sotapanna. So, thinking that you will be able to achieve a certain stage like Sotapanna, if you begin with doing concentration meditation. So, it is so, we can say it's a pathetic condition. It's a pathetic state because they are so innocent, because they don't know what to do. They just follow what Reverend Theros advised to do. But even none of the Reverend Theros have not achieved these states of Sotapanna nowadays. And they don't have experience of the state of Sotapanna even. So if they don't have that experience, how you would advise the rest of the followers doing this meditation is helpful to achieve the state of Sotapanna? No way. So don't mislead. So what our advice is, don't mislead with these things. So these things are very common nowadays, especially in Sri Lanka. So people have certain after the age of 50s, 60s, when the people became to the adult state after the retirement. So what they start to do is starting to do concentration meditation, hoping that they will achieve at least state of Sotapanna by doing so. But through these Buddothpado sermons, what you hear is totally different kind of a thing. To do something, you have you have to know what you should do. And by doing something, what would be the end results that you can achieve. So all these things have to know first. So your destination should be very clear before you start to do something. That's what that is why Lord Buddha also said there would be no practical aspect in this Dhamma if you don't know this theory part. The theory part is the knowledge. So knowledge, this prior knowledge will help you to make that knowledge into practice. So there in Pali, it is said like this: there is no Krutajnana without Krutjnana. So first you have to understand this Dhamma. Then you have to make it into practice. So the understanding here is so that is the reason why Lord Buddha showed this path in two different stages. First stage is known as Purva uh, Pratipada. So that means uh, the experience that you achieve prior to make it into practice, and the real experience that you the second half is this uh, real experience that you achieve through making Dhamma into practice. First, the knowledge part. Second, the active uh, practical part. So it is very obvious, even to perform some kind of a scientific experience nowadays, even you have to know the context, and you have to have some kind of a expected result, and you have to have some kind of a methodology to do it, and you have to have some sort of idea how do you interpret these results what you get through the experiment. So after compilation of everything, you start doing the experiment. The same method is applied to understanding the truth even. You have to know what the truth is first, and that is not enough. So understanding for the knowledge, you have to know what the truth is. What the truth here, what Lord Buddha said is there is no soul here. There is no living being here. So that is the end results. That is the message. But what we still understand is there is a soul kind of a thing within us. So we have certain kind. We have within us. We think that we are living beings. But what Lord Buddha said is something different. There is no such a living being within us. But we still feel that we are alive, we are living. So, in order to understand the Buddha's message, Buddha has revealed some sort of a methodology to figure out, to assist you to figure out this truth. So, this methodology has been revealed by Lord Buddha to assist us to understand this truth. This methodology can be known as the cause and effect Dhamma, or it is known as dependent origination Dhamma. So, so there is certain thing called methodology here. So like, so if you perform, so you have the research question, and you also have the way of doing it. And what you have to do is just perform the experiment. So this experiment is known as noble research. So this so as you while doing the experiment in certain stages, you will get certain results. So these results, there should be a certain way of identifying these results, and all these things have to know first. So through these Buddothpado sermons, we also encourage you to know these things very clearly, the mechanism of which how this self has been formed. You have to know it is a knowledge, and also you have to know how these worldly perceptions became real. That is the methodology of figuring out the end result, which will assist you to figure out these end results. You have to know what sort of a world we are living in, and what are these mm, materialistic things, and how these things have been formed, and whether they are truly existing or not. So that understanding will help you to understand whether you are a really real living being or not. So it is so very well said, very well organized, and very well explained by Lord Buddha. So all these things are there. So irrespective of the posture, but so you need not to be on this leg cross position to understand these things. So while you are walking, while you are doing some other engaging some with some other activity, or while you are on the bed, you can contemplate these things and can you can figure it out whether these things are correct or not, whether this cause and effect dhamma works for you. So then only, when you become thorough with this understanding, so without no doubt, you will be able to understand that there shouldn't be a self here. There is no way of finding an existing living being anywhere. So this conclusion can be made on your own if you see, if you happen to see this uh, Dhamma in proper way. So that entire thing belongs to the understanding part. So there you don't find any sort of meditation thing. There you don't need to do certain meditation to understand this Dhamma, irrespective of your posture. The contemplation and figuring out capabilities are very sufficient for you to understand this message. So at the initial state, without any doubt, if you could understand, if you realize that there shouldn't be a self for sure, that is the state that you become to the state of stream entry state, or in other words, Sotapanna state. Without any doubt, what you have to do for just you only want to do the novel research on your own. So it will make you to understand. It will help you to realize that there is no way of finding an so-called living being within us, within you. With so because you have the one who performed this noble research, and it becomes self-evident for you. So you are getting convinced by your results. What is the result? The realization of, or understanding of, that there shouldn't be a self here. So that is the first stage. That is the stage of Sotapanna stage. In that particular state, first three factors have been achieved. Sakkaya Ditthi. Sakkaya Ditthi means uh, uh, thinking that there's a person here. So it has not been there after understanding this Dhamma. So it did not involve anywhere. The meditation part was not there. Without meditation, you can achieve the state of, you can uh, understand, or you can attain certain realization of that there is no person here. And Sakkaya Ditthi, Silabbata Paramasa, all these three fetters will be gone. So so if you understood that there is no person here, the the notion of the self also starts to collapse. So these things can be achieved by figuring out this Dhamma. So I use this word Dhamma again and again. What does it mean? Dhamma is the system of creating, system of creating the self. The creation of the self happens after happening several what do you call this, certain things in the nature. So the ultimate result would be the self. But if you understand this entire process, you will able to realize that there is no way of generating such a self. So that makes you to realize that there shouldn't be a self here. There is no way of creating a self here if you could understand the process of creation of the self. What you have to understand is the Dhamma. Dhamma is the process of creation of the self. So, if this process could be understood thoroughly, it will invariably help you to understand that there shouldn't be such a self here. Just because you get a certain idea that you get a certain understanding that this entire process is not a real thing. So you have been caught into a certain system of the nature. That's why you have feeling that you are a living being. If you understand, if you're able to understand this entire process, entire mechanism, entire system, so you can challenge the nature. How you can challenge the nature? Only through the understanding this process, because you get the realization that there is no such kind of a process going on here. This entire process is a mirage. This entire process is an illusion. So if it is an if this entire process is an illusion, what would be the end result? The end result is the self. The self is also not an existing thing. Self is not a real thing. The self shouldn't be a real thing. So that sort of understanding that you will gain if you perform this novel research. So the methodology is well uh, stated and by Lord Buddha. The methodology is the application of the Paticcasamuppada in the in identification of the stages of the process. So if you could apply this cause and effect Dhamma into the exact stages of this entire process, then of course you will be able to get the non-realistic self at the end. What you only need to understand is the how this self has get formed. So that is why Lord Buddha said, you need to know iti rupang samudayo. Iti rupang means this mechanism of this alive field has been brought about. The only thing that you have to understand is this. The only thing. Iti rupang samudayo. So the understanding of this iti rupang samudayo thing will automatically direct you to samudayancha attagama. So the rest of the part will be automatically happen. What you have to voluntarily do is try to understand how this alive field had been brought about. To assist this to this experiment, you have to adapt the Paticcasamuppada into it. If you could only see the mechanism from that particular perspective, you will be able to see that there shouldn't be a live living being here. That is the way how you go into the Paticca stream. Entirely the opposite direction. Samudayancha Attagama. So, so it is a very kind, clear Dhamma. So none of the things, none of the places Buddha had never told you need to do meditation. Concentration meditation does not help at all to any kind of realization. So it is somewhat helpful for you to calm down your the fast moving state of your mind. So it is little, it might be helpful for you in certain way of calming down your mind, but it won't help you to understand this truth. That is the reason why Lord Buddha said this penetrative insight is the most important over any kind of meditation. The penetrative insight is the most important thing of realizing of this realization than the adapting any kind of meditation method. So this penetrative insight, how can you achieve this penetrative insight? How can you gain this penetrative insight? Actually, by understanding how this alive field has been formed. In order to assist this understanding, or in order to assist this realization, you have to occupy the knowledge about the Paticcasamuppada. Through this Paticcasamuppada, what Lord Buddha wanted to emphasize into the world, the mechanism, the process, the system of which leads to formation of a self. So the formation of the self now per se is the formation of the mechanism of which the formation of self is very sufficient for you to realize that this entire process, the so-called entire process, is not true. That is the way how this uh, Samudayancha Attagamam thing happen. You realize the realization will be the end result. The realization is that you understand that there is no person here. So if you understood this thing without any doubt in it, you have achieved the state of Sotapanna. Why? Why we say so? Because if you are very sure about that there is no person here, I'm also not living here, there is no way of creating more and more defilements within you, because to to generate more and more defined ones, there should be a person, there should be a self. So after achieving the, after acquiring this particular deep uh, understanding of this, there's no about this, there's no self here for sure. So who would uh, collect, who would uh, yeah, who is collecting more and more? There won't be a person to collect the divine ones. The, the, everything will be happen with this understanding of non-self state. If there is no one who would collect more merits, who would collect sins, who would perform the activities, who would feel the sadness, who would feel the happiness. So begin you begin to do the day-to-day activities without a self. So these things, this state can only be achieved through the understanding of Dhamma. So because your this particular state, your Sakkaya Ditthi has been um, vanished. You know that there is no person here for sure. So you will do whatever the activities that you used to do in your home, in your workplace, in the society, without the self. So who would collect more merits by doing these activities? There would be no one to collect merits. This punyabhisankara will also not be there. And also the apunyabhisankara will also not be there for such a person who achieved the state of Sotapanna. Everything happened as an action. So it is known as action mind. The only thing what you have to do is understanding this Dhamma. So understand this process. Once you understand this process, you will understand that you have been living in a huge illusion. And also yourself, me, my mind concept is also there in that same illusion. So all these things will be can be understood if you see that this dharma, this mechanism, this process of creating the self. So only thing that you have to do is you have to put effort, certain kind of a effort to see this dhamma, this mechanism, this system of creating a self. So by the end of this research, you will understand without any doubt that there is no self here. So in the absence of the self, so who will be there to collect more merits? Who will be there to collect uh, sins, everything would be an action mind. So you know, whatever the activity you perform in the society, you know it is an action mind. So if you do certain things to your family, you know these happen, these things happen as action mind. So action minds collect no more defilements. So that's why Lord Buddha said, once a tree leans towards a river, so it will definitely fell into the same river. It won't fall into the other side of the river bank. Definitely, if a tree leans towards the uh, riverside, it will definitely fall into the river. So that's why, as such, once you understand without any doubt that there is no person here, no living being here, that will direct for you to definitely to the state of Nibbana. That means if you became the state of Sotapanna, definitely you will be ended up after seeing Nibbana. So, as you can see, in none of the places, Lord Buddha didn't mention about doing meditation, especially concentration meditation. What you need to do, what is superior here is the insightful practice. So the practice is what here? The practice comes the next. So as I said earlier, so if you did see this truth, the whatever the action you perform afterwards will be happen as an action mind. So action mind does not contribute to collect defilement. So that won't make your soul more solid, more sustained. So it will help, it will help to dissolve your soul for the both apunyabhisankara and punyabhisankara will not get, you will not get, you will be not get affected by these two things. So whatever the things that you see, whatever the thing that you feel, whatever the thing that you taste would be just a feel only. So there won't be a person who feels it. There won't be a person who tastes it. There won't be a person who hears it. There won't be a person who sees it. That's why Lord Buddha said, once you see this Dhamma, then after whatever you see, it will be limited just for a seeing. After realizing this Dhamma, whatever you hear, it will be limited just as a hearing. And whatever you taste, that will be limited to just for a taste. So in Pali, it is known as, it can be said like this. Ditte ditte mattang, sute sutta mattang, mute mutta mattang. So ditte ditte mattang is once you understand, realize this Dhamma, the none of the things that you see does not go beyond that level. It's just a scene. It's just a scenery. So it doesn't mean that you do not feel the beauty of it. Yes, obviously you know it is beautiful. If you happen to see something beautiful, yes, again your mind says it is quite beautiful. Yes, it is obvious. But there wouldn't be any kind of a temptation to keep this beauty sustainable. That particular part will be lost. So if some sad thing happens to you, so you get certain kind of a feeling, a sad kind of a feeling. But it would be limited to that thing. Because with the understanding you know, obviously there is no self here to perceive that this sadness. The sadness will be there. But there won't be a person who suffers from this sadness. So likewise, the taste would be there, but there won't be a person who enjoys this taste. So that is why Lord Buddha said that feelings would be limited to the sensory level only. It won't be taken to the level of self. So that is why the noble persons do not make any kind of defilements. Punya visankara, apunya sankara, and raga, lobha, dvesha, moha will not be there for them. There is no chance of generating more defilements from them. It won't happen because they do not take these things happens to themselves. They see the system, so they know the way that system behave. So none of them are bothered about that thing. Let it happen. The letting go will start to happen automatically because no one can interfere with that nature. So let the nature to do its activities. So letting the things go because no person here to perceive whatever the perception. Other than that, what you could do, just keep being aware or just be being aware about it. Other than that, no interferences can be made and will not be happened by noble Arateros. In other way, it proves you that you are on the correct track, that you are on the correct path. So if you don't feel that you make any defilements, that will prove you that you are on the correct path, because your I-ness, your self-centeredness has to be diminished gradually. This decrease, this dissipation can be felt. So that particular feeling is felt as that you are internally transforming. The internal transformation also happens along with that. As the internal transformation happens within you, begins to happen within you, it also start you also begin to see everything as only an incident. So that will make you more aware about it. That is known as super awareness. As the transformation happens within you, this super awareness becomes more prominent, more visible. As previously, everything is happening, but you are not engaged with anything. That means you you can see the way your mind is forming, and you are not bothered about it. So you have achieved the state of true liberation from the mind. So as you can see, in none of the places did I mention anything about meditation. No, absolutely, meditation has no action, no place in this entire path of understanding. Irrespective of your mm, profession, you can achieve this state. So Gatikara uh, was a person who was looking after his blind parents, and he was performing. He was he was making. He was doing a business, a pottery business. So he sold the clay pots, and he looked after his own parents. But through the understanding, he has achieved the state of anagami state. He has achieved the state of non-return state. But he didn't wear a robe. He was in usual civil clothes. But his understanding is that much. That's why Lord Buddha said this Nibbana is achieved only through the understanding. Sankitte Nibbidaya. So these things are like precious jewels. So the path is open for you. The way you could travel along this path is well explained through these Buddothpado sermons. So while inviting all of you to come join hands with this Buddothpada sermon and try to understand the pure truth, what has been revealed by Lord Buddha. That is the truth. So, while inviting all of you to join with this Buddothpada community, I will wind up today's explanation and we can talk tomorrow as well. Until then, take care and goodbye to all of you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai Aran sir. Please accept my humble worship. We welcome all of you to our English Dhamma Zoom session. As you all know, this Dhamma Zoom session is very important for entire humankind. This Dhamma Zoom session clearly communicates a special message, a very special message, a unique message, a scientific, very valid message of your existence. So, it is because of this existence only all the suffering arises. So, nobody likes suffering, but in this life, even though sometimes people understand these are mental fabrication, so the suffering is inevitable. The suffering arises. Most of the time, people believes in an external world, and it is because of the so-called external world. It is the mental suffering arises is the normal kind of a belief or faith. So, but reality, this Dhamma sort of provide a way of seeing the reality behind all these moments, all this existence, the reality of the so-called self, the reality of the so-called outside. So it is very interesting, even an animal or a human, it doesn't matter. As long as this sense system is there, a world is there. World forms every moment. So this world is the suffering. So it is a naturally occurrence phenomena. So where the suffering? Is the suffering outside? Is the suffering by any person? Really, all these sufferings are mental constructions. Everything is mental illusion. So all the mental constructions It can be a mother, it can be a father, it can be the child, it can be relationships, it can be friends, relations. So everything is mental formation, mental constructions. So every moment some feel comes, some vibration occurs. So whenever that vibration forms, the world is found, or the whatever the so-called outside world is found. If there is no vibration, no outside. So it is your thinking outside. So it is your thinking outside. So this is very important. As we discussed yesterday, don't look at the screen. Look at the electric circuit behind all these formations. So we are talking about a formation. That is your existence, how your life feel arises. That is the cause and effect Dhamma, dependent origination. So one must research this. So we have very informative websites and books providing the Dhamma teachings of our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. So uh, we can start reading the book. True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6 is the book we are reading. Currently, we are reading page 103. I think some deep part we are discussing, we are going to discuss, I think, better. Aryan Mahanse is also joined because I can see some terminology, some Pali terminologies really discussed, but I do not know Pali. And yeah, and also I feel like we can get a very good explanation by Aryan Mahanse on these aspects like Bhavang and what is this Bhavang, Chalan and all that. So we will try to clarify. So let me start reading from page 103 of the book. After the end of one vibration, another vibration takes the former one's place. This is the place where the continuation of the seeing soul takes place. The end of the world is only in your mind. Your shaken mind and the changing mind are the world to you. According to the Buddhist doctrine, creation of a shaken mind or an unshaken mind is entirely yours. As long as you find a sensual world and an outside world, you cannot see the truth. This is also refers to the factors of creation of an individual being and the liberation from the vibration. So we can see in this Dhamma discussion most of the time we use the term vibration. So vibration anyone can understand. Whenever some force apply, there is some form of a vibration, but it is not an existing thing. So actually, who are you? What is your soul? Actually, it is a vibration. You are a wave. You are a spark. You are a current. So it's quite easy. I mean, anybody, whenever they hear that you are a current, they get shocked because all this time they believe some solistic figure, that is the mental figure of oneself. You see the perception. There is a very strong perception of this is me like. But when someone say you are a current like, so one really gets shocked. So so now you have to understand how these vibrations are forming and how this existence arises. So, what is the soul? Soul is this continuation of these vibrations. So, every moment there is a this vibration is happening, constantly happening. So, it's very interesting. Actually, Aryan Mahansa is showing us where is the end of the world. The end of the world is your mind. So we haven't heard this kind of a thing before because we all the time believed in an external world, and there was clearly a mind world that was experiencing the so-called outside world. So that was the understanding. But where is the world? To find the end to the world, you must understand where the world. Where is the world? The end of the world is your mind. So mind is the one which drives this existence of that, existence of this different field of perceptions. That is the birthplace. So see whether that field is right, how that field is formed. Otherwise, there won't be an end to this power process. So it is a process. This mind is a process. So who are you? It is this shaken mind and this changing mind. So all the time it's change. The perception change. The power of the perception vary. It is not the same child. It is not the same husband. It is not the same house. This variation is the living. This variation of field is the power. It is the wave. It is you. So, so if one doesn't understand this sensual world, it cannot understand the reality of the outside world. So where is the outside world? It is the sensual world. So is the sensual world real? The sensual world is the electric sparks, happens constantly in the entire body cells, the entire body. So it is a natural occurrence, a natural phenomena which is happening all the time without anybody's involvement. But the unwanted part is what? This power, the lust, the hate, the jealousy, the ill will, the stress in the mind. So all this you see why not understanding the reality behind these mental fabrications. So it is very important. One must understand the creation of the so-called individual self, and then only any liberation can experience from such existence. So let me continue reading the next para. These are also the bhavanga and the cause for the bhavanga chalana. The factors of the creation of the individual being, bhavanga chalana, means the disturbance caused by shaking the bhavanga or factors. Then the destroying of the being refers to the process of stopping all of which leads to the non-existence or nirodha. Thiruvan Saranayaren Hansa, please accept our humble worship. Yeah, I think until Aryan Hansa join, let's try to have a look at on this. So Aryan Hansa has explained this bhava thing because this bhava that was very clearly explained by Aryan Hansa. The bhava is this present moment. The present moment, the world becoming real. So that is the bhava. The moment becoming real is the bhava. So that is the soul. Here it is mentioned the factors of the creation of the individual being. So that is the bhavanga chalana. That's how it is mentioned. Bhavanga or factors. So that is the dependent origination. That is the cause. Because it is the Aryan Vahansa explained this cause and effect and how this cause and effect cause the formation of the soul. So when the cause present, soul is formed. When there are no cause, no soul. So that is the dependent origination. So there are some very interesting examples like taking a wire. So you see when two wires like they're connected, you see there will be when some sticks or whatever, I mean whatever, when you rub each other, like there is a heat and there can be a light. So what is that? That was not there before, but some you see spark or some sensation arises in the present moment that was not there before. So likewise, what happens? Something which was not existed before now forms in the present moment. The same mechanism. So I occur in the present moment. I is a energy, that is the sparks coming together. The result is the I become real. So I is a energy, ear is a energy, and these two energies fell together. That is the combined spark is the chair or a mother. That is another energy, and that process continuing process give rise the existence of the chair. That's another energy, and and then when the chair become real, the me also, like just like the two side of the same coin. So the me is the energy, so that soul existent field, that power of the chair is the energy of self as well. So likewise, it is a cause. The cause is this speed of the process which is happening and this energy formation. So some alive field comes, energy comes. So these are the factors. What is the factor for bhava? What is the factor for the soul? What are the factors for this existent field? It is because this outside becoming real, because there is some spark each and every moment in this system, and these sparks naturally, simultaneously getting connected to the so-called outside. So the inside spark is separated like that. It is the feel is me, and what I am experiencing is outside. So that has happened due to the ignorance in the system, and system now generates everything Bhavat. So without your ignorance, if you do not know this Dhamma, actually, rather than saying no, if this Dhamma has not become the transformation, like Bhava is forming. So each and every moment, Bhava is forming. So we'll read. Then the destroying of the being refers to the process of stopping, all of which lead to the non-existence or nirodha. Yeah, the destroying of being refers to the process of stopping, all of which lead to the non-existence. Yeah, so destroying of the being. So the self is a misconception. Chair is a misconception. Mother is a misconception. Child is a misconception. Because these are the drushti. So that something exists is the drushti. So one understand this Dhamma, it clearly understand this is just a energy or spark or a current and nothing more here. So in this system, all the time, it is some mental fabrication, mental illusion. So perception, feeling heavier has no meaning, but that will not drop also automatically. Just by thinking, it won't drop. That is the thing. That is the problem. That's why so much of Dhamma is explained, because that fact that it is not the outside, it is the mental fabrication has to be felt in the present moment. So each and every moment the reality has to be felt as the reality itself. If not, that interconnection happens. In the sense outside become real, and that's why the perceptions carry a stronger feel. So therefore it's very interesting. The as Aryan Mahansa explained, this transformation, because whenever these perceptions heavy means the suffering. But if there is a path which brings down this perception heaviness, automatically is the good thing which is happening here. So for all that, the reality, because the system must have to be convinced the truth. If the truth is convinced to this system, only such transition will happen. So it can happen. It's a moment transfer. It is not so many days transfer. It is a moment transfer. So it was all the time, it was very different, just a moment before. But in the present moment, it's see the value of this perception drops. And after that, it is completely uh, different uh, setup, different system is running. So that's why but you see each and every moment listening this Dhamma is also very important, because it is when listening only, with the listening, this system change further as well. Uh, that is not to search any further path, like no path. It is getting clear with the transition. Then there is no more path or no more Dhamma to search, like no more Dhamma to seek, like. But this Dhamma is important after that for one's own purification, like. So it is the definitely this defilements have to be seen, because in this process there is no any good or bad person, like no one can say I am good, like no, there is no good people. Everyone has so many endless samsaric power of defilements. So only good thing is now that power will be somewhat less, considerable less, but that doesn't mean power is stopped. So there is nothing called good. If someone say I am very good, that's wrong. That means you have failed to see your own defilements. Most important thing is see the power forming. See why in some situation the current became real. Why there was a sad. Um, why in that moment? So like it is not a questioning, or it is not a mm, mind or thinking, because mind is like no point. Mind thinking means back against, it is the power. It is unnecessary power. Instead, better to be more like blend with the reality, in the sense it's not the mind, like. So it's more like blending with the nature, like. So it's more like that. But whenever whenever situations where the mind fabrications felt, that must be seen. So that is the most important part. That's why one should not be too much trying to be with the nature as well. Instead, go out, just have some discussion with others, see like how, uh, I mean, these are not planning also, like, but the reality of the self, the reality of these perceptions can identify, you see, and the resistance of the system also can identify to what extent the system is resistant. So so earlier for this kind of words there was this kind of reaction from the system, but now what is the reaction will be seen. That is the insight. So that is the way to go. Then there won't be any doubts on the path, because whenever this resistance get challenged, the uh, resistance is not there like it is seen. So that's how it needs to happen. Even the smaller thing would even seen like so. Whenever some perception, let's say, because this perception becoming, you see, the perception becoming real can happen. It can happen. For example, let's say now you do not have a job. So in Facebook, you saw um, someone has a job, just an example. So in that moment, the perception can clearly see now some field of perception, let's say sad field of perception came, but in that situation, what will happen? Consequence also seen, like that. This is how it happens. That is not a thinking, but like a arrow, like a array, like some. The consequence are also seen. It's if even a strong field comes, you see that there is a um, probability that this power comes down. Even that sad comes down, because otherwise what will happen? In that moment, if that process doesn't happen, now that sad feel get stronger, and after that another set of perceptions also can arise, and the drama can arise. Then the blame to other people can, all that can arise now. So the good thing is, due to this dhamma, the even some strong areas, strong perceptions, you see, uh, even that start to play like it is seen. It is seen, and the liberation happens. So that is the good thing in this Dhamma, because life is very easy, because Dhamma helps. Dhamma is the protector. There is no life without the Dhamma. It is the Dhamma is the protector life. So then it is more seen how in that situation this mental perception got stronger and played. It was just a mental perception that arose in the present moment. That's how the perception can do a damage. All this is a perception, but in this perception world, perception can damage the resistance, the tranquility, the calmness. So, but more and more one understand what is this perception is the only way to bring down the power of the perception. So naturally, the perception comes down. But for all this to happen, it's very important at the beginning, through listening to this Dhamma, one has to very clear out all these perceptions are drushti. So drushti has to be fade out first. After that only, there is some control even on whenever then and there arising perception burdens. So then it will no more become a burden, like then it is more like the sense of tranquility. So I can see Dr. Sakuntala is also joined by now. and our Aryan Mahanse is also joined. We could not hear Aryan Mahanse's voice in English Zoom also. So whenever time permit, Aryan Mahanse too will join. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, you can add your comments.
I pay homage and respect to our great and noble friend Aryan Mahanse, Thiruvan Saranai Randima, Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Just adding a few more things to what Randima has been discussing. Actually, what is explained in this Dhamma path by our noble friend is something very simple but deep, I would say. So you can't say it's not understandable, but on the other side also, you can say that it's not too easy also. But each and every person has to do their own research and then try to identify how this own mind is working. So it is a mind actually, or the thoughts, which is the culprit, I would say. But the formation of the thoughts is not something controllable, not something which is stoppable. It is the result of the sense functions or the creations of the senses. And this is a process where no controlling body or no self who is in charge of it. So the sensor functions will continue as long as the physical body is functioning. That means as long as the breathing is there, the physical body will be functioning, and then as a result, the sense activity will be there. What is meant by sense activity is creation of forms. So what are these forms? It's the shapes, sounds, tastes, smells, and the tactile form. That means the warmth, hardness, and softness. So those are the sense creations. And as we have discussed so many times earlier, this is a process, and there is a sense of function in the baby with the radiant mind, where aggregation or amalgamation or whatever the term you can use doesn't happen. So the baby enjoys the activities. Baby finally feels that they are sense of function and shapes, or hear the sounds, the taste, feel the smell, and feel the skin tactile forms, but there are no thoughts formed. There is no aggregation of these functions, but the baby can feel that there is a color, shape. Baby can hear a sound, but doesn't know what it is. There is no naming or no of the function. And as the child grows up, there is collective activity, collection of these sensor functions. Now, in some sense activities, particularly now if it is something like a food item, all five sense activities will be maybe equally prominent. But in some, like to take a chair, some sensor functions will be more prominent, where things like taste will not be very obvious, and the smell also will not be very obvious unless the furniture has been painted recently, where the smell of the paint is there. So this is, we have been telling these facts, I think, again and again, but it is very important to get this convinced to the system So there is a collective function where the thoughts are formed, and there is a power created in all these levels. So when it comes to the thought, it's with the current, and it doesn't stop because of this current at that level. It further progresses, and then the final product is the feeling of self. So the feeling of self is the main root of all this creative world and all the defilements. So that is the fact that system has to understand and then dig enough to find out how this root can be removed. The human system understands this pattern and what is called the internal transformation will result in just the understanding of a system functioning here, but there is no self. So this is the summary of what I've been telling again and again. So if you talk about the sorrow, or in Pali it is called dukkha, and in Sinhalese it is called dukkha. So I think we mentioned this couple of days back. The sorrow is always behind the so-called happiness also. So sorrow doesn't mean always superficial sorrowness or the sadness, but the happiness is also coming under the same group. So when you talk about this sorrow in Lord Buddha's teaching, three types of sorrows have been, three levels, I would say, sorrows have been explained. So the very superficial level is, it's simply called sorrow or dukkha, which is the commonest thing, and that is where the world is existing. There is a so-called real world, and the image called me is there. So I feel sad because of various things in this outside assumed world. So it's always related to the material things, and when you lose the materials, you tend to have a real feeling of sorrow, and the happy events or the happy things you try to maintain, and when you have a problem of maintaining, or when the happy things are lost, again there is sorrow. So it's always a very sort of crude level, which is taught in all the religions, and you try to do good things to have uh, happiness and then get rid of the sorrow, and you try not to do the bad things so that the same effect will be there. So these are what is called the merits that we talk about, or punyabhisankhara, where you do lots of meritorious work and then try to collect more and more merit, which you expect that will help you to have a good life in this birth and also in the births yet to come. So you expect good health, and then the good uh, wealth uh, and happiness in all the events. So this is the norm for the person who has no idea about the true Buddhist teaching. So apunyabhi sankhara means you try not, those are the bad things. So you try not to do the bad things. So in both these here, uh, you are trying to maintain yourself, and then you depend on the world, and you expect the world to give you happiness and the sadness. So that is all about the dukkha or sorrow. Then the next level actually is for a person who has some idea about this Dhamma facts, Dhamma teaching. The next level is you can translate it as true sorrow or dukkha satya in Pali. So dukkha satya in Sinhalese also we use the same word. So true sorrow. What is true sorrow actually? Now then we realize we tend to turn the camera towards the self, towards the system, and then realize that sorrow is actually a creation of the mind. Uh, this idea is sensor function where the sensors will give an input and uh, thoughts are formed, and it is the thought or the mind which gives the conclusion that this is sorrow. Uh, so now, for example, uh, you see a picture. Your eye vibration is there, and then which gives you a creation of a shape, and then the mind sensor will analyze and name it as your son's picture. And supposing your son is away from you for some time, is gone out of the country or studying somewhere far away. So the moment the picture is formed, and then the mind sensor recognizes it as the uh, son's picture, you feel some sadness. You wonder whether the having regular meals, whether he's having difficulties, how we see whether he's having any illnesses, there is no one around to look after him. Now, all sorts of things that sorrow is created in your mind. Uh, Similarly, now if the same picture is shown to a stranger who doesn't have any idea about whose picture is that, then there will not be any sorrow feeling in that mind. So all these things actually created by the mind uh, as a spark at that moment, and the spark is a result of the data which has been time to time uh, uh, activated, and then the final spark produces pictures, collection poems about your son. So this every time, this is actually what is practiced in the first practical experience. Out of the 4 steps, the first step is that this is your mind. Always, it's your mind. So still you have the person here, and you turn the camera to the same, and they recognize that sad sorrow all a result of of the 5 senses. One will be if it is of one of the more, one will be as a spark the of sense you sorrow. So now this is the second step. Here, person sort of turn towards correct and understanding this level is also very important, because from the mundane world you have turned towards you and then try to realize that this is uh, thoughts. You want thoughts actually, these thoughts which is created the result of the sensor function, that is a creation of the mind sensor. Now this system, this function or this creation is not something that is avoidable. You can't stop the thoughts coming in. And now sometimes after a particular after a particular incident, thoughts will be formed again and again and again about the same incident. So you tend to feel that I feel sad, and you automatically the label of I is attached to that. So the each thought is a fresh one, a new spark at that time. But because of the ignorance, the idea which comes is that it is something which has been there all the time. But what is important to realize is that it is always a fresh thought, it is a fresh spark, and it has a collection of all five forms. So this second, and as I said, it is very important because this is you are trying to swim upwards against the stream, against the current. And what is the next one is called the Dukkha Arya Satya. Actually, I can't exactly give an English translation for that. Now, that is the true part, true Dhamma part, or the most important part, which is explained in Buddhist teaching and which is very well explained by our noble friend. So, what is Dukkha Satya? Actually, these sensor functions and taking these sensor functions as true, giving a value to the thought that sun is there, that itself is a sorrow. So that is the most important thing, and that is the end of this explanation. And that is what is mostly important to realize and convince, that taking the sun as a person or taking something as true, giving a value to that thought about the sun itself is a sorrow. So that means sun, if I tell you the word sun, now each of us will have a mental picture about the own sun. So the person's, each system will have a different sun created instantly in the mind. His appearance, and then his voice also may be echoed in your mind, and various his likes and dislikes, and the qualities and the ways he behave, the food he like, all sorts of things will be there in this mental picture right now when I tell you the word sun. So that means if you do not realize that this is a sensor function, and if you do not sort of understand with an internal transformation that it is a creation, very clever creation of the mind sensor as a spark right now, with the past data. If you do not realize this part, you have a sun living somewhere. So you have that feeling of existence of sun. So as long as you have that feeling, as long as that ignorance part is not understood, you have the sorrow. So these are the three levels which has been described in Dhamma. So basically, as we have been telling again and again with different words and different sentences, giving a value to the thought or taking the thoughts as real is the basic thing that we have to understand. The taking the thought as real. So thought means it could be in the form of from the eye sensor or ear sensor, so any of the sensor activities, or maybe a collection of all five at the same time, or some sensor functions will be more prominent than the others. So whatever it is a thought. Thought is the one which is the ultimate product, and if you give a value to the thought, that is where you are born. That is where it is called jati. It's not the birth of this birth as a small baby. This is where you are really born, and then you are born means you have taken that thought as real, you have given a value, and then that follows the current where you label as various defilements, and also another name can be given the self-existence, because if there is something that you have given a value and taken as true, that itself is a birth of yourself, or the birth of the self-existence then and there. So we are using different words, but I think we all are sort of trying to point out to the same place. So a person who has been listening to Dhamma for a long time, sometimes all of a sudden will realize that uh, 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 just this is what they have been telling all this time. And but you have been listening to that same thing over and over again, but suddenly, as if you have opened the curtains of a window and let some sun rays come in, you tend to realize this is what they have been telling all these times. So I think few of the things that I wanted to add, Randima. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Thank you so much for your valuable explanation. Yeah, these perceptions, yeah, the sun, the child, the moon, mother, father, house, husband, wife. So all these are perceptions. That is the interesting thing here. That is a misconception. So these are exactly like tombs in a cemetery. So in a cemetery, what do you find? In a cemetery, uh, you find some monuments to the memory of dead person. So some tombs. So these perceptions are also just dead perceptions. Dead perceptions. So um, but interesting thing here is uh, how this dead perceptions start firing, because where the firing, so the all the firings are this perception. The perceptions are on fire one at a time. So it just keep rotating some set of perception. So it's not meaningful, not meaningful. So only thing is why some perceptions are stronger is another thing. So if we ask from the audience, like what is the strongest perception? What is the strongest perception of all the perceptions? Um, yeah, can
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death is something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks, they are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering, even after 20, 30 years, thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami, they suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gotami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. then what you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly. And you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments. So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self. But only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true, because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die, and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think I'm going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakina. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision, and they see shadows of blue and yellow, and they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters, but they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow and grey, rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light, so they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste and feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created, and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, like it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul, there is no me. But we think there is a soul. So, more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So, to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chuttupapata Jnana, and the Ashtarakshya Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So, without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So, one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So, in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy, because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either. that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majja Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aran gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement the sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the Asraksha jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness to collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch. So the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with the feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? because we take the world as real and we strive towards goals, work hard to maintain a self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, Aramune Satya Dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Aran Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
So we can discuss tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. Teruvan Saranai everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි රන්දිනී. තෙරුවන් සරණයි
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
ඩොක්ටර් සකුන්තලා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන්
තෙරුවන්
වහන්සේ.
සරණයි both of you. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 45. Aryan Mahansa, when we look down at the ground, we know that the sun is shining up in the sky. The same way, when we look up at the sky and see the sun, we believe that the ground is below our feet. When we look at a brick wall, we know that there are trees and leaves outside the house. These are all things that we believe that is real and that is existing outside. For every sound, there is a color, a shape. For every color, there is a sound. These were not known to us when we were born. Then later, as the baby grew, he is introduced an image and a sound together. It is like a small spark is created at the beginning. Then, little by little, the more sounds and images are introduced to him, that it is like a collection of many sparks gives a bigger current. This current tends to automatically renew what is already known to you in the mind consciousness. What you know keeps getting renewed in that same moment. This renewal of knowing in this moment gives us a feeling of a self identity, that I am here, that I exist. Now you think that this body is mine, But when you realize the pure truth, all this what we believe exist disappear. Actually, what we thought don't exist at all. The fact that we think that I exist and I am real is only a thought. Everything we experience is an illusion. Vijnana Mayava. This illusion takes place at this very moment. This illusion keeps renewing itself and it goes forward. An illusion gets added onto another illusion and it keeps going on, adding on. Anusodaya means when the mind consciousness keeps moving forward, believing in the illusion. This believing in the illusion over and over again creates greed, jealousy, anger, aversion, etc. Then we believe that the outside world truly exists. Then you have a fear of death. You cannot bear to die. That thought gives you suffering. There is nothing that exists. The mind consciousness creates an illusion that things exist. Because we are tricked by this illusion. We think that there are things that we would lose if we die. The suffering arises only when you believe that you have things to lose. If you realize that there is no being, that nobody exists, there is no self, then there is nobody to die either. If you believe that things outside exist, then the sound and the color comes together and creates a spark which conducts a small current of about 5 millivolts. This current runs along our nervous system. If we get angry, that thought creates an energy which increases the current. When a self is created on this side, the world is created on the other side too. Thought energy or Chitta Shaktiya is like a current. It does not exist anywhere. It is generated inside. When we believe that the outside world exists, it creates an energy to form an illusory self in this moment. Meherin Mahanse, Honorable Sir, as a Buddhist nun, when I go on alms to collect food, I am supposed to contemplate, also known as Pratyabhikshava, that this food is not for beautification, not for putting on weight, not for intoxication, but simply for survival and continuation of this body. When I see somebody in front of me, how am I supposed to contemplate about that person, R.N. Mahanse? R.N. Mahanse, let us see. Please listen carefully. Yes? Now let's see what dies. Does the body die or does the thought die? Mihiri Mahanse, it is the thought that dies, not the body. R.N. Mahanse, yes, the dead body is buried because it does not have a thought. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. So the pages read today basically focused on the thought, the mind power, the mind consciousness, and actually, Yes, how this mind power is um, resulting in all other, um, I mean, um, volitional formations like mental, verbal, or bodily formations. So here, the sound and color combination, the spark, how we feel as if something is existing out there. And then, in terms of that, I would like to share some thoughts, some personal experiences I have. Like when we consider the power generated through sparking, now, for example, uh, a small child, an infant in the court, um, may also feel that something is out there, and due to the mechanism of these sensory organs, some sort of power is generated. And as Aryan Mahansa explains, this power is not as strong, or not actually not as strong as the power generated in the mind of an adult. For example, now if the uh, if if this child, uh, when the thought of the mother occurs in this infant's mind, the name is not attached to that formation, the visual formation. The eye perceives some shape of light, some warmth, and some maybe the sound of the mother. The child is familiar with that, but still that name or the volitional formations or the abhisankaraniya is not uh, happening to the level of a child of 14-year-old or 20-year-old. Now, when an adult think of the mother, all the data associated with the mother, like how the mother fed us when we were small, how she was uh, helping us to gain education, and when we were sick, how she looked after us. All those associated data telepathize into the thought. I mean, that visual formation, if or the thought. Now, for example, if our mothers are not alive, when the thought of the mother occurs, what happens is all the associated data to this concept of mother telepathizes in that very moment, and we get the mind power created in that thought is very high. So that is also evident now when we meet someone for the first time. So we don't know who that person is even. We just see the shape of light, so somebody introduces the person, then and there the name and the form gets connected, and that thought occurs in our mind. But after some time of keeping in contact with that person, maybe gradually we develop some friendship, and when we meet that same person after 2-3 months, the moment that shape appears in front of us, when the eye perceives the shape, we probably, that excitation we get may be very different. Wows, highs, and all kind of the response. It happens due to the value that we have assigned to that image. In other words, due to that power generated through that thought, because on the very first day we did not have that much data of that person. It was just a shape, and somebody gave the name, and it was that only. But after 2-3 months, things are different. That same stimulus of this person got like uh, more and more important due to this abhisankarana, because we meet the person, we talk about the person, in the meantime we help each other. So after 2-3 months, when we meet up with that person, that power generated through that thought is much higher than on the very first day. So that's all I can talk related to this. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Miss Surangika, Teruvan Saranai. Can you please share
Therwan
your thoughts?
Sannai, what was the topic? Sorry, I joined in the midway of your talk. What made you to say that?
It's Dr. Kokila. It's the continuation of the
This
yesterday's
yesterday.
pages, and actually Mr. Bernard was also not here, so I also missed some parts of Shani's reading, and what I gathered was that they're talking about the mind power, how the power changes with due to the volitional formation or abhisankarana, like Aryan Hanse also explains a small child has 3000 watt power in the mind. So, but a
Oh, okay,
50-year-old
yeah.
father may have. So that's what I was just trying to talk about.
I'll add something to that.
Please.
Actually,
It's
it's more important to think about what happens with this self-perception, because the moment that we feel something is real, the self-perception is always there. And when the self-perception happens with each thought, it is due to that abhisankara effect. It becomes like a thought, so because you feel like always when the chair is outside, you feel that you have observed the chair. That observer effect is there. So then it is confirmed to this person who has never listened to Dhamma. It becomes confirmed every day, like, this is my mother, I am here. This is my father, I am here. This is my school, I am here. So it becomes confirmed to the person each day, each time, each thought. So that's how the self-thought arises. Because self-thought has never been an issue to the baby. Even the child, it's not really nicely formed. It is like in the beginning, even a 2-year-old will not understand when someone says something about I or me or mine. But that thought get formed slowly but progressively. It get worse, like it get enhanced. That's what happened. That's what you should talk when we talk about it. I think that is what we should highlight.
exactly.
Because otherwise we just get dragged by the theory about the only about the other stuff. But what happens here, the main problem here is not only the other perceptions. The self-perception keep feeding itself. The self-perception feeds itself, so that the self-thought is being confirmed each time. So even if you take Dhamma as a thing, the same thing happens. It feeds the self-perception. It keep doing the same thing, but in a different way. Then the problem comes, the person who knows the Dhamma will arise. That is where that is what can happen. It's something that can happen. So I think we have to be very careful about that, so that we have to understand that what actually happens here is, when there is a thought, whatever, whether it's a pineapple, whether it's a daughter, whether it's a son, whether it's the husband, whether it's the family, whether it's a house or home, whether it is your job, whatever, your car, whatever these everyday thoughts, like there's always one particular stimulus at each time. That those thoughts, if there is a value to that, then definitely you are there. You feel that the power is there. So that power, if you don't understand the truth properly, actually what happens is the person who doesn't know Dhamma, the self-thought also is entangled and it gets powerful, more and more powerful. So you can actually kill someone else because he's being unfair to me, or he is rude to me, or he is going to kill me, so I'll kill that person. So that goes into that extent. So you can actually attack another country or anything like that, because there is this thought that I am here and my family, my country, my village, my dog, my home, everything is my. So that a simple feel of existence, it's not simple, but a feel of existence has led to this thinking process, and it is enhanced every day. So it's very important to understand how this self-thought or the Sakaya Drushti, or the thinking that there is someone here, is being powered or is being promoted all the time when we don't know Dhamma. What happens with Dhamma is you understand that this is just another way of thinking, that it's a thought. Yes, we have a thought like there is a self, this is my family, my dog, my things. So I, me, mine becomes very strong, and that thought, we understand that it's just a thought that has arisen from self-perception. So the self-perception is the underlying reason for you to have a thought like that. So when we understand that, so the someone who listens to Dhamma or this truth, then realizes, okay, we have a thought, I, me, mine, but then how did it happen? What happened actually here? Then we realize, okay, then there is a stimulus, and when there is a value to that because of the ignorance, definitely it becomes a thing. And when it becomes a thing, always this self vibration is there, and self vibration brings about the self perception in this system. So the self perception, the reason is the self vibration, but the self perception brings the thought of me, or thought of I, or thought of mine, or my. So that's how it is. So
Yes, Dr. Kokila, it's very clear. So although we talk about this power, power is nothing but the self vibration, isn't it? So
yeah.
that's right. Very clear. So, and
So
Dr. Kokila, I have another experience to share at this moment, so that you can elaborate on that also. Now, this actually, when I was involved in penetrative meditation, this came up. So Aryan Vahanse always mentions, now when people talk, due to non-vibration he experiences, he feels that the level of defilements of that person through the vibration of that person's voice. So at the very beginning, when he was commenting on the voice, I was just wondering how come that this is something, this is nature. Now, if someone says your looks are not nice, you don't look pretty, uh, will I be able to change my look? So, isn't it the same? This with the voice, how can we change it even if we lower the voice?
No,
Aryan Mohanty knows
no,
the
the
purpose.
voice.
Yes.
No, not the voice is
No.
not the issue. It's the
Yeah.
vibration underneath.
Yeah, doctor, that's what this was self-evident to me. Then I was actually contemplating on that because Aryan Maharaj says, no, you have to see it through yourself. So I was vigilant and I was looking at what is happening. So very recently, Aryan Maharaj in one of the sermons said, "Ev- underneath every word there are thoughts. Underneath every action, it is the respiration. And underneath every thought, there are sanya and sankara, so perceptions and mental formations. So after that, when I was observing I mean, how the speech is produced, it became self-evident to me that when the mind power is kind of very high, when we get a certain perception strongly, when we cling to something, that to mind, due to that mind power, the voice also, the way we talk is different from the way we talk when the mind power is very low. When in a tranquil, or when we feel kind of, when we are not so kind of taking the things around as real, we experience some calmness. So that thought flow process is also very slow and it's not disturbing. So that's why some when we are disturbed means we anyway feel are in the illusion or in the film. No? So when we talk, the thought process is reflected through the voice, isn't it, Dr. Kogila? It becomes self.
I I think it's a bit more there. I mean, there's what you said is correct. When your vibration is lower, your definitely the voice will reflect that. But that's true. But I think non-vibration has a different story, because non-vibration, it's not like, like imagine someone like Uddakaramputta, or someone doing dhyana, or some kind of meditation, not in this path but another different path. They also will have a slower mind, like peaceful mind. But this path is different, so you have to be very careful in interpreting things, because non-vibration is a different story. Non-vibration is not about lowering your vibration. I mean, it happens automatically when you understand non-vibration. That's a different one. It's actually the side effect of the path, in the sense it happens anyway. But it's not our aim to lower our vibration or anything like that. Actually, the non-vibration, or the understanding that, or feeling the vibration disappearing, that's different. So so Lord Buddha shouted at a monk 7 times. He actually led him out of the gate. He led him out of the gate. So if someone, I don't think Lord Buddha was like murmuring it, like telling it very softly. I don't think so, because to get someone out of the gate, to walk someone out of the gate, that can't be that soft. But the problem is, in that also there is non-vibration. So this non-vibration is a different story. So we have to understand that, because in non-vibration, you can feel all the vibrations, yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have a low vibration. Do you understand? I don't know whether I'm putting it in correct way. So
Yes, yes.
anicca sanya, or the perception that there is no one here, that which you feel, at least transiently you will feel it in the beginning, and then it will keep happening. And in that, when one becomes that, then the story is different. The person who is an arahant will be living as usual, and then it's not necessarily the way they talk, but what is the underlying reason why they talk like that. So there is a vision always to correct someone, or turn someone's vibration into non-vibration. So there is a effort. So we can be misled to think that if someone is shouting, that the non-vibration is not there. It's really, you have to be careful when we interpret, like when someone talks nicely and slowly, it doesn't necessarily mean there is non-vibration. And when someone is talking loudly and in a stern way, like strongly, it doesn't necessarily mean that there is no non-vibration. So it's a different
Dr. Kokila,
entity.
Therwan Saranai.
Yeah.
Actually, I was not clear when I was explaining that. What I meant was, when someone takes the world as real, the level of defilements is very high. So that person's mind power is also high due to that,
Yeah,
and
true.
thought flow is also kind of strong. So through speech, that is reflected, the level of defilements.
Yeah, true.
The voice. Yes, that's what I was talking about. It's
Yeah.
not about non-vibration. Yeah.
The
So
value
since
you go.
yeah,
So when someone talks, value you give to the talk is evident. Value you give to
yes,
that concept is evident. So imagine if I'm trying to say, what can I say? If I'm trying to say something is good, or what can I say? Take it as an example. We'll take what?
Dr. Kokila, that's what I said. There are
So we'll
sometimes we
say
shout
take
at, wow.
Toyota car, or this is an example only. Some kind of a car is very good. Whatever the concept, what is the thought, value you give to the thought is also evident. But when you try to tell it, it might give you the idea that how much that person is believing in what he is saying. Even Dhamma, it can happen.
Yes.
So when we try to talk Dhamma, even it can be evident how much, because none of these things are true. Even these words are not true. In the sense, they are not, they are just part of the film. So, but if you are taking them seriously, that can be felt. That's what I think happens. Because if you're taking something seriously, the way you talk, the way you do things, imagine the way you shrug your shoulders, or the way you make your facial expressions. They can be very subtle. I mean, but these very subtle things can reflect how seriously that person is taking things into, like that, how things are serious to that person. So someone is really enjoying something, or actually enjoying something, not feeling that it as a film, but as really into that, like acting in it, inside it. So then you will definitely feel how much they are entertaining their six senses. So six senses can be entertained only when the film is active, isn't it? You can't really entertain the six senses if you feel that it's not true, like it's not real. But then when you feel it is real, then you 100% it will be entertaining in some way, whether it's the mind consciousness or whether it is the other five consciousness. There will be some entertainment, isn't it? So that can be felt by someone who has a lower or non-vibration.
That's the point, Dr. Kokila. Yes, that's
Yeah,
why.
how much activated you are. Like we are like activated dolls. So imagine a doll or a robot which is activated into the system, so that everything is the human feels, normal human will feel that everything is happening. I am suffering. I am entertaining. Whatever, the film is real. So then when you talk, when you even shrug your shoulders, or even when you wink at someone, or even when you smile, that will reflect how much you are engrossed in that. They are the subtle features of what your vibration is, that can get very, very, very subtle in the when you are. But always non-vibration can feel any vibration. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, that's why Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse is also there, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, that's what I noted. Yeah.
Yes.
Don't know whether he's able to add something to the discussion, but anyway, we'll continue
Actually, at
until.
the beginning, Dr. Kokila, I was struggling to like talk about that when we see someone for the first time, the perception is the power is mind power that gets generated with that perception is very low, but after 2-3 years of association, that mind power will be very high. When we see the person's vehicle also, we might come out with wow, high of things like that because of that excitation. That is also not a person, it is again the system and the automatic kind of this it may be the response of the system itself. If someone knows the truth, otherwise then if the person is ignorant, it is then the self vibration again, isn't it?
Yeah, until you an arahant, the self vibration will be there even in a very subtle way. So we have to understand that, because self perception is there until the end, and it is subtle. It is subtle because it becomes not because usually we have a thought, then we have the perception, but then in the last bit it is something you feel only. You don't have any form in that. But that even that feel will disappear slowly because you have understood the Dhamma properly in the beginning. The beginning is the most important part. Actually, that's what Aran Vahanse is reiterating all the time. The beginning in the sense um, the true Dhamma or true truth, how the self arises, how what really happens here is very important, because without that part, without Sammaditthi, there is no other 7 elements or the 9 elements.
Not at all.
We can't talk about that at all. Yeah. So the main important point here is understanding how this self-perception happened, how the self-thought is a wrong thought, but how self-perception happened and how this vibration is ignorantly taken as self. Actually, the vibration, when we understand that it is only the vibration of the sensory organs that was there, then the self perception has no place. So when the ignorance is becoming less and less, the self perception has no place. It loses its ground. So that's what Lord Buddha said. When the avidya is not there, the tanha has nothing to do. Like tanha can't have any seeds. The can't have any
Yes, that
plants.
metaphor of the carpenter also is there, isn't it?
Yeah,
Takoda.
there's so many
Yeah.
metaphors actually
Yeah.
trying to explain that if this happens, this happens, and if this not happens, it doesn't happen. So it's very important to understand this Dhamma, and if someone is actually understanding it fully, when someone feels it momentarily, at least if they feel it, that feel this non-vibration, at least transiently, if they feel it, they understand what is this all about, then that thought disappears. Like thought has no power after that. He or she might talk like I went to market yesterday, but that I has no power there, because that system has felt the non-vibration at least once in their life. So even though they talk about I in a normal conversation with a normal person, that doesn't have a value to that person. It's just for communication that they would say, because they can't say unnecessary stuff, like people think weird about them. So they talk normally. They will say, yes, I went to shop yesterday. That's okay. But the value, that thought, because usually we believe in what we say. When if I like imagine a person before listening to Dhamma will say, I went to shops yesterday, they actually believe in that. But here we know that something like in a film where the shots are taken and then they are combined to make a film. Some stuff keep happening, but it doesn't necessarily mean I went to shops. The whole picture is in the mind. That story is in the mind. Whatever happened is doesn't matter.
Yes.
The story is in the mind, and that is also not true. And then who has seen this at least once, this non-vibration? Lord Buddha is reassuring. Definitely they will feel it again, and they will become of it. Definitely.
That's the
So
guarantee.
yeah, so the So the main thing, what happens when you see this, at least momentarily or transiently, what happens is the thought which was strongly there that I exist, I am the one who was born on this date, and I did O levels, A levels, and then married, having kids, and I'm mother, I'm doing this job, whatever the story. It doesn't necessarily matter to them after that, because they know it's just another thought. So they know I is just another thought. So thought-wise, every problem is solved, because thought-wise they know that non-existence is has come to that system as another new perception. Doesn't necessarily mean there's another vibration. It's actually the absence of the vibration which gives that impression. It's not a new vibration. So it's beautiful. Actually, this Dhamma is very beautiful, and we invite everyone to come and understand that. It's so nice to know. So the main push is to get everyone to feel this, because unless it is felt, there's no guarantee about anything. You have to feel it. And feeling doesn't come automatically either. It should be practiced. But what is practicing means what you have heard from the truth, that there is no self, but there is a perception. How did that happen? So when we understand that, we understand there is no outside. It's just another thought, and thought is actually not real. It's just another new vibration which has arise from the other sensory organ vibrations. And sensory organ vibrations are just sensory organ vibrations, that's it. And then comes the non-vibration. But you have to feel it, the vibration. You can't just imagine the vibration of the baby. You have to feel it.
And this opportunity cannot be it's priceless, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Every kind of well thought out practical approach, then all the theory in more than 10,000 sermons. I mean, step by step, depend according to the complexity. Also, these sermons are categorized and given in different formats, in YouTube channels, in main websites, and 24-hour Zoom platform. All these discussions that people like you always are like helping people of all levels, so beginners like, and then those who have tried, at least understood the theory and so on. So this is such a beautiful opportunity for everyone to get rid of this suffering. So
Yeah, anyone who
yes.
can understand this Dhamma can be a strength to Aryan Vahanse, because it is important to feel it though, because if you feel it, you have no doubt. It's not just believing Aryan Vahanse, it's just understanding what he is trying to say, because he doesn't ask you to believe in what he's saying. He's asking you to try and feel this. He has now last few days or last few weeks in 5 a.m. sermons, he has been trying to remind you again and again that non-vibration should be felt. That's the message. That message should go to everyone's system. It should be carved into, like, this should be felt. You know it now, really. I mean, if someone listened to Dhamma for about 2-3 years, they know it now. So it has to be felt. The non-vibration, not the just the calmness.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I am compelled to leave. There is some Katina ceremony around here. Miss Riyani, will you be able to express your thoughts and conduct the discussion with Dr. Kokila? Teruvan Saranai Shami.
It's okay. Sunit is also here. I don't know whether he can talk.
Mr. Sunit is also here, Dr. Kopila. So
It's okay. You can leave. Yeah, that's fine.
this section basically deals with thought energy, and that's the main point in the section Shanti discussed. And again, the same, the illusionary mind consciousness. So so then I am leaving Dr. Kopila.
It's
Thiruvan
okay. Yeah.
Saranai.
Teruvan Sannai. Teruvan Sannai. So, till someone joins to the talk, we'll continue the discussion. So we were talking about the mind consciousness and how mind works. So there's nothing called mind actually. Mind is, we feel like there's mind because there's a very speedy occurrence of thoughts. So we feel like there's something like mind. There's nothing like that actually. What happens is here, the stimulus is happening very fast, and that's the fastest thing in the world, even faster than the light. So that's why we feel as there's some different organ like mind. That's not the case. There's no place for the mind. It's not in the brain. It's not anywhere else. So the fast occurrence of these thoughts is not actually the problem. The problem is when we feel that these thoughts are real. It is like the same thing like the light felt as real, the thoughts are felt as real. In the light level, the baby can't understand this problem, but in the mind level, the humans have the power to understand that the suffering is there because these things are taken as real. When we in Sinhala we call it as deyak, So, but in English we we just use the words that we can use. So taken things for granted, or taken things as real, or taken things seriously, or taken things as existing. It's the best word I would say. It doesn't actually exist, it's just another vibration. So how does the mind vibration occurs? It's just the stimulus. And stimulus is the stimulus will be there. Nothing happens to stimulus, but the notion that you have that there is me and I am the one who is experiencing the stimulus is the thing that will be gone. That is the self-perception. Self-perception comes from the subjective objective phenomena, where you feel that there is an object, there is always the subject. This should actually vanish at least once for you to understand that there was never a subject, never that is the beginning of the non-existence vibration, or non-existence. Actually, it's not a non-existence vibration, non-existence perception, and that becomes more and more. It has that effect too, like abhisankana happens in this side also. So it gets powerful. The understanding that there's nothing or there's no one gets more powerful day by day, and the vibration will start to die down because you keep understanding that it is only the sensory organ vibration that we mistakenly or ignorantly took as real, and that it's the self vibration. So it's very beautiful. So everyone can come and feel it, come and listen to it, because even this Dhamma won't be there for a long time, but it has arisen again. This the Dhamma or truth which talks about non-existence is rare, and you have that ability to actually keep listening to that. That's a bonus, because normally people can't actually even listen to these discussions about non-existence because they don't understand it, and or they don't have the liking to listen to that. They will prefer to listen to Dhamma which will talk about, you know, the heavens or good mindset. But this is beyond that. This is extremely important to understand that this is beyond that. This is not about just having a like a low vibration and live there. That's not the point. This is about the non-vibration. So that's important. I know everyone who listens to this Dhamma is actually feeling low vibrations now. So that's very conducive or very helpful to start to feel the non-vibration. Because if you are actually in a really high vibration, it's very difficult to, like, you know, like an animal, if you are angry all the time, you know, it's very difficult for you to feel Dhamma. If you are restless, if you are agitated, if you are anxious, if you are really depressed, it's really difficult to feel this. But then if you come out of that and then you try to understand Dhamma, then you will realize that, you know, this the thoughts are not real. Actually we have no experience of outside at all. It's very important. We have no experience of outside at all. But we have the experience as pineapple, or the home, or village, or country, or mother, father, wife, husband, kids. They all are actually thoughts. So we live in a thinking world. We live inside the mind. We live inside the thoughts. So when we keep understanding this, your vibration becomes softer and softer. You one day actually can momentarily, for a fraction of time, you will feel the liberation from mind, and then the underlying vibration, which is actually the vibration of the sensory organs. So then that's very important. When that vibration is very high, it's difficult to feel it, but then when it becomes lighter and lighter, it becomes more evident, and the arahant, there is no underlying vibration at all. So it's so beautiful, so important. Is there anyone who can add something? I don't think we have much. So there's no much questions today. So I'll reiterate what we were discussing today. We were discussing about the mind and the mind consciousness. So the mind or the thoughts, we feel that the thoughts are existent. That is the mind consciousness, and we have to understand that when the thoughts are felt as real, it's you are always there. That self vibration is always there. Self perception is also there. So when the vibration is there, perception is there. even though the person has understood this Dhamma and has actually felt it, the non-vibration also, that person's thinking pattern has completely changed. That person is aware that there is no self, but he or she will continue to feel the self-perception until he or she becomes an arahant. So that is where the important thing is. You can feel things like sadness or happiness or burning without the self-thought, without the ownership, and it will keep improving. And because there's no ownership, the actual extension of the progression of this vibration is never going to happen. It is going to die down anyway. That's the reassurance you have. That's the insurance you have. If someone feels this non-vibration at least once, there's a reassurance. There's a kind of the verdict that Lord Buddha gave you. Definitely, your vibration is going to die down, not increase anymore. Thereafter, there's no increase anymore. So there's no chance of telepathizing into the lower realms, because that vibration is never going to get worse from that type onwards, so from the human type, because there's always a limit. So in that, it will keep improving, because thought only was the main thing that drive our perception to worse side, like lower realms. It keep driving because the self-thought drives you mad, actually. I think that's a good way to tell that. It's the thought of self, that I am here, this person did this to me, the me part, my part, or the I part is the one which drives people mad. So that will not happen when someone feels this non-vibration for a fraction of a second. So it's very important, everyone, to understand Dhamma and feel the calmness, yes. But that's not the end. The important aspect of Dhamma is to feel the non-vibration. So I think we will stop this Dhamma sermon from here. Therwan Sarna, everyone. Triple Gem will bless you, and hope everyone will listen to Dhamma and come to this realization, which is very important. And cessation of suffering can be achieved. And that is, you have to experience this. It's just not another sermon. Thank you, everyone. Who is doing the Zoom? I'm not sure who is in charge today. So we'll stop this Zoom meeting from now on. Therwan Sarna, Aran I worship you every day for what you have revealed to the world. This non-vibration is the jewel, is the beginning of an era of non-vibration. Therwan Sarna.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, 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 awakening, awakening.
May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aaron, answer for your novel guidance. Buddothpado PeoTV is there for everyone listening in English medium 24/7. There is Dharma friends giving talks. And there is 3 to 5 discussion time. In Sri Lankan time. So we were talking about a lot of things. No self-anger. We can feel that. When you can feel that actually, when you can feel that is a very delicate area because it's a confusing thing. How someone can feel that, right? Yeah, it is because not just because you by heart anything none, no self perception, no self vibration can't be felt. Dharma should be fully understood. Experience will not matter if it doesn't give you any insight. So it is a experience with the insight. What does that mean? You get a full idea that if the stimuli is not a thing, then you won't be there because stimuli also was a thing, and you were also a thing. This you, the body was felt as a thing, right? We talked about this in discussion one day as well, that walking is actually a chittarupa or the mental image. So when you are little, you don't know that you are walking. This is very important how the mental images start. Otherwise, you don't really get this properly. So as a baby might walk, like, after about 9, 12 months, babies stand holding the chair
and may take 1 or 2 steps, and actually some might walk faster than others, earlier than others. But the baby doesn't know that they are walking. When would they understand that what is walking? You have to give a mental image of walking. So when you say walking, that is the mental image that comes. Whatever the teachers taught you or other taught you, this is walking. That mental image, it's actually tied to the outside. Breathing. You didn't know that you were breathing, did you? No. Now, after some time, there is a breathing mental image. Someone has to say, this is what is called breathing. Then you get a mental image of breathing. Mental image of breathing is not actually attached to the breathing. But we actually connected it really. I mean, even different in Sinhala it is husma ganna. In English it is breathing. In Tamil I don't know, but in Chinese I don't know, but there's different words, right? Yes. Spanish, yes. So you'd say different word for breathing. But the word actually, the sound type doesn't matter. There's a mental image of breathing. So the mental image of breathing is actually not true. It is tied to outside. What does that mean? It's tied to a body. You say I'm breathing, or he's breathing, or dog is breathing. You can keep saying. So the breathing mental image has actually nothing to do with the actual breathing. This has to be really, it's really groundbreaking if you can understand this. For the baby also, actual breathing wasn't a thing. There's this living. Now we say living, I'm living, I don't want to die, that kind of thing. So the living is a chitrarupa as well, like a mental image as well. I'm living. I am living, or I am, I mean, I didn't come to that yet, but I'm talking about living. Living, when you say living, it always denotes a mental image. What does a mental image of living mean? It may be a moving person, it may be a breathing person. And there's a mental image of death also, like not moving, very solid body. Maybe the death image, mental image. This mental image is the thing which is called perception. And when it is attached to the outside, anyway, outside has become true. Now, if we take as Lord Buddha is a mental image. Someone has to put that in place. Someone has to say, this is Lord Buddha. And you already attach it to the actual, if you do it, I mean, some won't. You might attach it to the actual
Telemohanse, what do you call that? The statue. You might, some won't. But likewise, if you say Aranhanse, then same thing. Aranhanse is a mental image. It wasn't there, not there before, no? How do you get to know an Aranhanse? He started this talking about an Aranhanse. So that's a mental image. But if you tie it to the outside, a person, that becomes an issue, right? Because the Hanumansa is actually a mental image. Lord Buddha is a mental image. Sun is a mental image. Moon is a mental image. So even if you go to the moon with the Artemis, the space shuttle or spaceship, same thing. There is a mental image of moon, and you have a mental image of going there. So moon is a mental image, and you have a mental image of going there. So what are the other mental images you will have? Harassment. That's something we talked about in the discussion. So harassment, about someone's mental image about harassment. So the mental image of harassment starts from somewhere. I mean, you don't know anything about harassment now as a child. There's a mental picture of harassment, the freedom. There's a mental picture of freedom. And you actually believe that it is there. So we have to understand this. None of these mental images are Chittarupa or mental images. They are not true. They are just mental images. How does the mental image come though? Mental image comes from sound and light. Is the mental image true? Sound and light wave coming together, is that true? It's actually created by the sensory organs, right? Yeah, where is the sound wave originated? Where is light wave originated? Why do we need to do this? We're trying to catch our own vibration. How do we catch our own vibration? Through the mental vibration. That's the important thing. This mental image, the feel that you feel that the mental image is there is the self. That's what has been mistakenly thought as self. But you need to find out what power it has now. So when you get to know that the mental images are just the sound wave and the light wave, if something is of sound wave and the light wave, slowly you will understand this sound wave is the one which is actually the reason, and the light wave, because they are together only, this mental image is happening, and the power of the mental image slowly calms down because of your understanding. It has to calm down. That's the form world. That has to calm down. Sensual world, if it is tied to outside, it is sensual world. Any mental image, home, family, son, daughter, husband, wife, sadness, happiness, even sadness, happiness. Actually, happiness is actually something felt, but still, there's a mental image also. From your aspect, you need to understand that. Otherwise, now imagine jealousy. Jealousy is something felt, but there's a mental image also. What? Yeah. Now imagine you say, my friend is jealous of me. There should be a mental image of jealous, the word. It matters. What is the mental image you have of jealousy? And how that is tied to someone. We never tell, no, this TV is jealous of me. I mean, we might joke about that, but we don't say chair is jealous of me. We don't say that, We don't say that. We talk about this with the people. Specifically, we talk about people. So specific people characteristics, jealousy, anger. Even animals can have anger. Even animals can have jealousy in some form, not a lot, like human species. When you see an act, to understand that it has a jealousy is a mental picture there. Do you get it? It's a mental image there. So happiness is also a mental image. The child didn't know that child is happy. Innately child is happy. Inside child is happy. But the happy, actually happy now is a mental image. When you say happy, you know what it means. If you are sad, you know what it means. If you say daughter, you know what it means. If you say birthday, you know what it means. It's okay to know what it means. It's a mental image though. And the amount that you feel that it is there is you. What do you think? What do you think about the heaviness of the mental images? Why the heaviness is there? I mean, if it is attached to the outside, anyway, it's heavy, right? Yeah. Just imagine. Power. This power is something you felt now. But there's a mental image as well now. The money. Money is a mental image. Power is a mental image. Freedom, as I said, mental image. Human rights, a mental image. Privacy, mental image. Female, mental image. Male, mental image. Then you tie it to the outside. I mean, female. If I say female, definitely you have a mental image. And then as soon as you see someone female, then in the sense, it comes up as female anyway. Because you have a mental image. and it matches. That's how it works. So the bullying and harassment is a mental image we have anyway. What is bullying and harassment? Or being naughty. If you say just a simple word that children use, mothers use. Don't be naughty. Don't be rude. We say to children, right? Be kind. That has a mental image. You have a mental image of a girl, right? Yeah. When I say girl, you specifically have a mental image of a girl. And you tie it to someone, oh, this is a girl. So when it is actually tied in the sense that is the light wave, sound wave, now there's solidity, liquidity, smell, taste, everything is there. Because if there's a solid part to it, you can lick it, you can taste it, you can touch it, you can feel it, right? Yeah, that's how it works. So the basketball, again, is a mental image. Child, even if you give a basketball to a baby will keep touching it, rolling it, without knowing. There's no mental image as such. Because mental image is always not only the light wave, it's light wave plus sound wave. That's called mind wave. As soon as there's a plus part, it's coming together. This thing comes. So the basketball, child didn't know what basketball was. Then someone has to show a basketball and say, this is a basketball. This, they get the idea then. This orange color ball with black stripes. It's round, it's bouncy, it's somewhat big, at least 6-7 inches. But the thing is, this basketball mental image is different. Actual tying it to the outside is different. If you say washing machine, what does that imply? You obviously have a washing machine there. You can even you have a mental image, yes, like a sound wave and the light wave coming together. But don't you feel it has all the other features as well? You know how hard it is, how you can touch it if you have touched it before. But even mental image is enough from a photo or something. But if you have actually touched it, then it becomes sound wave, light wave, and then attached to the actual solidity, liquidity as well, right? So when you say mother, everything is there. It's tied to that body. Now we'll come to the self, right? Yes. Understanding that self actually originates from each and every mental image is Dhamma. The power of the mental image is here, even though there's a separate Chittarupa as me. So I, me, mine is a mental image, yes. But how this mental image is formed is from sound and light, right? Yeah. So just a thought, like everything is. But what have you tied it to your body? So everything is like, if I say I, you get the whole idea of the body, the everything. But the thing is, understanding that it is this feel that we are talking about. What you feel as you, this is light wave and sound wave. But the thing is, each time when you say chair, how much you feel that is there is the same reason that we understood as I am there. The sound wave actually not powerful. It's a light wave only. What's that? That's the feel. Sound wave is consciousness. Sound wave, light wave, touch consciousness, light consciousness. That's the speed of light, right? So that's the reason. If the chair mental image, we didn't know that it was a mental image. We thought the chair is outside. Actually, so the mental image is tied to the outside. Yes, you feel it as that. Then the feel is very high, that very thick feeling. But then as soon as you understand that actually this is what has happened, the thick feeling comes down. What does that mean? That is the life feel. That is the life feel which gave you the idea that there is a self. Child had a feel, like a baby had a feel, and baby liked it. There's an inner liking, a tendency to feel more, the blueness. Because of that, sound wave and the light wave actually came together. That's how the mental image started. So this chair or the stimuli or the aramana, if it is felt real, there's a life feel, that is the one which you thought that you are there. Because there's always a reason for a mental image. There's a feel side. So you feel different. So the table looks different to you, to the chair, right? That there's a feel difference as well. Why is the shape of light is different? So any sensual world, God, human, and for health, it's all mainly in the fields, the physical side. His body, right? Human. Yeah. What do you think? So the I, me, mine doesn't come just for nothing. It's because you felt something as this side, this side, this side, this side. Why do you feel this side? That's the stimuli strength. Where does that stimuli strength come from? Feel come from? The mental image, right? And if the sound part of it, the mind part of it drops, you can feel it, the strength. So when the things are becoming a thing, if you really feel the solidity is a thing as well, it is much thicker, much more powerful. Like if you feel like your son is in front of you, and it's really like that in the sense, it's a mental image of son or daughter. And your body is the same. Same. If something is feeling felt as true, you have an insight that actual chair is immense. The mental image of chair is the same as your vibration. It's immense. if you have self-view, you can't feel this. Because actually there's no one called you. So you can't find your vibration. So everyone asks, how can I find my vibration? Find it in the chair. Everyone asks, how can I find my vibration? Find it in your mother or father. They ask, I can't understand how to find my vibration. Find it in your thing which is giving the most powerful thing. So what is the reason for your power? Chair power. I think this has to be discussed more because there's a question now. How can I find my vibration? No, even yesterday it came. How can I find my psycho level vibration? Well, it is a chair vibration. This is the thing. If you have the self-view, when the chair is not a thing, you are also not there. That has to come. That has to come. If that doesn't come, there is a problem. you have self-view, you can't understand this. And you ask the question, how can I find my psychotic vibration? And it arises in chair, it arises in table, it arises in fan, it arises in settee, it arises in the carpet, it arises in the windows, it arises in the fan. There's no self. If you don't get this properly, then you will continue to believe that what you feel is you. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's actually a problem. So self-view is a problem. We'll talk about it tomorrow as well. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Aran Mansa.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado English PeoTV channel where Dhamma talks are delivered in the English medium for the benefit of English speaking communities all around the world. So these Dhamma talks are delivered under the guidance of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So first of all, let's pay our homage at Noble Triple Gem and our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse for his invaluable guidance and selfless service towards the mankind. So Lord Buddha has recommended the proper path to Nibbana in three phases as Satya, Krutya and Krutak. So Satya is the awareness or basically the understanding of the Buddhist philosophy. The philosophy is basically the about the absence of self. So, and the fact that this notion of self and the existence of the external world is merely a misconception. So they are just words for us until we explore it through our own experiences. So this the first phase is to listen to Dhamma sermons and to understand the philosophy properly, which is known as Satyanana. So today also we are going to understand some important Dhamma concepts. Actually, the focus today is on the dependent origination, which is actually the Paticca or the basis of Dhamma, the fact that certain effects arise when certain causes and conditions are present. So this sermon actually was done by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi in Sinhala medium, and we are trying to deliver it, translating it into English so that we can help the English speaking communities in some small way. So the Dhamma that Lord Buddha reveals to the world is Paticca. So in Pali it is said as Paticca Dhammesu Dhamma, the Dhamma of dependent origination. This is how stimulus or mind is created. So it is important to remind that entire Buddhist philosophy revolves around a single stimulus. This stimulus itself is the mind. When we truly see the Dhamma of cause and effect, the external world no longer appears real because these projections that arise in the form of stimuli are just effects of certain causes. So let's try to understand this further. The deluded perception that considers the external world as real and believes in Maras, Brahmas and gods is the ground of wrong view. So now actually the action and effect Dhamma which prevailed and still prevails in the world, the fact that when certain actions are performed, the repercussions may arise depending on your actions, which is also well known as the karmic law. So that is the meaning of this phrase. So when the external world becomes real, that is all Maras, gods, goddesses, not just the visual realities, I mean the visual formations, all concepts also become real for us. So that is the ground of wrong view. So Lord Buddha preached a Dhamma never heard before. That is not something that affirms external reality, because action and effect Dhamma always mentioned about the heavens, then hell, that is higher realms and lower realms, even Brahma realms, and performing good karmas, if you perform bad karmas, what would happen. So actually belief in gods or karma is a form of wrong view. So Lord Buddha reveals a self-evident Dhamma to the world, because he actually fulfilled the perfections in an incalculable number of eons. He actually he explored this, and he realized this Dhamma of dependent origination by himself. So that is why even after 2600 years, uh, we have that much of gratitude to Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse, to that wisdom, to that Buddha nature. So even if one performs great acts of charity, there remains the possibility of falling into lower realms. He disclosed this never heard before Dhamma to the world. So for those who were planning to end up or gain rebirth in a higher realm after performing good karmas or charity acts of charity, actually they were in a false belief. According to this cause and effect Dhamma, Lord Buddha revealed that even such people who have performed lot of good things, good karmas or acts of charity, may fall into lower realms. So liberation actually lies in transcending the ground of karma or karma bhumi, through understanding the Dhamma of cause and effect. So dependent origination is just the cause and effect Dhamma. The law of karma and the law of chitta, mind, are two distinct things. Chitta niyama refers to the creation of forms or rupa through the speed of vibrations. The Dhamma of cause and effect can be defined as seeing the creation of forms through the sensory faculties, seeing how power is generated through this process, and seeing how that current naturally diminishes, bringing about tranquility. So actually this understanding the dependent origination Dhamma includes understanding the forms are generated through the eye, and the sounds are generated through the ear, and smells are generated through the nose, and tastes are generated through the tongue. Touch is generated through the body, and thoughts are generated through the mind. So in short, it is just the mechanism of the six sense faculties. So a cause and effect Dhamma cannot be discussed without reference to Buddhism, because this is the core of Buddhism. The Buddha attained Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree at Gaya Shirsha, Buddha Gaya, through the realization of dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada. As a result of the sensitivity of the eye or Chakku Prasada, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind, there arises the feeling of existence. Actually, although we mentioned that sensitivity of the eye, that is Chakku Prasada, sensitivity of the ear, Sota Prasada, sensitivity of the nose, Gana Prasada, sensitivity of the tongue, Jivha Prasada, sensitivity of the body or the skin, Kaya Prasada, and then the mind. So that is how we feel the sense of being alive, the feeling of existence or sense of being alive, and the sense of self. So this is a rapid phenomenon that occurs at the level of the sensory organs. It's a rapid rising of stimuli due to this speedy occurrence of vibrations in relation to the sense faculties. So actually, if one is blind, there are no forms. If one is deaf, there are no sounds. So if some problem is there in relation to the nose, there are no smells. So if the taste buds do not function, there are no tastes. So if some skin receptors are not functioning, there are no touches or tactile sensations. So stimuli arise only through the activity of the sensory organs. So the most prominent stimuli are sound and color. The stimuli that arise in relation to the ear and the eye. But others, even such as temperature, cold, taste, and smell, they also exist, although they are less prominent, they are not so obvious. They also, arise or exist at some level. So, Ditta, Sutta, and Mutta, which are the composition of stimuli actually. If we translate that, sensations of seeing, hearing, and feeling. So, sensation of seeing is Ditta, sensation of hearing is Sutta, sensation of smell, taste, and feeling, touch are the Mutta. So, always Lord Buddha refers to the nature of the infant's mind to help grown-ups to understand the nature of thought formation. So an infant does not have the integrated sensory experience that adults do. This is a very important point. The human body can be compared to a tree. It grows due to food and water. The tree undergoes similar processes like absorption of nutrition, respiration, reproduction, so on and so forth. Even a tree has some capacity for sensation to respond to the environment. So I have read in an art magazine that some botanists were doing some experiments. They were, they have attached some electronic device to the plant, and they measure the electric charge released from the tree when they talk harshly to the tree, that is generating sound vibrations. Then they were talking lying kindly to the tree when they were talking aggressively, we must destroy this plant. So the different levels of electric charges released from the tree. Isn't it beautiful? So that way, though the tree is not exactly the same as a human system or an animal systems, uh, it also responds to react to certain vibrations. So however, it is only due to the rapid vibrating activity in the human sensory basis that a certain power is generated, giving rise to consciousness. The tree, what the tree does not possess is this sense faculty function and the consciousnesses, vinyana. The tree lacks the rapid sparking system which results in arising of consciousness present in the human body. In relation to human body with the six sense faculties, due to this rapid vibrations that spark, the consciousness arises. In other words, the five aggregates leads to this power generation, which results in the sense of self. So both the Four Noble Truths and the Dhamma of dependent origination are rooted in the momentary stimulus. So according to this Dhamma, actually, both the Four Noble Truths and the Dhamma of dependent originations are rooted in the momentary stimulus. So that is why again I'm repeating this, that entire Buddhist philosophy revolves around the single stimulus. So avijja sankara or ignorance means making nothingness into a thing. What is this nothingness? Nothingness is that everything is a stimulus, that is, everything is the mind or thoughts. So there is nothing in this these mental constructs. So they are mere instantaneous projections of the sense faculties. But ignorantly, we actually, due to the illusory function of the mind consciousness, we take all these mental constructs as three-dimensional existing things. So that is what is meant by, due to ignorance, making nothingness into a thing. So it is due to this delusion or ignorance that we associate mental formations and thoughts with external entities. So the mental construct that originates instantaneously is connected to some formation, and we take them as thick entities or existing solid entities. So that is the ignorance. When the image of a book, that is just a shape of light, is seeing, the name, that is the sound, naturally arises due to prior perceptions, perasanya. Since somebody at some point has introduced this sound associated with the form, that shape, it appears, it arises. Similarly, when we perceive the idea of mother, it is a collective perception. Sound, color, smell, taste and touch, all originating from the five sensory bases. Yet it is merely a thought. Thought comprises of all sensory inputs. All of it, houses, properties, mother, father, and all so-called entities are mental formations only, mere mental constructions or sankara. They are not solid external objects. So if a vehicle is dismantled into its components like wheels, seats, engine, windscreen, steering wheel, so on and so forth, it is no longer a vehicle. In the same way, all entities are mental constructions, just mental concepts. What we deal with are mental formations, mere mental formations. Whatever is said or named is ultimately a mental formation or sankara. All thoughts are conventions. Conventions means labels and concepts. So we believe that sorrow arises from the external world. Is it so? Actually, it does not come from the four great elements. It arises from concepts. Four great elements, you may be confused. Four great elements are the composition of all formations. All formations like solidity, liquidity, temperature, and the air. So sorrow does not arise from anything that is made up of these four great elements, which are mere vibrations. The sorrow arises from concepts or due to mental formations. Now we can realize the nature of deception or delusion of the human mind. So sankappa rago purisassa kamo, that is, desire is in thoughts, not in the external world. Sorrow comes from thought. Now take thirst, for example. Where does it arise? Is it in the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body? No, it is a thought arising in mind consciousness. But mind consciousness cannot drink water. It does not belong to any sensory base. A thought cannot drink water. Yet we believe in a soul or self that needs to drink water. We feel as if there is a person who is thirsty. There is an I within mental formations. But there is no actual person called I beyond the thought. If this is clearly understood, liberation from the accumulation of karma occurs. Sabbe sankara anicca yada pannaya passati. Esa maggo visuddhiya atti nibbānatti dukkhassa. So all formations are impermanent. When this is seen with wisdom, this is the path to purification. So there is nibbana and freedom from sorrow. So it's very clear, this impermanent nature of all formations, actually impermanent in the sense emptiness, nothingness, should be felt. When we fully realize this concept, the philosophy, the weight given to these thoughts, they become lighter and lighter. The weight given to the thought becomes lighter and lighter. So that means diminishing of power, thought power, or the defilements. Now let us speak of the heaven, the Brahma realms, and the human plane, because earlier also I mentioned that. So have these worlds ever been truly experienced through the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or body? Now just imagine a dog standing here. The human realm and the animal realm exist side by side. Yet the sensory faculties do not perceive a human world or an animal world. They merely receive impressions. What we call experience arises not from the senses themselves, but from thoughts and mental formations layered upon the impressions. This is very complex and very important to understand. In truth, the sensory organs do not perceive the three worlds. These realms are not encountered externally. Thoughts, too, do not belong to the sensory bases. They are fabrications of the mind. The radiant mind, the mind of the infant, naturally luminous or radiant, is obscured by these mental formations gradually, like the vast ocean covered by its own waves. And just as the sea cannot be separated from its waves, so too are you and I inseparable from the processes of nature. So this is a beautiful metaphor to refer to how when the stimulus becomes real, how the notion of self become an integral part of it. So another example given is when a fireball or a joystick is spun rapidly, it appears as a continuous ring of fire. But this ring exists only because of the speed. It is an illusion born of motion. In the same way, our perceptions are mental formations or depictions shaped by rapid vibration that occur continuously. So these vibrations or five aggregates as a natural phenomenon, just like the wind blows, just like the trees grow, just like the sea waves rise. It is just like the river flows, rain falls, five aggregates arises and ceases. It is a continuous process. So sound, color, smell and taste fuse together or converge due to speed, and because of this speed we perceive the stimulus as existing. This perception of existence itself is the soul. It's inseparable. We feel as if there is a ring of fire, and similarly there are other entities like mother, father, houses and properties. Actually, knowing the fusion of mental formations is the illusory consciousness. Consciousness is when all sankhara, mental formation, arise. Some knowing arises, that is the consciousness. Knowing of something, it can be light, sound. So that is the meaning of the phrase Sankara Pachya Vijnana. Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. What is known by consciousness becomes entangled with the external. Now consciousness is kind of, the mind, but it is always entangled with some external. The name is a label given by the mind to a form. For name and form to arise, there must be a sensory faculty. Consider the eye. You open it, look out, and recognize things as if they exist out there. So, Nama Rupa Pachya Salayatana. Salayatana Pachya Passu. So, when the sense faculties function, contact arises, meaning the mind creates a thing through consciousness. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppajjati chakku viññānam tinnan sangati passu. The shadow that appears due to the tree and light is the awareness of consciousness. Actually, that shadow falls in the eye due to light, and the tree means external, for some formation of four great elements. So when that shadow naturally arises due to light, is identified with the consciousness. So it comes into contact with mind consciousness. So Tinnan Sangati Passu, from the coming together, contact arises. Passapachya Vedana, from contact arises feeling. Yang Vedeti Tang Sanjanati, what is felt is perceived. Yan Sajanati Tang Vitakketi, what is perceived is thought about. Yang Vedeti Tang Vijanati, what is felt is known. Through feeling, mental formations and perception arise. Vedana, Sankara, then Sanya. Through feeling, that is through Vedana, mental formation and perception arise. Due to Vedana, Sankara and Sanya arise, giving rise to consciousness. They lead to consciousness, that is knowing. So what was seen was merely a shape of light. The mind recognizes it as a book, a tree. Once the book is mentally constructed, clinging or aversion can follow. It is again an integral part of it. What was originally just a feeling originally becomes perceived as an external entity. There are three types of feelings based on contact. Sukha Vedana, pleasant feeling; Dukkha Vedana, unpleasant feeling; Adukkama Sukha Vedana, neutral feeling. So in the Passamolika Sutra, it is said, Bajjang Bajjati. Lord Buddha said, monks, just as heat is produced by rubbing in two pieces of wood together, and when the pieces are separated, the heat completely ceases. In the same way, the feeling that arises through contact also ceases when contact ends. The book is now an upadaya rupa, a form taken up by the mind. It's very interesting. So, actually, at the contact level, some formation arises and it fully ceases. But after some time, also, that image arises in the mind. That is called the form taken up by the mind or upadaya rupa. Upadaya rupa arises from the spark created by shapes made of the four great elements. But these Mahabhuta Rupas are not external realities. They arise due to specific conditions. So contact in relation to the great element is called Patigha Sampassa. Sense contact based on resistance or impact. When it becomes a thing through the involvement of mind consciousness, it is called Adivachana Sampassa. This process is not controlled by anyone. It is nature functioning on its own. We do not see reality, we see only what we think. So from Vedana Pachaya Tanha, from feeling arises craving, we become attached or reject what was originally just a mere feeling. And thus craving arises. So this is actually dependent origination Dhamma is nothing but analyzing the formation of stimulus or going deeper and deeper to understand the stimulus, penetrating through the stimulus. So tanha pachya upadana. From craving arises clinging. Now we assign value to the feeling of existence. When this feeling arises repeatedly, it generates a momentum, a force. From this force, clinging occurs. With clinging, the perception of time, past, present, and future emerges. That when something is objectified, it existed before, it exists now, and it will exist in future, naturally arises. So within the process, the feeling I am here becomes the basis for self-perception. So next Pali term, Upadana Pachaya Bhavo. Upadana Pachaya Bhavo, that is from clinging arises becoming. A bhava, a becoming or mode of existence arises. The perception that tables, chairs, mother and father exist out there is bhava sanya. The perception of becoming, yarupe nandi, tadupadanam, bhavo, whatever there is delight in form, there arises clinging, and from clinging becoming. So they are inevitable. The chair is bhava, the table is bhava. These are manifestations of becoming. And this is jati, birth itself. Bhavapachya jati. From becoming arises birth. From bhava arises jati. If bhava arises and if something is found externally, it too arises and ceases. That is the natural phenomenon, nature, real nature. And with jati, there comes chara marana. aging and death, along with sorrow, and parideva, lamentation, and other forms of suffering. Salayatana loko, ayatananam patilabo, ayang vuchati dhyati. The world is based on the six sense bases. The arising of six sense bases is what is called birth. This explanation of dependent origination is given in relation to a single momentary thought. If the stimulus is a wall, then in the very moment you see the wall, the entire process of dependent origination takes place. When one realizes they no longer find color and sound in vibrations, no tables, chairs, or a soul. So, nisatto nisjivo shunyo, without a being, without a self, empty. So, actually, what is empty? The value which appeared as a thing, and the current or movement that gives rise to desire, anger, and delusion. When one does not see this, there is avidya or ignorance. When it is seen clearly, the illusion of thingness disappears. So, this is awakening to the moment, awakening to the truth. When one sees that there is no soul, the wisdom arises naturally. Do you see upadaya rupa or derived from arising from external sights, sounds, or thoughts? No, it arises in the mind. Only the conceptual form arises. We perceive it as a real objective form due to ignorance. This is the deception, the ignorance of the mundane plane, and this is reflected in the Chula Vedalla Sutra. So it's very, very important to realize. There are 84,000 sermons completed by Gautama Buddharajanan Vahanse. So all these sermons revolves around the cause and effect Dhamma, or the stimulus actually. This cause and effect Dhamma, dependent origination, Four Noble Truths are all about the creation of stimulus or the thought. So feeling, Vedana, perception, Sanya, volition, Chetana, contact, Passa, attention, Manasikara. Ayang Vuchati Nama, this is called Nama, the mental components. Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. That is the composition of Nama part. Where does feeling come from? It arises due to contact. Here contact appears twice and it is referred to as Vattam Vattati. The cycle revolves. What actually arises is a shape of light. But what you perceive is a book. This is the illusion of mind, where feeling, perception, and attention come together. It is known as cognitive contact, Passa Manasikara. Conceptual proliferation and imagining builds up from this thingness, and the illusion arises due to rapid speed. When conditions are present, it arises. When they cease, it ceases. The Buddha explained that it is wrong to say that there is something external or that there is nothing external. He said, monks, there is no persistent world. Hetum paticca sambhuta hetubhanga nirucchati. What Lord Buddha said was, what arises dependent on causes ceases when its causes cease. The Buddha disclosed the Dhamma of cause and effect. A Dhamma that is sambhuta, that is arisen due to conditions. Thus, it is a conditioned phenomenon, a constructed thing or thought. So, actually, you even experience comfort and sadness in a dream, just as you do in the so-called real world. These are beautiful, examples and beautiful points that we can use to understand this complex phenomenon of dependent origination. Now, even in a dream, we experience sadness. Even the pleasure, happiness, sukha, and dukkha, suffering. This is the Chittena Niyati Loko, the meaning of Chittena Niyati Loko. The world is determined by the mind. So, when one sees that there is nothing in the stimulus itself, one begins to understand dependent origination. When the eye or any other sense faculty functions, certain formations arise. So this identification, as previously explained beautifully, it is happening in 2 rounds as Vattang Vattati. First the contact at the individual sense faculty, then the rising of mind consciousness, the knowing, identification. So in the Avidyapahana Sutra, Lord Buddha asked, from where does wisdom arise? He says, monk, the I is impermanent. When one sees this truth, the ignorance of the one who sees naturally fades away and wisdom arises. So when one fully understands the mechanism of a single sense faculty, how a certain sense faculty initiates the creation of stimulus, it is applicable to all other stimuli. So that is why Lord Buddha gave this beautiful metaphor. If someone observes and understands the stem pattern of a single leaf of a mango tree, he does not have to check on all mango leaves. So that pattern is the exact pattern of all the other leaves. Similarly, if someone understands the function of one sense faculty, one stimulus, it is applicable to all other sense faculties and all other stimuli. So the one who seeing as impermanent will no longer find books, tables, beds, or chairs. Even impermanence is seen as an illusion. Within this very process, birth, aging, death, sorrow, and lamentation are all present. We do not escape sorrow or suffering. All phenomena have become paticca or conditioned, and they result in suffering. One who has the wisdom of truth or satyajnana or understanding of the Dhamma will not perceive anything as truly external. In the absence of light and the tree, a shadow does not arise. And the shadow does not belong to the tree or the light. It arose purely due to causes. The book does not belong to the external nor to the mind. It is simply emptiness, nothingness. Actually, when one is liberated from name and form, wisdom arises. Ignorance collapses. Then avidya paccaya sankhara. The arising of formations due to ignorance does not occur. So this is beautiful, this name and form combination, because Lord Buddha has beautifully explained this. Liberation from the name and form combination itself is a big achievement, because in the path, because actually what happens is, once the name and form combination occurs, next time when the same formation arises, what happens is the prior perception, perasanya, may reappear. It would be identified as a table, chair, coconut tree, map, whatever. But within, the person knows that it is just a creation. At some point, name and form got entangled and it arises now. So that is why Lord Buddha said, when the ghee is made from milk, ghee cannot be converted to milk again. The table may arise, but the burning wouldn't be there, value wouldn't be attributed, because it is just a mental construct. That full realization is there. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma, that is the beauty of realizing this phenomenon. So that is how the darkness gradually dispels, or the ignorance gradually diminishes. The Dhamma of dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada does not simply mean knowing its components intellectually. It is a deep insight into the cause and effect nature of reality. So, imasmin sati idang hoti, imasmin asati idang nahoti. Imassa uppada idam upajjati. Imassa nirodha idang nirupajjati. When this is, that is. When this is not, that is not. This means causes, that means effect. With the arising of this, that arises. When the causes arise, the effect arises. With the cessation of this, that ceases. When the causes cease, the effect ceases. This is the Dhamma of conditionality, the law of cause and effect. When conditions are present, phenomena arise. When conditions cease, those phenomena also cease. The phrase imasmin sati idang hoti can be deeply understood as, if there is vibration, there is manifestation. Without vibration, there is no manifestation, only stillness. This stillness, this absence of conditioned vibration, is the direct experience of Nibbana, the unconditioned, the unshaken freedom. So, Akopa Cheto Vimukti, the unshakable liberation of mind. So, when sparking or vibrations or stimulations occur in the sensory bases, that is eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind, forms arise. All six senses function in the same way. So Rupantiko Ayuso Rupang Pajanati. Through form, one knows form. This means understanding how form or rupa arises in the mind. Now, for instance, what we call a wall is actually just a thought, a mental construction. Thoughts are impermanent, not fixed realities. Just like spinning a fireball creates firing, the stimulus of the wall appears to exist due to rapid sparking occurring in the eye. But in truth, the wall is just a projection of the eye, not an independent external reality. When this sparking happens, sound and color become entangled, and together they form the thought of a wall. So Anusota, going with the current, is seeing the wall as an independent solid entity, but Patisota, going against the current, is seeing the mechanism behind the formation of thought, understanding how perception arises through causes and conditions. So Patiloma, reverse order of dependent origination, means seeing how the wall or any object is not self-existing, but a result of causes and conditions. We see how sound, color, smell, taste, touch and mind, along with eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, the mind become entangled to create a stimulus that is interpreted as a wall. So this is the process of samudaya, arising or origination. When one truly sees this mechanism of how perception arises, letting go naturally occurs. This is Attagami, the path to cessation. So it is a bit complex Dhamma talk with lot of Pali phrases. This is a sermon of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So it is explained with very simple examples, all the Pali terms in this dependent origination process. So, however, although it is a 1 hour long sermon, it is actually about this instantaneous stimulus, how the stimulus becomes true, how it is actually created, and what is actually there, whether it is a true entity or what is this emptiness. So everything is beautifully covered in this sermon of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So finally I worship his feet once again and pay homage to Buddha Dhamma Sangha And I wind up the talk here. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sana Aaron Mahansa. Therwan Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 49. The Buddha said, Etam Mama, meaning, if you believe that the thing you see is true, that you see is you. Etang mam eso hamasmi namesu atta. This means if you believe in what you receive from your senses, image, sound, smell, taste, touch, and mind, is real and it is true, what you see is you. If you don't believe in the thing you see, or if you see the thing that you receive from your senses as an illusion, then you cease to exist too. The Buddha asked his disciples, Rupam Nichanto Anichanto. They replied, Anichang Bante. By Rupang, the Buddha meant the stimuli or arama. Your mind consciousness receive such as sound, the image, the smell, the taste, the touch. These are also called Rupa Aramana. If you experience any of these 5 sensations, they are only a thought. When the Buddha asked Hito Anichanto, he asked them if the aramuna or the sense stimulus is a permanent thing or an impermanent thing. The disciples replied Anicham Bhante, meaning it is an impermanent thing. It is an illusion. If the thought from the 6 senses is not permanent, we have to see the truth in that thought. The truth is that the thought is a lie. It does not exist anywhere. For example, the image of a book is a creation of a sound stimulus and a color stimulus. If the thought of a sound is a lie and the thought of an image is a lie, can there be a book at all? The non-existence of a book is the truth. If there is nothing else other meaning
Shanil, your line is not
sound,
clear enough.
image, smell, taste at all. The Buddha Shunyo, Nisanto, no life living Shunyo. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now,
Yeah,
Mr. Bernard?
Teruvansana. Yes.
Animittai, meaning there are no external stimuli. Shunyai, meaning nothing exists. Apranittai, there is nothing as pleasant or unpleasant, happiness or sorrow. One of the smiles the Buddha used to explain the non-existence is that it is similar to burning of clarified butter, ghee. Nothing remains. It burns up without leaving a trace of smoke or ashes. Another similar the Buddha said was that it is similar to the earth being burned up due to excessive heat from the sun. Nothing would remain, only the empty space. Similarly, if nothing exists, where am I? Mehenin Mahase, there is nobody as me. Is there, Honorable Sir? Arden Mahase, me, no. not even at this moment. These thoughts do not exist. Mihinin Mahanse, I understood, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, these thoughts do not exist anywhere. Mihinin Mahanse, doesn't a thought arise within a Chiktakshanaya? It means within a tiniest time frame. And then doesn't the thought cease immediately? Aryan Mahanse, no, there is no such thing either. Mihinin Mahanse, is it possible to explain that, please, Honorable Sir? Aryan Mahanse, you have to be practical. You have to be aware of the truth. You have to know that there is nothing to think about. There is nothing to see. Be aware about this truth when you look around. You have to be aware of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Yeah, Chan. Tiruvan Sarnai are an answer. Tiruvan Sarnai, Dhamma friends. Yes, we continue from yesterday the same discussion. Aryan Nanse and Menin Nanse continues the discussion. Today, Menin Nanse asks about how the thought is created, and Aryan Nanse explains by caught in Pali. Uh, Pali phrase etam mama and eso hamasmi and namastu atta. So this means if that is there, you are there. If you think outside is real and that thing is there and you are there, all these things are the creation of mind consciousness. So uh, we for a long time we are used to think that they are real and I am here. But here it clearly explains in the book, if you don't believe me, if you don't believe the thing in you see, or if you see the thing that you receive from your senses is an illusion, then you cease to exist to. That means if you understand, if you analyze, and if you do the experiment that thought is also not real, then you will understand your existence is just a raw notion. So this is how it goes. Then again says Arananze, the Rupan, the stimuli or Aramuna, Rupa Aramunu, or all these sensations, they are also not permanent. When the question is asked from the disciples, they also reply the things are not permanent. Uh, all these six senses bring false picture. They are all mental fabrication. So what we have to understand is, if you don't understand that thought is a lie, you still believe your existence is true. Then the suffering starts. When the suffering is there, you feel I am there. Then the suffering starts. The suffering continues, and your existence is there. You suffer, and all you believe that all your mental fabrication, all your senses are true. So this is where the true dhamma is needed. The true dhamma tells you, the Aryan Mahanse explains, our noble plane explains, that the world is an illusion, you are also an illusion, this existence is also an illusion. This is how it continues, and ultimately what you understand, there is nothing. The Pali terms, nisatto, there is no being, nijivo, there is no living thing, or sunyo means no exists, nothing, nothingness, non-existence. There is nobody in this world and nothing outside. This is the message give. Always here in this forum we emphasize non-soul dhamma or non-existence. So that is how the book goes. So we'll continue our discussion. We see our doctor So, Doctor, would you like to contribute? Dr.
Yes, Mr.
Kopila,
Bernard.
Dr.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Mr. Bernard. ආරයන් වහන්සේ, we pay homage to ආරයන් වහන්සේ. And yes, Shani was discussing about few things in the book, and so even if we think about something like even about this truth, if we think about it, it becomes the same thing. It will be a thought. Like even if it's a chittakshana, that's another thought if we think about it. But it is very important for you to understand these things, how at one particular moment there's only one stimulus, and that stimulus would be either from any of the five senses, and then it always is with mind consciousness too, because we have like tree, sun, moon, river, everything. We in the family members, anything. So it is the mind consciousness, but actually the stimulus will be starting from other five senses, because there's no way that stimulus will start from anywhere else, because humans have only five senses. If an animal has another way of communication, like there are different communication methods that animals have. In that way, they do have different outcome. So the humans, we understand that the five senses is the beginning of the film, or beginning of this dream, beginning of this manifestation. But we only get it through we describe this world through the mind consciousness. That is why we have like a very good ability of describing things, communication. We have the best communication ability, much better than animals. Like we have planning abilities. It's all using this mind consciousness. We have the ability to imagine things. That's all function of the mind consciousness. But even Dhamma, if we think that this is a chittakshana or whatever, that would be a part of imagination as well. But actually feeling it is the challenge. But when we keep understanding that nothing is, all are constructs, how the construct happens, it all comes down to the rapid vibration of the sensory organs. That's all. There's anything other than that. There's no specific thing other than that. That's all we have to keep understanding. Even the light is just the white, like a very speedy vibration in the eye. But because we have five sensory organs which work like together, vibrate together, the world is so fabulous, like it is so complicated as well as really like interesting, because it gives us different levels of, like, you see something at the same time, you smell something, you can hear things. So imagine you are in a party. You will just realize how these sensory organs are being bombarded at the same time. So you feel that everything is happening and I'm enjoying that. The actual thing is, it is one at a particular time, one at a time. And that because this happens so fast, this mind is the fastest thing in the world. So because this happens so fast, we can't even understand that it is happening so fast, and we kind of float in that dream. So is this dream true? Not actually. So when the last bit that when Mehenin is asking about the Chittakshan, that's what Aran was trying to say. There's no point thinking about it. You just have to feel it. So so we were discussing about I mean, always we are discussing the same thing actually. I mean, we don't, there's no massive difference to the points that we discuss. And all the time it is about how the mind is formed and how you should try to actually feel this, how and it's very important to see this in the you know, like non-existence angle, because usually until you feel it, you have to practice the angle, otherwise it's never going to happen. So when we practice that, we just have to understand how the light occurs. Light is just the vibration of the eye. It's a very rapid, sorry, not rapid, actually very fast thing. That's why we feel it as an existing light. Dying bulb, you know, we had bulbs in the past. Now I think the bulbs are becoming a rare thing in the world. Slowly it's going away. But when we had the bulbs in for the lighting of the house, we used to say this, when it is about to die, it flickers very slowly. Likewise, when it happened fast, we just see the light. That's the same thing, the same phenomena which happens in the eye. But this eye, combining with the ear and the feel, brings about the flower. How beautiful is that? So the full film or the dream or this whole manifestation, can we take it as true? At the same time, can we take it as existing outside? No, because we have never seen a tree. Have you ever seen a tree? Not really. What happened was the vibration of a eye. That's all. And even that is not true, because that even the light, because that's how we see something, isn't it? Even though there's whether they have the attached thing as the tree or not, we only see like a outline of a thing with the help of the light, because if there's no light, there's nothing, we can't see anything. So then we understand, if the light is also a construct which happens due to the speed, what is there to talk about the tree or the river or moon or sun or family or the country, village, whatever? So we keep understanding this, and this brings us about the, you know, we get the value of the life, value of the things, value of the dream, value of the film, value of your day-to-day life. It actually reduces so much that it's very easy for you to get the, like, feel the liberation of the mind. It's a transient thing, but liberation of the mind is needed to understand the beyond. We can't understand the beyond because it is an experience only, because beyond that it's only the feel. So if you feel the vibration, then you definitely understand it is only a vibration of the sensory organ, and then you will feel the non-vibration. So it's very important. We have Surangika here too. Suranka, do you have anything to add? Still Sanai? Anyone else? I don't know, the Suranka is busy. Can see Lalana here.
Sanai, doctor.
Sanai.
Doctor, I want to clarify something, doctor. Chittakshani means, doctor, to see the truth, no, doctor, at once when the stimulus comes.
Yeah, that's a field, so we can't actually explain that. But
Yes, it's
yeah,
very hard to
we can.
explain, no, doctor. Yes.
Yeah.
So we know the reality, ne? The illusion.
Yes.
So no need to think about that even, no, doctor.
It should appear without thinking, yes. Because if you
Yes,
think
it should
about
appear
something,
without thinking.
it is going to be another thought. Because
Yes.
if
Yes.
you think about anything like this space is empty, then you will feel as this space is empty. But then
Yes.
this is when the value goes down, you automatically you would feel this even without thinking. That is the best part of it, because if you keep thinking, that
Yes.
becomes like another dream. So
Yeah,
dreaming
doctor.
inside the dream.
Yes, dreaming inside the day. Yes, doctor. That means, doctor, it's kind of a avadhi, right?
We can't call Avadhiya dreaming
No,
inside
that is
the
also can't say like that. Yeah, I can understand, doctor. It is, that means completely out of the, that means thought, right? It cannot
no,
impose.
actually we are in the thought, but we are not in the thought. So it is very difficult
We
to
are
say.
not in the thought. Even the thoughts are
So
coming. We know the reality of the thought 100%.
that's what. Yeah, that's what.
That's what I.
But these the moments are necessary for someone to achieve that status. That is the problem.
Yeah, doctor. That's true. Yes. Both
Yeah.
the like.
Yeah.
Same like, no, doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the moment like that. That is also the same, right, doctor? We have to understand there is nothing, even though we cannot control all the.
Actually, the wordings you have to be very careful, Alna. It's not that you feel there's nothing.
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Very, very.
Thank you
It
very
has to be
much for.
careful, because
Yes.
what actually you would feel is that your end will be empty and you will become the other thing. So that's different.
Yeah, doctor. Yes.
Because if you
correct,
describe it in another way, then
the one can get the wrong idea. That's true, doctor. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, doctor.
Because
Yeah,
it will
thank you very
be
much for
thought
telling me.
as like you will be there and there will be nothing else.
Yeah, doctor. That's true,
Yeah.
doctor. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I can see
Doctor,
that
my
there
deepest sympathies on your father.
Aran Hanse's father?
Yes.
Aran Hanse's father, yeah.
Yes,
Has passed away.
today.
Yeah.
Yes, doctor. Doctor, and the other thing is, doctor, is it okay if I'm asking a question from you, doctor?
Yeah.
Doctor, now that means so when we see the reality, when we experience, but no one is experiencing, but I have to use this word. The doctor, the way that we live is differ now. That means, doctor, it's very hard to understand sometimes. Sanya Sukuma, that means very, we have to be very careful when we after hearing this Dhamma, so sometimes we are unable to think that even. So until we experience it, then only we can see what Aranvas is saying, no, doctor?
Yeah.
So because, doctor, we are thinking, this is what Aranvas is, but it's not the way, no, doctor. It's not the way, no.
Yeah, imagination. We use our imagination in the beginning.
Yeah, most of
but
us.
that is not the correct thing.
Doctor.
Yeah, that's not the correct thing.
Sanya Sukuma, that means very light feeling of something. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
someone
hard.
to experience. Yeah.
Yeah, must have an experience. Then only we can tally that automatically matching the things that Alan is saying, right? Otherwise, if you think this is might be like that, that is also a thought, no, doctor?
Yeah, we have to be careful. We just have to you know, when our life is calm and quiet, we shouldn't
Hmm.
be even monitoring ourselves like that. We just let it go, keep the
Yes,
guards down,
yes.
and let everything happen and see how it's
Yeah, yeah.
going. That's all. We shouldn't be
Yes,
judging
doctor.
ourselves, because then the
Yes.
judging person comes out.
Yeah,
Automatically the
judging
person
person
comes.
comes out. But doctor, later on, that is also goes fading away. Just like smooth going, like that is also happening, no, doctor? Not judging, but accept everything what we feel, right, doctor?
Yeah, but still, it's difficult to explain in that way, because
Yeah, it's
if
very
you are
hard to explain,
thinking,
doctor.
if you are
Thinking
thinking
means have a
so
soul.
this is what I have to say,
Uh-huh.
because it's not in singular medium. I don't know whether I'm telling it properly, but even if you are thinking about Avadiya, the Avadi is not there.
Yeah, that's true, doctor.
So
Yes,
that's it.
it's
I
true.
can't explain
Yes.
it a bit more than
Yeah,
that.
we can't explain it. Yes, that's true, doctor. Yes, there are no thoughts in that. Yeah,
No,
thank you very much, doctor.
thank
That's
you.
what I want to ask, doctor. Thank you. Theron Sanai.
Theruvan Sanai, we have Ravi here after some time. Ravi, can you add something? How
Yeah, yeah.
I think your
Um,
timing must be difficult with this, yeah?
yeah, yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem. Yes.
So are you working
Yes.
usually this time?
Yeah. I'm at work right now. No, I have
Oh,
now a bit of free time now.
okay.
Yes, that's why I joined. Yes, to add something to what Lalana said. So, what I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I think the light feeling is not the light feeling that comes with the concentration meditation. But I think it should it it we take everything as everything very lightly. That doesn't mean that it the things we use used to take as serious. Here, what we do is the we take them as very lightly in the sense. Uh, so, but whatever happens, what comes next, so we don't bother much. So we just let everything go. So we take, so that is the lightness that we feel. So it does not take any burden towards us. So that means we don't put any value to that. So as long as it does not become a real, the things do not become real for us. So we hold it very lightly. So that is the lightness that we feel when we go along this path, I think. So that the lightness is not the lightness that we don't feel like floating. We feel like floating and so on. So I think we don't feel like that. So we still feel that we feel like everything we feel as usual, but the thing that we feel is just we take it very lightly. So we
Ravi,
so yeah.
can I add something to that?
Mhm.
You see, this is Ravi. I mean, I don't know whether it will come properly, but we'll
Mhm.
see. Feeling light is there when we are in the mind too.
Mhm.
So we have to be careful, because remember, um, uh, we can have very happy status, we can have
Mm.
sad status, but
Yeah.
this tranquility or the lightness that we talk in Dhamma is there when you are dying also. When you are having a problem, when your son is dying too, when your house is burning too. So it is not so, but the person is crying.
Mhm.
Just imagine that person may be crying, but still that person is shouting for help, 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 this house is on fire, but still the burning is not there. So this is the very trickiest part here,
Yeah.
because when we talk about something like when Lalana was talking, that is where the problem is. We can't measure our defilements by that floating.
Yeah.
We can't measure anything. So where the measuring comes with that strength of the vibration you feel when you go, when you actually when that thought is not real. So it is very tricky when we talk about a pala. When we talk about a pala means the end point. When we talk about an end point, it is very easy for us to like say anything, like like I am in a calm space, I'm in a cool space, I'm in a tranquility space, whatever we can say. But that is about the end point. So if we are talking about the end point, we have to be very careful, because that can mislead ourselves. So we don't, if we are actually concentrating on the end point, there's a tricky part here, because we can actually lose the path. Because even someone who has seen non-vibration at least once is still in marg, isn't it?
Mhm.
Even if someone who has become the one vibration, or like who feels only one vibration, and that person also is in marg again. So if you keep losing all this, and if you like focus on the lightness or the end point, you're never going to go into the other level. So you'll be stuck, because
Mm.
then if someone is stuck, that means the path actually hasn't opened yet, because there's no mistake. If you know the vibration, how much vibration has to go down, because initially you feel it, and then end point would be there with no vibration at all, because the it is, that is the the zero defilements or non-vibration. So there's a big path here. So best thing I can add is never try to focus on the endpoint. Whatever endpoint, it can be first stage, it can be second stage, it can be third stage, it can be fourth stage. If you are
Mhm.
actually focusing on the endpoint, then we lose the path. That's what I feel. I mean, so that's because if someone starts to feel so light, there's no no any like compelling thing unless the noble friend attacks you and say, what are you doing? Lord Buddha said, you just came out of the pit of feces, it's still smelly, you have to have a bath, isn't it? That was
Yeah.
for one who has gone half the path. So
Mm.
so if someone feels try to feel the end point, it is very tricky. I think it's best not to do that and just concentrate on the path. What is the path is how much defilements you have to go. And you will only know that yourself, because no one actually, like a noble friend would know. But I think it is you who would know the best. Where is your vibration? What will shake you, and how much is the shaking? No one can know, because how much shaking was there 2 years ago? How much shaking is here now? And how much shaking is there for the non till you get the non-vibration? Because if you have felt the non-vibration, only you know that there's still more to go, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're on the path all the time. So I think the talking about the result is good. It will encourage others, yes. But I think for the person per se, I don't think it will give any benefit.
Yeah, what usually happens is, Dr. Kokila, we try to measure ourselves against our past state. So then
No, the
we,
measuring should happen. Measuring will happen because that is asavaksha jnana, but not the, how do I say that? Not the actual.
not by a thought.
Yeah, not about the thinking. You should feel what's the difference. That's it.
Yes.
You don't keep judging yourself. If you're judging yourself, the person who judging it comes out automatically. It's again not the path. So you can't be coming out of the path and going into the path. That's not like that. If you are in the path, you would realize there's nothing you can do, but keep understanding that the world or the dream and how your defilements are slowly fading away. And if that is the case, then you know how much to fade away more. And that's it. So the entertainment of your ear, entertainment of your eye, entertainment of your tongue, entertainment of your nose, entertainment of your skin, entertainment of your mind consciousness. So when we talk about anything like a product or outcome or result, you may entertain your mind consciousness, isn't it? You're entertaining the thoughts.
Yeah.
There's a slight chance of that. So we just have to understand the, caveats here and there and be careful. Because it's a very, very, very interesting path. Each and every day we keep understanding that how much we have had the problem before and how much less, yes, but no need to ponder about it. But what is more is the thing to focus. If there's anything more, what do you feel now? If you feel the feel of existence, that means you are not an arahant yet. So that is it. You just know that. And what prevents you from achieving that? So this always avidya, this always ignorance. And if the ignorance is there, there is a birth. whatever the birth, whether it is a good birth, bad birth, whatever the birth, there is a birth. So that's not the outcome we would be focusing on. We there's always non-vibration. To become the non-vibration, we have to understand the non-vibration. We have to feel the non-vibration. Then there is a path to become the non-vibration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm. We can get dragged away by thinking, is this the thing? Is this the thing? Is this the thing? You know, like, but let it go. Even the thinking about the result or whatever, let that go as well, and then you will feel the non-vibration. It is such a tricky thing because non-vibration will never come if you are seriously taking nirvana. Even this, whatever result, we talk about a result now that Lana was talking about a result. So when we talk about a result, it gives the, now by listening to that, what we feel is that whether she has given a value to that. I may be wrong, but then that may be the point that that is to go away. Like there's always defilements in some aspect. So we so let go involves everything.
Yeah.
But we have to be very confident about Dhamma, about the light, about the sound, about the taste, about even the smell, about the touch, about the thoughts. All these consciousnesses are happening because we have taken it for granted, or it has taken it as a thing. So if we keep understanding this, because in English we may be struggling, but in Sinhala, Renwansi explains this nicely, that none of these things are true. That is what the base is. Because if that is taken as true, something is taken as true, whether it's formless, whether it's form, or whether it's a sensual type, the vibration is there. In formless also vibration is there. So it is the same vibration we are talking about. The intensity can be different. Even with the low intensity, chance of birth is there. So even if someone go to asanya, asanya means in 31 realms where the vibration will be not there for decades, or not decades actually, it's like kalpa, I don't know what to say in English, but like a long time. But still, there's a chance of vibration happening at one particular moment, and then after that it will end up in even very lower realms too. So the so-called samsara doesn't help. So that's the importance of understanding whether it is the formless, whether it's the form, whether it's the sensual, the problem is there. What is the problem? The vibration. So it is very important to understand this vibration, and like when you let go, you have to let go everything. Whatever the result, whatever the thought we have, whatever single word I say, if I feel that there is some value in that, then there's a trap, isn't it? Anything to add?
Yeah, the Aranhasi always keeps telling this, so he gives nice example. So if you eat some kind of a spicy hot food, you may be running here and there asking water. but with full of tears in the eyes, uh, but from the internally you have no burn. So it is kind of a state. So it's very difficult us to imagine that state from a thought actually. So isn't it? So he may be burning from outside, but internally he has the certain tranquility, isn't it? So it's
Yeah.
very difficult by looking at a person to say that he's a, a path. He's a person who is on the correct path or not, isn't it? So what we really expect from a person who listen this Dhamma to be very polite and so on and very calm and quiet, but it should not. It is not necessarily be there, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it is very tricky. That's where I think we get into trouble by misunderstanding, and I think we must have misunderstood a lot in the past. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not easy. I mean, we have always stories like how Pacceka Buddha was mistaken, and people were like harassing them, and how
Yeah.
they treated them badly because they can't really understand anything, and they can't even explain anything as well. Pacceka Buddha can't explain how he attained the non-vibration. So it's really tricky. But the person, who the person is, like, then that person unknowingly, like someone like going into like dhyana, maybe they are in like arupa dhyana or formless meditative status. They won't be able to even get this point because they already have the habit of going into formless meditative states.
Mm.
So Lord Buddha actually went to other 5 friends who knew meditation, but then was able to understand this completely different view, how the non-vibration is. This happens, like like if there is a thing, the self would be there. If there's no thing like that, self vibration is not there. But to understand that, then we have to feel it at least once, the non-self feeling, that only the stimulus would be there. Usually what happens with the other way around is the people who has done meditation will know this. They will be there, but they will not feel anything. That's what is going to happen. But in asanya, they will not feel themselves, but there is always a chance that after a long period, their vibration will come back. So there's always risk in this. But this insight meditation, we don't have such problems. Anything else to add?
Yeah. In that kind of a state, so I'm asking a question. So does that kind of a vibration has to come back to this realm and get the understanding? Otherwise, they
That
won't be able to
question
understand.
is wrong, Ravi.
Mm-hmm.
That question is wrong because when the vibration is there, anyway, it's perapasu novenas pera. We can't talk when there is a vibration that vibration telepathizing can happen to any level.
Any level, yeah.
Yeah, so definitely then we can't really decide which level, but whatever level that will telepathize it. So
No,
we can't.
even they attain the higher realms after being what do you call this?
Without samadhi, without
Without
right
somebody.
vision. Yeah.
Yeah. So so if they want to realize this Dhamma, so they have to they have to come back to lower realm and
Be a human,
human state. Yeah. Otherwise, there is no way out from this.
No.
Mm.
Because only humans have that ability to get all the 31st realms into one thought.
Humans, in the sense, making these five senses, create the ability to creating these six senses, isn't it?
The mind sensor. Mind sensor is the most important one, which has the ability to stretch the whole 31st realms into one thought. That all the 31st, the vibration, if I would say, what's the English word for that? Like the capacity, the vibration has the frequency. Imagine it is like 40 to 40,000. That's like the 31 realms. It's in one vibration, but the frequency, they can have multiple frequencies. But in one single realm, so that's the sensual, and then the form, and then formless. Because in the formless, it's only a field. And in the field also, there's something called not feeling, but at the same, still the vibration is there. The self vibration is there, because there's always the ignorance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Surangika, do you want to add something?
Yes, that one Sanai, Dr. Kokila. That earlier point, I think, that you were explaining, I think what Dr. Ravi said, that word focus or concentration that was mentioned in the conversation earlier as well. The problem with the focus by itself means the mind, isn't it? A thought, because what are you focusing on? That itself,
yeah, it is the mind,
implies intent, and intent means, and then when you say focusing on what, even if it's nirvana, now we were talking about stimulus and stimuli, then okay, we are letting go of other stimuli, but then what is nirvana? Another stimulus, isn't it? And that's why our advancer says, you're making attaining nirvana also a thing. Now you're letting go of mundane objects. You're thinking you're very clever, and you're letting go of, you don't have the burning sensation when you think of your parents, when you think of your children, and so on. But now those, the strength of the defilements in relation to those conventional world objects that you have given so much value to over the years is dissipating. But now something else is becoming strong, something else is occupying all your time, and that is nirvana. And as long as you hold on to even that, where is the freedom? Where is the liberation from the mind? It is very, very insidious, isn't it? And that is why it is so tricky, as you pointed out, Dr. Pokula, when we kind of try to, the balance that one has to strike when on the path is quite tricky. And even to Lalana's questions and discussion as well, when you think about contemplation, so there is, as Arun Vase has explained so many times, first the active contemplation, isn't it, on the path once you understand the true Dhamma. In order to be able to see through the defilements and see through the mind and the process, there is an active contemplation, savitakka, savichara. But then that gets gradually replaced by what one can call passive reflection, like avitakka, savichara a little bit. And if there is something that you get stuck on, then at that point one can contemplate that. But otherwise, gradually there is a moving on from active reflection to passive reflection. And then the final stage is that there is not even the passive reflection. It's like an auto kind of sense of not getting bogged down in any object. And that is where that super awareness or avadhiya, I think avadhiya means super awareness, kind of comes in or emerges with that inner transformation. And there also, to Lalana's point, if you start getting a bit, what shall I say, pleased about the avadhiya, about the super awareness, and the fact that, nothing is becoming a thing, then the super awareness has come into focus, isn't it? And then the moment the super awareness comes into focus, it is not really awareness, because then there is a dwelling in the thought again. And then if you dwell in the thought, there is no super awareness. Dr. Gokula can correct me if I'm wrong. And then
No, that
the
is
other part.
exactly what I was trying to say. Slowly. I didn't even get the words correctly. Yeah.
And then the final thing I wanted to say was on, so what can be done on the path, as you were also mentioning, Dr. Gokula, is all we can do is to, you can't say we actually, but all that can be done is that as that super awareness is also emerging, the thing that gets caught not to the thoughts, but to the jnana, I think wisdom, is the gradual dissipation of the defilements. And that won't happen like every day. You can't put a time or a place to it. It can arise, but gradually, as you said, something that you got stuck on like last week or last year, there is a noticing that that is no longer, that much of an issue, or something one won't even feel it. If something that one would have taken quite seriously, say last year or last month, occurs now, there isn't even any kind of noticing of that event or incident. And
Surangika,
yeah.
I will add something there because otherwise I'll actually forget it. You know that in the last bit, actually what happens is the mind consciousness is not a thing to the person, whoever in the path, someone who understands the mind consciousness, or actually, like get the full sense of it, then it would be the sensory organs. So the entertaining 5 sensory organs would slowly disappear. That is what is going to happen. And that is not related to thinking. Nothing at all. This is something you feel only. That is the problem. So in that, it's only one vibration, whether it is from the ear, whether it is from the eye, whether it is from the nose, whether it is from the whatever. It's just a vibration, because it's not going to differ, because this is the vibration which was giving us trouble for samsara. That vibration was the problem, and that vibration we are going to attribute. We will be attributing it to the sensory organs only, but this won't happen in thinking process. That is the main important thing that we keep forgetting. This that is what Aranahansa is saying. Once you come to the feel level, there's no thinking level. So even Dhamma. So but there is a very gradual that won't happen if the right vision is not there in the top. Do you get the point? Because
Yes, yes.
if it doesn't start from right vision, this middle path, like you may seem like you are okay, but then you get stuck here because once you come to the feel part, you can't do anything. You can't really think. The path is gradual and it's progressive. The entertainment of the sensory organs will be dying down. That's all. You can't do anything in that. There's no doer in there because the mind is actually not active in that path. I don't know whether I'm telling it correctly because it's, did you get the point, Surangika?
To an extent, to an extent, Dr. Kokila, and I think what it means is the validity of the thoughts are no longer there.
No
And
longer there, and even the path. Even the
yeah.
path. So so beyond a particular level where all the defilements are really low, you come to the feel level because it is formless.
Formless, yes.
If it is formless, you can't do anything. It will be only gone through jnana only because it's a feel that you know that the vibration is getting lower and lower and lower and lower. Because there's no thinking involved in that. But because we are thinking in the thinking part about the formless, we keep thinking about it now. Do you get the point?
The issue is there is still thinking about the field, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But that is not actually needed.
Yes, that's true.
For the person, if the thinking process is useless, if the thinking process is no value, that particular comment will not come out because a particular comment to come out, the thinking process should be there, isn't it? Not like when answering someone to try to help them. What I'm trying to say is about ourselves. So it's very tricky. I mean, it's really tricky. But
that point, Dr. Kokila, can you repeat that if you don't mind?
So I don't know even what I said, but what I was trying to say was if we are in the thinking part, we will keep thinking about the future, about the past, but this manasikara part is
reflection kind of thing. Yeah,
reflection kind of thing is happening in the field section.
It's like an auto thing,
autopilot, and it's not actually a thinking process.
It's not really thinking, isn't it? It's like skimming the surface kind of thing.
It is like it's a feel, and because the feel already has some kind of super awareness about this feel, and that feel gradually goes away, like subside. The feel is the vibration, that is the self vibration, and the entertaining of the five senses would be dying slowly, and the vibration is dying slowly. So but if you are imagining that, imagining part is in the thinking part. So we can think about it. It's okay to think about it. What I'm trying to say is thinking part. If we are thinking about something and trying to, imagine that, we have to know that it is the form, still in the form world.
Yeah. And it's actually the same thing works with the practical program also, isn't it? Because the first one, the external world is not there, and that is the thought, and the thought also is of no substance. The more, I mean, there is a tendency for people doing the walking meditation to think about it, reflect.
That's where the mistake is.
And then, yes, so then if you keep on doing it and you're thinking that something is going to happen, it's not going to happen. But then
Happen because it's still in the second part.
because you're still there, and then finally either you stop thinking or sometimes you get fed up of thinking, one of the two, and then actually in a moment when there is no thinking or concentration, it can actually happen, but it's very difficult to give up the thought process because they think by the reflection.
Actually, I should add this here.
Yeah.
We don't give up or we don't try to adapt. It is
No, it's not an
like
active giving up, but
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
True. When we say there's no value, this is what we discuss actually. Now we are discussing slowly by slowly. We are trying to understand how the thought or the form, the sensual world is anyway the outside, and the form world is inside the mind. If one is inside the mind, we keep having a sanya, a perception. So we have a perception of nirvana, we have perception of anagami, we have a perception of sotapanna, we have perception of whatever the avadiya. That is not going to work. That's what I'm trying to say. Then we have to understand that the perceptions are only a mirage. Then whatever this thing is going to happen. It's very tricky.
Very complicated, but I think
It's simple for the 7-year-old child, but it's complicated because our mind is too complicated.
And I think some time ago, Swandamani said in a Zoom that it takes a lot of confidence in order to let go of one's Dhamma reflections and insight.
Yes.
And the confidence comes by completely understanding the right view or the true Dhamma. It is only at that time that is even possible. But because those on the path are always kind of self-doubting and guessing, that is where that overthinking or holding on to the Dhamma kind of thing happens, isn't it? Which is why there is no letting go.
Yeah. Because one has to understand these forms or perceptions have no value. Then only you will give up. I mean, in the sense, not you will give up. The words have the bias, but the giving up will happen automatically once you understand none of the perceptions are true. Like nothing, not even one. Even as a perception wise, they are not true. Any perception in that case, whether it is Dhamma, whatever the words we use, whatever the words come out of our mouth, whatever the thoughts coming out from our, whatever the thoughts happening each time, because it's a thinking machine. This is a thinking machine, and whatever the outcomes are not true. How funny is that? Yeah, the machine, our machine itself is functioning, and to let it function knowing that it's not true is not easy.
Maybe others have more questions.
I think Aranwansi just joined us. It's we have some time. I think Aryan Manse dropped. So do we have anything to add? Anyone can add anything. So we were talking about actual, traps in the path where we try to think about the path itself, and that is not the path. When we think about the path, that's not the path. But that's what Aranwansi keep repeating like 100 times, isn't it? Like not 100 times, I think thousands and thousands times. He keep repeating, path is not a thinking path. Path is a feeling path where you feel your vibration, and that vibration, and you have to feel the non-vibration too. So then if you feel the non-vibration, you know the vibration, and then there's a gradual declining to that point. That's all. So it is important to understand all Dhamma, the truth as well, to get in there, because we have to be truthful to ourselves. Otherwise it is very heavy, and we have to try and understand Dhamma. And if you are not sure, ask the noble friend. We have Aranwansi coming into multiple Zoom discussions, so we always can try and discuss and see where, if you feel stuck, if you feel like you have if you feel that you have no defilements, then it is okay to ask too, because we may catch the difficult parts that we may not catch. So it is important anyway to have a discussion with the Aranwansi here and there, isn't it? Anyone else adding anything? I think Dr. Ravi had to go as well. I think it's near 4 o'clock.
I think from the perception, the sensual and form and formless worlds, Dr. Kokila, for me, I think I'll find a time to ask you in the other Zoom. The perception thing, I think you dealt with it in a couple of occasions, I think in the past few days, about getting stuck on the perception, because I think Aryan Mahanse also raised that point. The sanya, as long as
About the light, about the light. Yeah.
No, the sanya, that as long as you're holding on to the sanya at the perception level, how, that also is a hindrance to the path.
Yeah, but are you talking about the mind consciousness or the other consciousnesses?
I think he was saying about being stuck on the sanya, as long as you are harboring, entertaining the sanya at that sanya level. So that's the form world, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the mind.
Yeah, so that's just the mind, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the mind.
Okay.
The other 5 is the rapidity of the eye vibration, rapidity of the ear vibration, rapidity of the skin or the tongue or the nose,
Yes.
receptor level vibrations. That's it. That also should be there. Otherwise, the non-vibration will not appear. Because this is happening in one. If it's bird's sound, it's seen through one particular stimulus.
Yeah.
So the what happens is you just realize that it was the only thing that was there, not this side, because we always have this subjective objective feeling, isn't it? when that goes, we really understand, okay, then it was the only thing that was there. And that will be not there when we die anyway, because there's no stimulus. So then there's no samsara, there's no telepathization into any other forms. So I think we will stop our Zoom discussion now. I think it's time for us to hand over the Zoom discussion to the Sinhala Zoom discussion. I thank Shani and Mr. Bernard for every day starting this Zoom discussion nicely, and Shani reads the book. That's beautiful. And Mr. Bernard also helps us to start this and conduct the discussion. And we'll continue tomorrow. And we'll worship Paran Wahanse. And may Triple Gem bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila, for your lengthy and very valuable explanations. Thank you, the Dhamma friends, Thiruvan Saranayan and Wahanse.
Thiruvan Saranayan, Wahanse, Thiruvan Saranayan, everybody.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful with Buddothpado.
teacher, and Theruvan Saranai, teacher, and Theruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. So why we need Dhamma? So it's very interesting. If we take some part of the world, people, they speak about a religion. There are some people, they are not interested about any religion. So now even they are not interested about the religion. They just like they think that they are also like some. It's another angle where people look. So now the question is why people have some belief, some practices, some ritual engagements. You see, some religious belief like. So if we take any person from like maybe from their parents to themselves, or sometimes maybe from their friends, or they get to know some religion from maybe from one of their friends, or maybe from the internet. So there can be some people who research various dhamma, various religion. So it's all interesting. So now if we take any religion is important. Why it is important? Because as long as people, you see, they live in this mind world, so there can be lot of pressures, stress, unexpected situation, unexpected losses of loved ones. So maybe sometimes some medical issues. So whole heap of issues. Maybe the fear of death. You see, fear of losing their properties, fear of losing their loved ones. So this is the mind. So as long as someone is in the mind, you see, mind is a very pressure thing, isn't it? It's very pressure, very stress. So maybe let's say someone want to engage in a foreign travel, right? So what will happen? So there are some countries, you see, even in Sri Lanka also, there are practices like that. Before you uh, go on foreign travel, you will offer some, you see, some fruits and certain things to the god. So then you hand over your pressure, your stress of any unexpected thing, any negative aspect which can arise to the god. So now you are very peaceful in the mind, because now you are free, because you have at least some faith that you are looked after. So so this, as long as, so what we are trying to say is, as long as someone lived in this mind world, it needs some sense of relief, because when they go to some religious any place, so they will experience some calmness, some serenity. So these all the things are very important. But you see, this mind, it is like a game, isn't it? So, but maybe after again, maybe you have another endless task. Or back again, the mind is on fire, the mind is on stress. So, then what happened? It is an endless, you see, game like. So, in the mind, it's very, very difficult, because mind you see, it brings out some end, some unexpected outcomes, and because it is thinking, it's thinking some extremes. So, for example, in that foreign travel example, sometimes in that foreign travel, you see nothing would happen, but still some sense of relief is gets when that person you see has any wishes or faith on whatever the god or whatever the religious practices they follow. So nothing wrong there. But what is the Dhamma we are talking? Are we just talking another religion? Actually, we are talking a message. We are talking a science which is beyond mind. So one will experience its non-existence, and it is beyond mind. So this is different. This Dhamma is different. So this is not another belief. This is not another practice. This is not another ritual. This is not another offerings. This is beyond mind. So in this Dhamma, all the worldly things you see, those are vibrations. Right? Worldly things is a vibration in the present moment. That is a current. What is the mind? Mind is a current. Mind is a spark. So any worldly thing will experience in this system as a current, as a spark. So there is no existence or permanency in this current. But there is a mechanism behind this current formation, right? So when the current is formed, outside is found. So when there is no current, there is no outside. So this is very interesting. I mean, because all the time there is one spark here, there is no two. So that is a feel. You see, that is a feel that this worldly thing is a mental construct. So once it's felt as a mental construction as it is, then in that system it is one spark. Otherwise it is not a knowledge. So therefore this Dhamma is very important because it talks about the science. It talks about this electric sparks mechanism, and due to the constant rapid spark, some formation of liveliness occur. But that is not a permanent thing. But this liveliness occur due to, you see, due to sense of connection to the outside. But when the reality is realized, so that sense of connection is the one get disconnected. So then there is one spark. So what is that one spark? It is just a mental formation, right? So, and it is the nothingness. So nothing is found, even nobody, no things. So this Dhamma we invite every person in this world to come and have a look, read. There are enough books, English books, and there are websites, Buddothpado, Dhamma.com, Wisdom of Asia website. So come and read. You can find something new which you have not heard before. And that is very important because in the mind, it's not easy. Mind is an endless game. but someone's body, you see, doesn't support the speed of the mind. And definitely after some part of the life, the mind power is so high, the speed is so high, and the body doesn't cope up, and you see various issues can occur, various mental some abnormalities even can occur if someone doesn't understand what is this mind. So therefore understanding the mind is very important thing that will benefit entire humankind for their own liberation. So as usual, we read few pages from the book True Dhamma Has Awakened, volume volume 6. So I think there are several series of this book. So you can read, you can download, and you can read, and you can ask questions in this English Zoom forum. So our Dhamma friends are ready to answer, and our Buddothpado and Mahansa, our spiritual guidance teacher, behind all these texts and all these conversations and everything, basically, who is behind this scientific review is also can be contacted in this Zoom. So therefore, we invite all of you to study, research, and come up with your views, and we can have a very nice discussion. So I think yesterday we read up to page, half of the page 102. So let me start from page 102. This true doctrine is as same as a rapid flowing stream. Even quantum theory is about this. However, this was originally discovered by the Buddha. Give me a minute. This in flux. He said these two world. So therefore, the real world is different. You see? So, but in this Dhamma, it really, you see, various people see the chair or tree or
sun or moon or whatever in their own mind perception. So it is for the same child, two people will experience two worlds. So therefore, the real world is different. You see? So, but in this Dhamma, it really, you see, give kind of a direction. What is the real world? Is the real world outside, or is the real world is something form? Or each and every moment, and whether that moment is real? Because every moment some illusion is creating, but this illusion is not true, because that is a then and there formation only. So it is actually a perception world. The so-called world, everything is some form of a drushti, misconception. So some misconception is getting powerful each and every moment. For that, whole sense system facilitate. Eye facilitate, ear facilitate, nose facilitate. Entire body, sense system facilitate to create something as real. So this is what is happening. But if one see the formation behind all these, it understand these are sparks. These are sort of vibration in the present moment. So, so let's read. You cannot destroy the circuit either. What should be done is to stop the wrong notion of the self and the energy frequencies that create the notion that take place because of the reasons given above. So it talks about the energy frequencies. In the sense, each and every moment there is a wave of something, energy of something, something will felt. So whenever things felt, the world find outside. That's how it happens. But you think that what you experience outside is felt. That is the duality. That is the notion of incorrect view, right? But reality is what is felt will experience outside. So if nothing felt, no such world. So very simple. So this energy frequencies that creates the notion that take place because of the reasons given above. With this attempt, the frequencies, the influence from the vibrations and the whole process discussed above become neutral. So influence from the vibrations and the whole process become neutral. In other words, the shaken mind becomes unshaken. Kampita turns into akampita. If the influence from the vibration continues, the next world or the sense of individual being continues. Another set of senses get created. Please note that there is also a changing nature in this process. So let's try to elaborate this part. So every moment you see some vibration, some spark, some feel of spark, there means that is the world. So world fine, outside in the sense of connection. What is that sense of connection? That is the ignorance. So due to the ignorance, this feel or this spark is automatically bind to outside. So that is connected to the drushti or the perception. So that is what happening. So in the sense, it is not like first one thing happened and then connected like, no, it is coming in that form. Automatically it is combined, you see, and felt. So, but what this says is, once this vibration process is understood, automatically the system tend to neutralize. In the sense, all the time, what is this vibration? It is a speed. It is a flux. Flux in the sense, without somebody's involvement, the next one automatically come, because the first spark occur, disappear, but that spark power give rise to the next occurrence as well. So because next is another vibration, because when one vibration occur, it is a natural thing that it causes another vibration. So vibration mechanism continues. So entire sensor system vibrate and mind process ongoing. So vibration level, you won't experience like a vibration level. You will experience like father, mother, moon, child, like that. But if you leave out all that, there is a vibration level is maintained. What is that vibration level? That is this existent field, the liveliness field. The liveliness field is the ongoing current which is maintained, the vibration which is maintained in the system. So this is difficult. Why? Because just one after the other, mind forms, thought comes. And whenever thought comes means what? The thought now carry a power. That is this liveliness. So due to that, the suffering is inevitable. Because moment the particular thing need come, either one will cling to that, or if that is not achievable, distraction also can occur. So detach, I mean, the opposite of the um, dislikes and likes, in other words, can occur. So therefore, even though in the mind also we talks about happiness. That's why people want a life, people want the things. So there is some sense of happiness, but behind all the happiness, the sense of suffering is also there. Because then the clinging occur. The clinging means it's another stress, in the sense to maintain the particular want or particular thing. But in this mental world, everything is a mental fabrication. It is a illusion, drama, film. So nothing is real. No things found here. So we'll read. So this talks about the unshaken situation. Though the shaken mind is the speed, so that is caught up in this speed and this speedy creation. The speedy creation can be the mother, the speedy creation can be the father, the speedy creation can be the child. So it is a speed. But unshaken means it is actually a very fast stage, beyond mind in the sense beyond everything. So entire body cell system is neutralized. So the sensory organ itself neutralization, because that happens. So that is the unshaken. Unshaken, it's not relating to a mind actually. Unshaken is beyond mind. But now this discussion is very, I think, very advanced, because this talks about, let me read, after the end of the vibration, another vibration takes the former one's place. This is the place where the continuation of the seeming soul take place. The end of the world is only in your mind. Your shaken mind and the changing mind are the world to you. According to the Buddhist doctrine, creation of a shaken mind or an unshaken is entirely yours. As long as you find a sensual world and an outside world, you cannot see the truth. This also refers to the factors of creation of an individual being and the liberation from the vibration. I think we can discuss about this liberation. What is the liberation we are talking here? At the same time, it's very interesting. In this, it says this vibration is a changing nature, and just one after the another vibration takes place. So this is the vibration phenomena. This is the universal phenomena behind vibration, because vibration, you have to understand now, if I clap, right? So there is a sound. So if I ask now, it's a vibration, right? So is this vibration exist? So now there's nothing like that. So if I ask, I mean, is it yes or no? Like, is it yes? It is no. So it's difficult to give answer. No, it was there, but now it is not there. So something like that. So this is the formation. This is the mind. This is the soul. So, but it's interesting, when one vibration occurs, it causes another vibration, and you see it's a vibration transformation. So I is a vibration, ear is a vibration, then this sight become real, sight spark become real is one vibration. It's another vibration, another form of vibration. Sound become real is another form of vibration. And these two vibrations totally turn into two different formation. That can be the chair, mother, father, like so. When that chair become real is another form of a vibration. And when that become real, the soul become real is just two sides of the same coin. So this is the vibration. So there are many more things, I think. One can research, do your own investigation into this piece of Dhamma. I think that will add immense value for one's own self. We have Dr. Ravi join. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Therwan Saranai Randima. Therwan Saranai Aranas, Therwan Saranai everyone. Yeah, I was listening to your explanation, so that was great. And yes, it says how these vibrations collectively make some kind of a feel within you. So exactly as you said, there was no
self at the beginning, but when the vibration, the effect of the vibration becomes real, that is the feeling of the self. So it is very difficult to understand in a ordinary mind, but if you drill down and analyze further, you will be able to understand it. Wow, this is the exact mechanism that happens uh, in everywhere. So today also in the morning practical Zoom, I heard Aran was explaining a mother the same thing. So Aran told that if you don't understand how this light becomes real for you, that means that you won't be able to understand this process. So this system. So it should not be, initially it should be taken as a knowledge, but if you contemplate it and if you analyze it, uh, if you uh, go in depth to that, if you go in deep, you will realize that is not the knowledge. The realization is something different. You will realize, wow, there is no such a thing called light here. There's no such a thing called uh, sound here. Likewise, so it should be felt actually. So if you only understand that thing very well, you will tend to feel there's nothing there to be felt even. So it is another part. First part is you have to know what it is, the mechanism, then you have to understand it. When you understand it in it thoroughly, then you tend to feel that there is no such a thing called a feel. So it is the feeling part. So as Lord Buddha said, Satyajnana, Krutajnana, Krutajnana. So all three are there at the time where your light sensation comes up. So in the where one single what you call a thought is built, all three instances are there. So it is very beautiful, and it can be understood. It is self-evident. The latter part is self-evident for you. So that's why this Dhamma is so called a very practical Dhamma. It is not some kind of another belief. So you won't get you won't get something to you if you believe on something. So just you can keep faith and you believe, you trust things. When the trust is gone, everything will collapse. But if you are able to feel, if you are able to actually feel the truth, then whatever goes away from you, that doesn't mean that 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 won't shake actually. That feel, the nothingness feel should be felt. So it cannot be shaken by any other thought. That's why this Dhamma is different from other religions. So most of the religions, I must say all the other religions, they explain some kind of a
uh, believe. So the followers are compelled to believe believe it. So it goes in a trust. It goes along a trust or faith. But this Buddhism, the actual Buddhism, what I'm saying, is not another kind of a faith, no, not another kind of a uh, belief. So it has to be felt. So why we don't keep trust on this, the truth is that we have not been felt this earlier. So that's why Lord Buddha said, one after understanding uh, all Buddhism or all the things, so I'm expressing I'm telling the truth which never had been revealed into the world, because worldly people didn't know by that time there is something called non-soul feel is there, because we have been feeling that the soul with us. So we believe that there is a person here. So we believe that we felt that we didn't actually believe. We felt that I'm existing. That animals are living. The world is there. Earth is there. So moon is rotating uh, uh, in circular motion around this earth. So sun is there. Sun is circular in shape. It so so many things we believe that they are existing, but Lord Buddha explained into the world all what we see, feel, and hear are illusions, are a mirage, something very similar to a mirage. So that message has not been revealed until then. So that's why Lord Buddha said to five uh, teachers, come and have a look. You will be able to understand. So what I'm telling is right now is not ever heard. You have not heard before. You have not. So so this is the truth. So what Lord Buddha explained into the world is the truth. Truth is the ultimate truth, the absolute truth. So truth is that, as Randima said, all these are manifestation of the mind vibrations. So everything can be attributed to the uh, thought. So if thought becomes real, the world becomes real for you. If you see the nothingness of a thought, the how the thoughts get formed, then you will be able to see that there is nothing there is nothing to be taken as real. So whatever the things you think that it is existing, everything will be collapsed once you understand how the things get created. If you understand the mechanism in which how they are get created, so then of course you will tend to understand what is that mechanism is well explained in the Paටිච්චසමුප්පාද, cause and effect dhamma. So it is another kind of a concept that has been created by Lord Buddha. So if you look at from that angle only, you will be able to see how the process, the mechanism that mind construct for mental formation get how it is getting created. So
once you know, once you get to know that the way it has been built, then of course there won't be any magic in it. So you know it is only a creation. The absolute world is not the one we perceive at the right at that moment even. So even during this discussion, if I feel I'm speaking in a forum, so-called a Zoom forum, so there is Randima, Dr. Sakuntala, and other people are listening. So if I tend to feel like it is a really happening thing, that is my ignorance. Because when I understand this, everything is a mind creation. So this is my mind. So I know how these things get created, because with the names and forms and everything collectively makes this very instance, make this very instance. So this instance is able to able is able to create something real. So if I believe this instance is real, so then of course I'm also become real involuntarily, unknowingly. So as I know the mechanism how it got formed, so now no one can deceive me by telling you are speaking in a public forum. So if anyone comes and tell you no you are really existing, so you are here, you are talking, uh, uh, so it won't make any difference for me, because I know it is my own mental fabrication. So why should I bother? But there is nothing to be bothered. I know you hear my sound, and also I hear your voice or voices also. So I can recognize who is speaking from there. So I know these things, but who cares? So what is that? It all the things are mental constructs. Even if you listen from the YouTube or what, through the base Facebook, the voices or the pictures. So whatever the things, all these things are mental formations. So there are nothing to be taken as real. So this is the truth that you have to take into consideration. So if you don't realize this fact, please feel free to go back and sit and relax and do some kind of a contemplation how this so-called illusion gets created. I think so many sermons are there. How light gets formed, how uh, sound gets formed, and all these things. So in simple terms, we can say they are constructed in the faculties. So whenever the faculties vibrate according to the some kind of a uh, vibration, similar vibration, at that point you will see some kind of a picture. So that is the light. So at the same way, if you hear a sound at this moment, that is the very moment that your uh, ear faculty gets created. So it is all right. It happens. But
what happens next? Combination of all these sensations will make a something for you. Maybe this forum. Then you will feel, yes, I'm hearing this through this Zoom discussion because of this Dharma. So it is going on, right? So it is real, right? So if you feel that this is a real situation, that would empower yourself to be established. So that is the point you get created. Otherwise, just hearing, just seeing won't make you to feel that you are alive, because you know this Dhamma, because you know the mechanism how it is get created. So if you are able to get out from that misconception, so you will be able to liberate from the worldly perceptions. That means you are or from your own mental fabrications, all mental creations. For that person, we can say the 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 person who got liberated from his mind, his or her mind, Cheto Vimuktiya in Pali terms. So, so if he is able to get out from his mind, get liberated from his mind, what would any kind of uh, uh, suffering or would be a real suffering for him or her? No, because he knows it is also uh, created due to the result of that mental fabrication. So at the same time, he thoroughly knows that there is no person to perceive that feeling as well. There would be some kind of a suffering there. There would be some kind of a happiness there. So it is generated at the level of the sensory faculties. So if the perceiver or the receiver end is not there, so where this uh, there would be no place to suffering to be grounded. So that's why that state is called apatitita vijnana. There is some kind of a feeling there, but no one to feel it. The absence of the doer will lead you to absolute liberation from the suffering. So that is the path, that is the ultimate truth that Lord Buddha wanted to uh, highlight into this world. It is not a belief, another kind of a faith. It can be felt to you at this very moment. So that is the most important thing. Being a human is a greatest opportunity that you have got to see this. Otherwise, for the other rest of the animals won't be able to see because they don't have such a sophisticated kind of mind. So they can't figure it out. They are not able to do so because mind is not well developed. But fortunately, as a human being, we have kind of a thinking ability, figuring out ability, logical thinking capacity. So that will allow us to make understand this logic very well. So in that aspect, we are very fortunate. So being a human is the greatest opportunity to see this Dhamma, to understand this Dhamma, to feel this Dhamma. Yes, Randima. Therwan Saranai.
Thiruvang Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Thank you so much for that valuable explanation. So, so it is the mental fabricated world. So all this mental construction, in the sense the outside world and a mental world. So it is in a way, I think we can discuss it. It's another angle if we bring light. So it is the mundane world. They have this outside world and the mental world, mind world. In the sense, outside world real and the mind world real. But when it comes to the Dhamma, it is very clearly understand nothing is real. So so that was a very great discussion, Dr. Ravi. So we'll give the opportunity to Dr. Sakuntala. Thiruvang Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thirwan Saranai. I pay my homage to Buddothpado Mahanse. Thirwan Saranai, friends. Yes, as you said, some nice detailed descriptions and facts were discussed. If I sort of talk of something more or less related to the created world or the world taken as existing, now the sensor information that is created at the sensor levels, that means the shapes, sounds, tastes, smells, and the tactile feeling, that is the hard, soft, or warm feeling, which is sensed at the skin level. So we know now these are actually creations then and there at the sensor level, depending on the capacity of the sensor. So it varies from one living being to the other. It varies from animal to animal, and even in the same species, like human beings. If you take human beings, there will be slight variations in the creation or the mental construct, depending on the ability of the sensor. So it's not something you can't say that there's nothing outside, but there is something, but we don't know which one is sensing it correctly, because different living beings sense it and feel it differently. So the ignorance is that you take it as real. So if you take it a little further from there, if you take what is sort of created, or these mental constructs as real, then what happens? Then there will be several other facts linking to this. Now we know Lord Buddha has said that if you take an information, a sensor function as real, there will be several other things. There are 11 facts which are explained related to that. So one is, now when you take, for example, in more practical way, if you take, you can take a house, your house. So if you take it as a really existing one, not something created then and there by your senses. Now, if I tell you the name house, your house, if you are in the house itself, you quickly get a mental picture. You get the shape which shows you the features of your house, and then following that you get so many other information, so many other data related to your own house, when it was built, and what was the architect, and what sort of features are there, how many rooms, how comfortable your house is, where it is located. So all those things, and then when it was built, so all these features quickly get linked to this word that was vibrated in the ear. The word, when I say your house, it's just a word, and it is a vibration of this system called me, vibration of the throat, and then there is some resonance and telepathization, and then it vibrates in the listener system's ear. So that is the mechanism, that is what we call hearing. So you hear a sound, and related to that sound, so many other things. Now it indicates that you get a feeling, your system gets a feeling that it is something existing. So however much Dhamma facts you know by knowledge, the feel of existing house uh, uh, becomes real in your mind. So what are the things that you link to this word dimension? So there are 11 factors, as I mentioned, far or nearby. That is one of the things. So if you take the house as the example, we'll continue on that. If it is somewhere far from the place that you are staying now, you get the sense that it's far away from here. So you give a distance to that. Then now all 11 factors, of course, may not be related to every topic that we are going to discuss. So it may be something like the next thing is, it may be you might get the sense that it is a fine one or a crude one. Now then the next one is beautiful or ugly, like, dislike, and then timing, past, present, and in future. Now all these things, they like the tentacles of the octopus, they get linked to the thought that you got. Now if you talk about a person, now if I say the word mother, and you get the sense that mother is there, mother is real, that is the feeling of existence, or itta sanyava. And related to that, all the criterias that I mentioned will be immediately linked by the mind sensor. So if the mother is nearby in the same place where you are, she's close by. But if she's living in some other country or some other city, you get the sense that she lives there. And then pretty or beautiful or ugly. I mean, mother is always a pretty or a beautiful person to a child. So you get that pleasant feeling, she's beautiful. And then fine or crude. It's always you feel a fine sort of sense about the mother. And like or dislike, always it's children are generally, except in very rare situations, feeling of likeness is there. And then the timing. Yes, the mother was there in the past, and mother is there now if she is living, and she is going to live in the future for some time. So see now this is a part of the system. Automatically the system will get activated and provide all this information in relation to the topic or the sensor information that was considered as real. In other words, if a value was given uh, or if it is taken as existence, that means a person who has no idea about this true Dhamma, a person who has the real existing world and me living in that world. For that sort of a person, every thought is automatically attached with these 11 features I mentioned. So these are the ones that further evolve to have the current stronger, and we call it defilements. So if the mother is taken real, you get all these 11 criteria uh, immediately attached to that thought, and then uh, related to that, your love towards the mother, your clinging feeling to the mother, and if you feel sad if the mother is not living anymore, you might feel sad. So all these things that is followed immediately as a current, which we call defilements, or in other words, that is the self feeling or self existence. So you can see that so many things are connected, interconnected, and so many words have been used by Lord Buddha to explain these matters, but ultimately it comes to one point where if the world created, if the world is not a creation but something existing, is your uh, way of thinking or what you have understood, the 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 sorrow and whatever the other consequences will be following. But the moment you slowly turn the opposite way, uh, the moment you slowly try to swim against the current of the water stream, you little by little tend to realize that these are all mental constructs, and a mental construct which happens at this moment. So the in Buddhist philosophy, in Buddhist teaching, there is no timing actually. You can't sort of divide the time as past, present, and future. It happens only if you take that sensor information, sensor construct as real. But if you realize that how it is formed, as both Dr. Ravi and Randima explained previously. So if you know this process of creation of a thought, then you know that there is nothing called timing, only this moment. Now and here only, there's nothing called past, future, and present. Because the thought that is constructed right now, if you say that you are thinking about something in the past, or if you say that you are thinking about something going to happen in future, both these occur as a thought right now. So it is a thought which constructed right at this moment. So there is nothing called past thoughts or future thoughts. They all happen right at this moment. And the right at this moment also is not something everlasting. It happens and then it's over, and it's the next moment. So it is a string of thoughts which occurs so fast that you tend to feel that my mind. So automatically, an ownership is linked to that thought. So this is the illusion. It's difficult to sort of convince sometimes, because we are used to have a self, and then uh, we were used to sort of think about a physical world, physical body, and a thought, a mind, all sorts of things. We had so many words, and we were all part of a drama. And this drama has different episodes now. When you are at the workplace, you are a different actor there. When you come home, you have a different role, and it's a different uh, part of the drama. And when you are in a shop buying something, or when you go for a film or a stage drama, you have a different role. There your role is different, so you are a different actor. So if you can actually be an observer of this drama, now right when you start learning about these facts taught in Buddothpado preachers, you realize that uh, uh, you are an observer. You become an observer of this drama. You can recognize the current which is initiated as a part of this system activity. So the more you learn how to identify, more the system is capable of identifying that current which is generated time to time. It depends on the uh, type of the sensor information. For certain sensor functions, you may not have a current or very minimal current. So we tend to feel that it is a neutral thought. For some sensor functions, you tend to have very high currents. So like this is a system function, and then if the system is capable of identifying these currents formed then and there, uh, you tend to feel that you are an observer of your own drama. So that is an intermediate stage, I would say. But still, there is an observer who is kind of neutral and watching what is happening. So sometimes it must be looking really funny for the system to see how this is happening. And further, once the system starts recognizing this current, that's all the system can do. Actually, there is no way of stopping this current happening, and the current will gradually sort of get less and less powerful. That is where the system reaches a stage where there is no current, but still the system feels that there is no current. So there is an observer who observes the system itself, observes that there is no current. So really speaking, further, what should happen is that the observer also slowly tend to get dissolved. So some of these things actually I mentioned as part of the knowledge, but this is what is generally the pathway that is described. And it is a gradual happening. You cannot bring it up forcibly or by thinking. Thoughts have no place in this, because this process is something that the system feels. So the feel is the one which directs the system, I would say. It's nothing to do with the thoughts. The moment you try to think, I feel very light, and I don't give any value to the thoughts, etc. If you try to sort of cover it with the thoughts, your path actually gets obscured, and the path will get blurred. So thoughts are always, you can't live without thoughts, true. It is something that you need to survive as long as the person is living. But with the help of the thoughts only, you try to understand Dhamma. But towards the latter part, thoughts are there, but thoughts are not given a value. And the system is directed by the feel only. So I think few of the facts that I wanted to add, Randima. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Thiruvan Saranagi, Dr. Sakuntala. Thank you so much for your explanation. So, um, I think you talk about this outside thing. So, in Buddha's time also, people came and asked whether there is a life after the death, whether it is yes or no. So Buddha um you see, Buddha did not provide a reply. So same like this outside. So the outside, whether outside is there or whether outside is not there. So these two, you see, actually no answer will be given because both sort of fall into extremes. Because yes or no answer cannot provide it. So because someone, let's say in the mind it says outside is there. So that is another thinking. Then someone say outside is not there. That is also another thinking. So that is the experience, you see, and it is actually the field of transformation where every outside experience is a mental construct. So that is the only experience. That is the actual experience. So other part, someone might say, we don't know. We don't know what is the reality of outside. In a way, that statement is correct. But there can be another guy, you see, that person will know exactly what the outside is. That is the insight or the abhijna. So, so that abhijna guy will not say, I don't know outside. That is well seen like the third eye. So that depends. So maybe you see, I mean, what I'm trying to say is like the reality of the outside, the reality of all this every experience, slowly with the Dhamma, that insight level also sort of getting expand, like. So everything is found not in the mind, because for the mind, it wants a thing. It will define everything with a thing. But everything, you see, someone is thinking. Someone is thinking based on its own sensor experience. Therefore, we don't say something is there or something not there, because those two are extremes. What we can discuss is the present moment formation. That is someone's experience. So that is the actual experience. That is the mental construct. Actually, as you very correctly pointed out, that is the sensory world. So that depends for a animal to human that way. So I just want to add that small a bit there. And I think Dr. Sakuntala, it's very interesting. Yesterday, Aryan Mahansa gave a very nice example about these monkeys. You see, they also have a family, but
Yes.
they do not have this registered marriage system. No?
Yes.
I think that's very, very so. In a way, you see, that is abhijna, because we did not had that kind of, you see, that didn't came for us. So
Yes. Yes.
it's different insight. It's like a third eye, like, because when in the mind, it is framed. Everything try to interpret in the mind, but once it is beyond the mind, it is you see endless. Then other people like get shocked, like what this guy say, like sorry,
Yes.
what this person say, like. So okay, so Dr. Sakuntala, do you want to add anything on that?
No, I think you have given a sort of
Yeah.
powering up. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have come to the end of the today's session. So I thank Dr. Sakuntala. Dr. Ravi is left by now. So I thank both of you and also everyone who has helped to conduct the Zoom session today. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. We'll meet tomorrow as well, Dr. Sakuntala. Thiruvan Saranai to you.
Teruvan Saranai will pay our homage to Aryan Mahasi. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
I was lost in a maze, the maze of samsara, going on circles where there was no way out. The walls whispered of lives I'd lived before, each step was a shadow knocking on a closed door. I carried all my suffering, carried all my doubts, but inside had the feeling there is a way out. With Buddothpado guiding light, showing in bright in the night, showing me the way in the darkness of the night. Wipe away the tears cried before with fear. Every step brings happiness as the path is true and clear. Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way out of the maze of samsaric fear. Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way in the darkness of the night.
Dear blessings to the other people who have gathered here today. As usual, at 7:45 a.m. in Sri Lankan time, so we gather here not just to hear, not just to listen, this Dhamma, but to reflect and attentively uh, think in depth what has been taught by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. So, as a customary, we read few pages from our book series that is available in our official website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So we are reading out loud here the series of book titled The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So we are focusing currently at the volume number 6, and we are reading the page number 94. So so that will give us some kind of a foundation for daily discussion. So before I go into the reading part, I'd like to reflect some important points, important aspects that we have talked in previous sessions. So yesterday we were able to talk about how this um, mind power get solidified and how it becomes a soul. So actually, according to Madhya Sutra, the book clearly explained that thing. According to the Madhya Sutra, if there is some kind of a two different endings get created in any instance, so energy that will build in between will not be prevented, cannot be prevented. So it is a automatical thing. It is a spontaneous phenomena. For that we call a vibration. So as you know, vibration has ups and downs. So why this vibration happens? Because of there are two different endings. So if you take a magnet, there are two poles, North Pole and South Pole. So if you put them together, they will attach each other. So that's why. So if you move closer the positive end and the negative end of negative terminals of a wire, so what would you see? Some kind of a spark. So like that, whenever there is there are two ends, two different polarities, there would be some kind of a energy is generating. So it is a natural thing that 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 concept was revealed by Lord Buddha through the Madhya Sutra into the world. So what happens next? That particular energy is capable of giving rise to some kind of a, what do you call, a feel. That feel is the existence field. Then what happens? If the existence field gives this existent field is taken as a real, if so, it will, that energy is capable of generating more vibrations. That is the way how the energy try to propagate, the way how the energy propagates further. So the particular energy is capable of producing, energizing subsequent vibrations. These subsequent vibrations again capable of generating energy. So previous energy, a new energy, then it tries to accumulate further and further and further. So that chunk of energy is capable of producing some kind of arupana. Arupana means some kind of creation. That is the skandha. So for that we call five aggregates. So why we call five aggregates? Because for the listeners who is listening, for the betterment of understanding, Lord Buddha has revealed a concept called skandha. Skandhanam patibhava. Skandha appears. So it has not been there due to the natural thing occurring. The skandha has been created. So what happens next? The skandha gives some kind of another signals. So maybe light signal. For a human, it's a light, maybe in a light form, maybe in a sound form, maybe in uh, perception form. So what happens next? Those things, those signals, those perceptions get together and forms another thing. So earlier we had light, sound, and perception, or the tactile stimulation. All those things, Ditta, Sutta, Mutta, all those things come together and give rise to another perception. That may be the bed that you see at this moment in front of you. So then you see the bed. So if you do the reverse engineering in that process, what became a bed? The initial vibration, initial polarity. So initial duality led to formation of a bed for you. Now you think, now people tend to think, wow, now there's a bed in front of me. That is real. It is touchable. It is hard for me. This can be very well. It is very solid. So likewise, so you can see through the eyes. You know it is bed. It's a verbal communication that has been received in your childhood. That one called bed. That one is called bed. So the color, the light sensation, sound sensation, and it's the consistency of the bed also felt. Then what happens? A bed becomes real for you. When the bed becomes real for you, what will happen next? Then you feel it's existing. It's existing. So now it carries some kind of a value for that. So what happens if I lose this bed? So I don't want to break it. I just want to keep it as it is. Oh, I would somehow or other, I would like to enhance his comfortness. I would buy a spring mattress for that. So that will comfort me more and more. Likewise, then you try to keep that bed in the same manner, or you get some kind of a feeling to enhance it further. So unknowingly, what is there? The clinging towards the bed will get formed, but it has not been there earlier. Just because the bed has become a real thing for you, then a clinging came into play, came into action. The clinging was not there. In the absence of a bed, the clinging towards bed was not there. But now the bed is there for you. Now you don't want to lose the bed anymore. The craving start to happen. Then what you do? What happens? Then you produce more and more. It fuels up more and more thoughts, more and more signals, more and more perceptions. So then what happens? There would a person who is having interest towards the bed will get created. So you didn't want to lose the bed. That cravingness make you to feel like you are there. So I am the one who don't want to lose this bed. I am the one who want to make this bed more comfortable when I sleep at night. So I should buy a spring mattress for that. So many thoughts come along with the initial thought. Why those thoughts get generated? Because you took the bed is as a real thing. Earlier, were you there? No, you were not there at the earlier stages. At the light, sound, uh, 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 tactile stimulation state, you were not there. So same thing can be seen if you go back to your childhood and see how these worldly perceptions become real for you, real for me. How those things happen, how the world gets created to me, how the way that world becomes real for me. So you can go back to your own childhood and see. As soon as you are born, you didn't know anything. So as time passes by, you get to know your mother. Then you know some when burning sensation comes into your tummy. So you didn't know at the stage this is your tummy or something. Some kind of a pain comes from your body. You scream. Then someone comes and tries to feed me. So likewise, this cycle tries to establish. Then you get to know the person who fed me or feeding me is the mother. Then your world became little bit expanded. Now you have mother in your world. So I'm talking about the infantile age. At the age of 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. So then what happens? Then father comes, a figure comes, a sound comes, the sensation and the smell get together of the father, and you recognize him as a father. A worldly perception the world becomes a little bit bigger for you now. Likewise, when you come to the nursery ages, then your teacher, your friends, and the entities, car, um, food, types of food, and the equipment that you have, the toys. So the world become bigger and bigger and bigger for you. This is how these world perceptions get created. Same principle is there if you buy another thing brand new at that very moment. So you say same thing happens. So what is happening? The perceptions become real for you gradually, gradually, gradually. Earlier you had only light, sound. Then now you don't have that light, sound. You don't get feeling that I'm seeing this bed because of the light and all these things. This is bed. The bed is there. So I get that feeling. The bed is there. So when I come tomorrow even into this room, I'll see the bed. So I recognize it as it is the bed that I saw yesterday even. So so it also has that signal, also has that memories of the time I bought this bed. So think how these perceptions get solidified day by day. So likewise, it also helps to solidify or make more and more craving towards it. So at the very instance, I am the one who is having that kind of a craving towards the bed. See the way how self gets created. Creation of the self is not done by you. It is not done by other person as well. It is perfectly, completely a natural process. So what Lord Buddha said is the same thing. You have been cheated, you have been deceived, or you have been caught up in such an illusion. Because we can't say that there is a bed in front of me. So how can you say there is no bed in front of me? No, you can't say it either, because your five faculties come together and create some kind of a image for you. So other than that, you can't say there is no such a bed. But if you think about another animal in this world, so if another animal comes here, if it sees this bed, so we'll say a bed bug or something. Wow. He might think, it is a good place for me to hide. It's a good place for me to build my nest here, build my home here. So when someone is sleeping, I can bite him. Plenty of food will be there for me. So this bed becomes a good habitat for that bed bug.
good place to live. It becomes a good place to live. For that bed bug, this bed is a nice place to live. So if we ask that bed bug, how about this bed? Is it comfortable? Do you need a spring mattress? No. It says, no, it's not a bed. It is my place where I live. This is my place. This is my house. So different animals get different perceptions, get different uh, types of perceptions in the same thing. So from that we can understand, if we say this is a bed, can we say it is really a bed? No. We say this as a bed because the faculties create the bed for me. But for that bed bug, its faculties create another signal for it, for the bed bug. So we can't say this is a bed for sure. And also we can't say there is no bed here as well, other than a creation that has been created within your faculties. So from that you will be able to understand the level of the capabilities of our faculties collectively define our own worlds. We can't see beyond that the capabilities of our faculties. We don't know. So this has to be understood very well. That is what Lord Buddha announced this world as Chitte Niyati Loko. Chitta means thought. So your thought defines your world. Thought is the bed. So for you think the bed is real. For the bed bug, it doesn't have that kind of a signal there, that kind of a perception. The bed has become a good place to live for that bed bug. So this has to be understood. This is the reality. This is the reality. So this is the truth. This is the truth. So is there any kind of a purposeful thing hidden in exploring about the stars, universe, black holes, and so on? No, because those things are creation of your own faculties. So that's why Lord Buddha said, uh, monk Rohitatta, don't go outside and try to explore these uh, worlds, universe, and so on. You get into your own internal awakening and try to see the universe through yourself. So what does that mean? Lord Buddha asked Rohitatta, find out how the worldly perceptions or the universal perceptions get created within your faculties. Then of course you will find the truth. Otherwise, roaming from one universe to another universe to other externally would never help you to realize this truth.
So I think yes, we can start reading. So we are focusing currently on the last paragraph of 98 page of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series, volume number 6. Then the participant asked, the infant does not find anything from outside. He or she has a radiant mind. Then Aryan explains. The level of the function of 5 aggregates are equal in the infant and the arahat. The level of the function in the 5 aggregates. Sorry. Yeah. The level of the function of the 5 aggregates are equal in infant and arahat. However, the arahat achieves this level through quality understanding. Here the catch. Infant, when you compare an infant and an arahat, so what is the difference in between? Infant does not take them as real, but he didn't know what is happening. He doesn't know what is happening. But in the arahat, with the understanding, the person who became arahat, he or she knows what is going on. The arahat achieves this level through quality understanding. Sankitte nibbidaya. So only through the understanding who can that person can liberate from his mind. He has seen through it. Yes, you cannot say that regarding a child. Yes, that is the comparison between the arahathood and the infanthood. You cannot say that regarding the child. Arahat gets feelings. However, there is no power of influence in them. Yeah, Arahat also gets feeling because thoughts are coming. His or her faculties function as previously. So the functionality of the faculties are creation of thoughts. Then it works as usual. However, there is no power to influence in them. When craving due to the desires, anger and ignorance are in existence, a self is also in existence. So as I told you earlier, because of the desires, anger and the ignorance, the self get created for a child. It is not overnight happening. It will gradually happen within the infant. Creation of the self within himself. And Arahat is free from all this. Yeah, Arahat is free from all this because the materialism does not mean anything to him, and he does not see any value in anything like the mirage waters. Yeah. So when you become Arahatud, you will see everything. You can deal with everything as usual. You can integrate with anything. You can do everything as you did previously. But you know everything that you do, even yourself, is also a mirage. The water that you see in the mirage is not real. You know this very well. So still you can interact with those things. So there is no chance to creation of some kind of attachment to it. It's because you perfectly know, you clearly know it is an illusion. It is not real. Then participant asks,
Does this happen when the self and objects get faded?
It's a good question. Does this happen when the self and objects get faded? She asks about an object. No,
Say answers to that question. No,
it is not the objects. It is about the craving that disappears. Yes, it is about the craving that disappears. For an arahat,
the things appear are only impermanent creations.
they are not real to him or her. Yeah. An arahat knows very well it is a creation. So there is no point of building up, clinging towards these perceptions. He knows. So they are not real to him or her. They do not become real uh, to him or her. Then participant asks, are you talking about the extinguishing of burning fires in the desires, anger and ignorance?
Just like the Majja Sutra explains, when we feel that things are not real, we get to the stage of putting out the fire. Then Narayana explains, you are talking like this only because they come to you as thoughts. Yeah. So this is not the part. This is not the part. This must be cleared. A thorough explanation is needed for that. Not only about the illusion in the mind,
we should also talk about the thought patterns the people have.
Most of the people talk
with the notion of an individual self. Yeah. So yes, the way we talk also
has some kind of a soul here,
soul there. So if you want to see this truth, at least for that instance, you have to get away from the self angle and try to look at in non-self angle. So otherwise you won't be able to grasp this
truth. So everything must be captured by super wisdom and super awareness. In your savitaka level, there is a truth to bear. However, careful observation is needed for that. The awareness can catch both avitaka and savitaka levels. However, these steps can be realized according to the developmental level each person can acquire. At this point, the most important thing is the ability to understand the inner awareness, then the ability of knowing that existence and non-existence are. Yes, that is very important. So
when you try to investigate these things, you have to focus towards the internal changes that will happen to you, because it is all about dissolving us a kind of energy that has been built earlier. So you must focus your attention towards the internal aspect of your own. So otherwise you won't realize that you are on the correct track or not, because it is self-evident. So no one can see other than no one can help us other than Kalyana Mitra. If you only express your thoughts and your feelings to to a noble friend, he might able to understand your internal transformation. Otherwise, you tend to think that you are in the path, but but you are not in the path actually. So that's why Aryan Master said in that paragraph also, you are talking with the thoughts. You believe the thoughts are real. So you have to get away from that. That means you have to get away from the soul angle first. So that's why Lord Buddha explained at the first place. So you have to get away from the Sakaya Ditti at the first place. Sakaya Ditti, in the sense, even for the knowledge, you have to know there is no kind of a soul here, no kind of a doer here. But you still feel that's all right. But you still feel that you are existing. That's all right. For the knowledge, at least, you have to get to know that there should be no such a person here. If you take up this Dhamma from that angle only, you will be able to realize this truth. Otherwise, if you see something in the outside, you will think, it's not existing now. So it's not, it is an illusion. So why should I bother? Likewise, you take them as thoughts. So it won't help you to get away from your mind, get liberate, get the true liberation. You have to understand what actually Buddha said. So I think then participant asks the RN Master, you understand the defilement I have in the mind. Yes, I would like an explanation. RN Master, the path to Nibbana can only be available through super awareness. There is no other way. Teruvan Saranai RN Master. So that is the end of this discussion. So I'm stopping at the page exactly 100. So I think I have talked too much. Anyway, all the friends are here. I think Dr. Carl, uh, yeah, Dr. Kogila, Dr. Sakuntala, and Sudharma. So Rangika also here. So we can start. Yes, Aranwas is also here with us. Teruvan Saranai Aranwas. Teruvan Saranai Dr. Kogila. Do you have anything to tell?
Therun Sanai, I think you were explaining nicely uh, that last part because I actually joined in the last bit. If do you have anything to discuss?
Not particularly, but yeah, we have been discussing yesterday also about this energy is that gets developed within us with the ignorance. That means the Atma
Yeah.
Sanya, or the feeling of the existence. So taking from the Madhya Sutra, so we took it into discussion. So we can continue from that. Yeah. From
Yeah,
there also, yes.
it's all about thoughts, I think. After developing our thoughts, we can't change the butter to milk again. So it's all actually should be understood. As you did, actually, you said something about that how the stages of vibrant mind is similar, but the how an arahant changes because it's because of the realization or feeling the truth, I would say. So that's the difference, how these thoughts are made, how thoughts are not true, how thoughts, when they give you, when the thoughts are given a value, how you would feel the existence and how that would fade. So when you know this, the more you feel the feel and the mind. So the more you feel this, the thinking, first thinking pattern change, because we are usually, the first step is actually that we usually think as someone is existent. That's our pattern of thinking. So because that's how we attach every feeling of existence, actually feeling of being alive, we attach it to the feeling of me, mine, my, or I, whatever the word, doesn't matter the language, the feeling is the same. In that that itself is the pattern that we have been doing. So that's like that actually changes the day you understand, the moment you understand that there is no self, the moment you actually feel it, that there is no self. So a moment that you feel there's no value, that means actually there is only that, if it's a noise, it will be the noise, but there's no self here. So that's the first step, that you understand there's no actually a self, even though we call it me, mine, I, in whatever the language, what we call this, the feel is the same. That feel, we attach it to a thought. So when that attachment actually get broken by that's the first step. That itself, how to understand that there was no such thing at all. Because everyone in modern world, not in Sri Lanka, mostly in English speaking countries, they talk about being one, being to feel the being. They call it being. So in that, they talk about mostly about so that when they talk about that, we understand why they talk about that, because they don't know the beyond, the anything beyond that. So they get the idea that there is self, and then they attach that to the feeling of being, and they discuss about it a lot. And there are so many podcasts in the world. So if we are actually addressing all of them, everyone in the world, we have to actually give it in a way that they get this as well, because we kind of feel that they are stuck there. They're definitely stuck there, but how to attract them, how to get their attention, how to actually deliver the truth to them, because they actually feel this, but they feel that it is as them, and they are happy about it. They feel so calm, they are so happy, they are not attached to anything. So it's bliss for them, it's happiness for them. So they think it is the happiness. So that's where the problem is, that what Lord Buddha explained is slightly different. It's actually it only starts from right vision. Because if you don't have the right vision, it will end up there anyway. So the right vision is where we understand that this feeling of separation, the feeling that there is something, starts from not knowing how this happened. What was there was only the origins of we have the six senses already. So we, in the sense, the humans have six senses. Any animal can have any number of senses, sensory organs. So as humans, we can talk about only six sensory organs. So we have a world developed from that, and that itself has developed a beautiful, like a scenery that you feel like existing. This is very important to get that. Even if you're happy with that, if you are feeling like on par with that, you're like, you kind of is balancing with that, you feel like similar, you feel like the nature, you're like this sound. Still, if your right vision is not there, then there is always a chance that you can get the self vibration again. So that's where the thing is. So delivering this message is a bit difficult. We try our best, but I think it can be done, because if it is the there's only one path to Nibbana, and that starts from right vision. So what we try to actually give everyone is the right vision, where we try to tell, actually there is no one here, but you feel something as existing, whatever the being they say, and that one is because already you have the sensory stimulus, you have given a value to that. So when it happens, only that happens, otherwise you are not there. So if you have ever felt how that would be, and you know that this world is actually a mirage, then it becomes so easy to understand. Whatever you feel, whether it's the light, the sound, the heat, the touch, or the taste or the smell, that doesn't necessarily matter, because they will be there until the sensory organ stop working. But that's not the problem. The problem is the perceiving something as real. So this keeps going down. So when with right vision, when this starts, actually the sensory organs will work as normal, but the vibration, the self vibration, or the hindrances, or not the hindrances, the defilements will vanish. It will slowly vanish but it doesn't necessarily mean it will happen within day 1 or within day 2, or when. It doesn't necessarily matter, unless your clarity about your Lord Buddha's Dharma, that should be clarified properly, and then it will happen automatically. I think we can ask
Yeah,
everyone else.
yeah. So I can I ask a question about what you said? Yeah, is so as you said, the people in the Western world, if they think so, they are in some kind of a place where the everlasting happiness. So how can we convince them there's a stage beyond that? So if they don't want to get out from that and see this number from its own perspective, but if they are not ready, how can we convince that? So it is like this. That is the same scenario that I think where the Pottapada met Lord Buddha. So Pottapada had the same thing, but his self was there. So that's why Lord Buddha wanted to point it out. You are still there, Pottapada. Likewise, So can we say the people who are with within that frame, you are still there? There is kind of probability
We
of
may
getting
not.
back.
We may not,
Mhm.
but there are so
Mhm.
many open-minded people out there.
Mhm.
So we can't really, doesn't necessarily matter who takes the message actually,
Mhm.
whether it is someone close to me, whether it is someone in, like in Europe, or whether it's someone in America, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Yeah. So
If
how
there
can
is a
we
mind,
Yeah.
convincing is
There's probability of there's chance of getting back to in samsaric cycle. So how can we deviate their train of thoughts? I mean,
mostly they can feel it if they get if they don't get the chance to be in their environment, because most of these people are actually comfortable with their lives. The problem is that can actually last for some time. The death comes, the story actually can change. It can change or it may not change. We can't say. But the fear of death is a very good point to take. Whether how they deal with that, because mostly none of these, they might say it's okay, but if someone is very open-minded, they will actually think about it. What are they trying to say? Like, if someone to have fear of death, it doesn't mean like in a thought. If you don't feel alive now, you can't die, can you?
yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of a thing that we are trying to talk about. So you are living, but you are not living. So in that context, there's no death anyway. So, but the problem is they might think it as a very negative thing, because death is already taken as negative. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So they can't understand the tranquility that state could have, or the extreme happiness that they could have. It's not a normal happiness. So that's beyond any happiness, I would say. So in that, because you're not entertaining the senses, but you have all the sensory organs working really good, and you can actually feel everything. You would feel the sun more than you would before. You would feel the warmth more than before. You would feel everything. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, but the tranquility, or the that state of mind is actually can't be compared to normal happiness.
Yeah.
But that is not talked, that is not discussed much in the world, so they don't know about it. But then when a lot of people start talking about this, only they will realize that there is something about this. There is a difference to what they talk about, because at the moment it's all that people know, that um, being the being, the being, the word being is used as as a blissful state, that being very happy with the being, like being happy with the consciousness and all that. There are so many versions of it. If you read about them or listen to the podcast, they say so many stuff, but none of them actually compare with the right vision. That's the whole problem. But if who change is not necessarily anything to the person who say it, because we are actually saying it to the whole world, not like in Buddha's era where he specifically found someone and told it to that person. But this is like openly said. The social media, it's like openly said in a YouTube or Zoom meeting, it's openly said. So if there's someone who is looking for truth, someone looking for not like, yeah, I just can't say truth because everyone know that there's quite different things. The death is unspoken. Actually, none of these English, the English speaking people, they don't much talk about the death. They don't like talking about the death. So they take it as actually negative. So we shouldn't talk about that too much. But that is the actual point they get stuck as well. And how different things happen to different people. So they don't understand the actual world, what is happening at the moment, how telepathy occurs, even that they are not sure. But they are trying to guess things. And they come to different status and think this is the thing,
Yeah.
So they come to that conclusion. So we can't help it that much, but we can only say that there is something beyond that, and then someone might pick it up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think Aran say reveal a new word for this state, the sukha, nature of sukha sabhave. So I think it has never been felt. So it is not the happiness that they say. It is not the freedom that they feel. It is, as you said, completely liberation from the mind, a complete state of liberation of mind. So it can perceive everything better than ever before. So it is the unique kind of a feeling. So yeah. So that's why I think the sukha, nature of sukha sabhave. So there is no kind of the finding the synonyms.
It is difficult. The
It is
finding the
difficult. Yeah.
synonyms, finding the correct word,
Yeah.
it's difficult. So whenever we say something, it is already been taken, as I tell every day. Yeah, so the word super awareness is something that we can use, because if it is not used before, so it might catch the meaning. Likewise, the tranquility is maybe already taken, but they don't talk about that much as well. Yeah, but it is always, we can always try.
Yeah. So if you hear the word tranquility, it makes a sense of being very polite, being very calm,
Yeah,
being very
that's the thing.
yeah. That is not
Yeah,
the situation when you achieve that sukha sabhava, isn't it? So
yeah,
when the small child can attain that state, but he might be playful. He might be jumping here and there, climbing
yeah,
things, right? Yeah,
yeah.
that is very different. Yeah, different. Yeah. Okay, and we have other friends also here. Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ms. Sudharma, Suragita, do you have anything to ask? Or do you have to anything add to this discussion? Teruvan Sarana?
Well, Sarana, I will just briefly add something because Dr. Kokila gave and what you read from the book and explained also was quite informative. And as both of you discussed, now giving this Dhamma to the people is not easy because it is going in the reverse direction of what people have accepted up to now. And Lord Buddha has said that if you compare the amount of soil on the earth and a small amount of soil taken on your nail, the people who understand this Dhamma will be equal to the soil on the nail. So actually, you should, the Lord Buddha has explained now, you should be able to hear the correct Dhamma, and you should have the normal physical body, not deaf or not physically handicapped or not mentally subnormal. So you should have the appropriate physical fitness also for that. And so likewise, Lord Buddha has given these things should be fulfilled for a person to be able to get into this Dhamma path. So I think we are actually very fortunate in that way because we can hear true Dhamma and still our physical body organs are functioning okay. So we can still grasp what Lord Buddha's teaching and what our noble friend is trying to tell us. And we should have the courage for that. So all these things have to be fulfilled. And also, as Dr. Kokila correctly said, the people who are looking for the truth, people who want to find the truth by somehow, they will go on searching for it. And for a person who is in pitch dark, if he see the light of a firefly, he will try to go and find out where the moon is, where the sun is. That means if they experience even a little bit, then along that pathway, the person will try to find more information. So that is how people in different countries, little by little, trying various avenues and various preachers, various meditation programs. They go on testing the things and then finally end up a small percentage, I would say, because most people will stop at that meditation level where it gives a very temporary tranquility and temporary sort of relaxation. And they think that that is the end and that is the nirvana. So it's actually misleading, especially these things like even mindfulness programs now. Originally, the mindfulness concept has come from Buddhism, but now it has been adopted as completely a Western entity, and they are giving us again as a new thing, forgetting that the origin came from Buddhism. So this is especially for a person who has lots of misconceptions like ourselves. Now we have been listening to so many Dhamma preachers by different monks in our country, most of us, I would say, and then lots of wrong understandings and misconceptions are there. So we have to shed all those to fill to get the pot should be emptied before refilling. So what happens is most of the time the pot is half filled with all these other things that we have heard or read. So it's difficult to grab the spirit of the correct teaching. So in that way, sometimes the non-Buddhist person who has never listened to this Dhamma but still very interested in finding true Dhamma will find it easy to catch up. This is the same case with the small children who do not have much sort of pollution in their mind, I would say. So in simple words, if the Dharma is given, they can understand it and grab the spirit of that one. So I think I will conclude from there. We can see all our friends have joined today.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask somebody else to give the opinion.
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahansa.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. I first of all pay my homage at ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ's feet. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi, Dr. Kokila and all of you. Dr. Ravi, It's such an interesting and insightful discussion. How we can spread this word to help someone to understand this Dhamma. Can you hear me? Is there
Yes,
any?
yes, we can hear. We
Yeah,
can hear
Doctor.
you.
So, actually, I have some first-hand experience in this regard, something that happened when you were explaining something that happened in the morning, just cropped up in my mind. Today, I had to offer morning alms to a nearby Arama. It's a place where they focus mostly on meditation, Dr. Ravi. And a couple of years ago, I also followed their meditation programs. So after the rites and rituals of offering alms and Buddha Puja, the monk usually uh, have a discussion with me regarding some Dhamma point. So today, the monk who was there was a teenager, like maybe 17 or 18. So I thought this is the best time to talk to him regarding Buddothpado sermons and to um, kind of have his uh, to introduce sort of thing to
Mhm.
this beautiful
Yeah.
sermons. And then I actually first said, okay, no, he asked me, okay, what are the sermons that you are following right now? Then I said, it's Buddothpado Desana, Venerable Sir. Then
Mhm.
he asked, okay, I don't know because he uses technology quite often, and I don't know whether he was very honest. He said, no, what is that? I have never heard so on. Then I said, it is everywhere now on YouTube. Then there are special websites. Mostly the young monks are there and a lot of scientists. It's everywhere. I mean, it's getting popular everywhere in the world because it is so self-evident. That's why. And then I also added a bit what I gained through the program here actually was the foundation for this. So I
Mhm.
see a good connection between these two kind of presentations. I mean, sermons, what you do is directly relevant to that Swamin Wahanse. So if you also listen to this, whole world will be benefited. Most of the young monks are in these forums daily. They are sharing their existence, and so then
Mhm.
he interviewed me for maybe 1 hour. Then
Mhm.
he was asking, so this is relevant to self perception also that Dr. Kokila and you all were focusing on. Then he asked,
Mhm.
listening to sermons wouldn't help. So, listening to sermons alone wouldn't it? Then I said, yes, I was very obedient. Yes, that's true. Then do you have a weapon to attack all this? Then when I said, yeah, we have to see, understand how the stimuli arise and so on. Then he was little convinced then asked, so what is the weapon that you have? Do you make an effort to suppress your thoughts? And so then I said, no, Venerable Sir, the thing is, there is a practical approach. Then the first step I had to explain. Then the second step, then he was telling, okay, you must be in the Sotapanna stage or something. Then I said, in this these sermons, Venerable Sir, we do not talk about any fruition, those
Mhm.
achievements. It is not so. Then he is asking, how do you know that it is the truth? Because now Dhamma, there are lot of kind of variations of Dhamma. So this may be some variety, some
Mhm.
kind of deformed or kind of variety change, not the original thing. So how do you know that? Then I said, it is self-evident because so he asked how he wanted to give he expected examples, so I had to
Mhm.
give all the examples how I was attached to jewelry or whatever, all those stuff. And then finally when I got a kind of my son's mood from the country. How did it didn't become a thing for me, so on and so forth. So
Mhm.
still he was telling, uh, so it sounds so easy. So this cannot be so easy. It is not an easy path. It is. Then I said, yes, Venerable Sir. Then he was telling, do you believe that you have achieved Nibbana right now? No, I
Mhm.
said, no, Venerable Sir. It's not achieving or walking on the path. I just know this much, and I feel that things are getting, the thoughts are not as heavy as before, and that is the okay. Then he was telling, okay, I will try, but I don't think it's also, but I'm sure he will also go into that. Then he again asked, how, what is the, so okay, thoughts occur, so why
Mhm.
does it matter to you? How do you? Then I said, okay, yesterday in um, this revelations, what do you call these revolutionary revelations,
Yeah.
groundbreaking revelations, Andolanatmaka Deshana.
Yeah.
Again, we discussed that existence wheel, and Aryana say, they explained the difference between self perception and the existence wheel. Then I had to explain that also, how it becomes a thing. Existence feel is always there, but if we give a value to that thought, if we feel with that, that feeling comes that it is important to me. If it is this chair or whatever, we give kind of value. He is totally convinced, but
Mhm.
he was rather reluctant to listen to it. For sure, he would listen. So that is
Listen.
that experience. And actually, Dr. Ravi, now we see a replica of Lord Buddha's period right now in this at
Mhm.
present, because now here I have a very kind of innocent, uneducated, uh, but very loyal woman. And when I discussed Dhamma with her, she took it at once. She now
Mhm.
knows that entire world is made of thoughts. Now, when she is going with me, when I show her a tree and ask whether you see a tree, she says, no, no, that is the image, and then it's I who think that it is a tree. So she
Mhm.
is practicing the first uh, practical step, uh, first step
Mhm.
of the practical approach. So what I wanted to tell, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the people who believe that they are well versed in Dhamma or they are experts in Dhamma would miss this beautiful message, while the people like Rajumala, or those days there was Sopaka Sunita, that the peasants who represent the working class, they might at once take the message, Dr. Ravi. So that
Yeah.
is we experience, that is what we experience today, and that's why I told that we see a replica of Gautama Buddha era right now in this 21st century, because of Aryan Mahanse's this effort to reawaken the true Dhamma. Teruan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, you can
Tervan
come in.
Sanai, Sudharma. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for your practical experience that you reveal. So yes, I think you are doing a great job from Gaul. So I have seen in practical Zoom sessions. So you have so many people have been directed by you. I think they said. Upon the Mrs. Sudharma's guidance, I came here and so on. I think you are doing a great job there. Yes, that's very very well. Yes, as you said, uh, if as long as we are in certain drustis or misconceptions, uh, it will take some time to get this message. That is true. So if you come with a white blank paper, so it will
be very easy to write anything anywhere in that sheet of paper, but you have so many scribbles on it, so it's very difficult to find out a place to write this message. So it will also hide under these scribbles. So I think this will happen, but as at some point, some point might come for some individual, so he that would be the turning point for him or her. So what we can do is just spread out this message to the whole world. So anyone who is ready to grasp, it is there. From that, for if one point is grabbed, then who has the person who is having inquisitive mind, he will go along that. So the spreading of this message is the most important thing, either in any language, I think. So in Hindi, Pali, or Japanese, or whatever language, doesn't matter. So what we have to do is spread out this message as much as possible. So that's what we are doing right now, even in the English language. So I think Mrs. Rangika is also here. Thiruvan Saranai. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, there was Sanai, Dr. Ravi, and Dr. Kokila, and all other Dhamma friends. Yes, that was a very good practical illustration, wasn't it? About how the honest and earnest efforts of Sudharma to pass on, and I think sometimes brave as well, because sometimes one can get a bit, you get a sense of fearfulness if you are not in the true Dhamma, to approach a monk as opposed to a layperson, because it's a layperson, you'll think, like peers, I can reach out to that mother and that father, but generally monks are so, they kind of have this, some monks, not all, can have this attitude that, this layperson is coming to teach me type of thing. So that's why I think, Sudharma, well done for you and all your efforts. As Dr. Ravi said, we all echo that. I think I mentioned in a Zoom before as well. I listened to it yesterday too. So you're doing a wonderful job in being able to spread the Dhamma, and being in Sri Lanka itself gives you that wonderful opportunity. As I think Dr. Kokila mentioned earlier, it is quite difficult in these societies here, in these countries, to pass on this message, because they are living relatively comfortable life, or more than comfortable life, I would say, and they don't feel that suffering. They don't feel the suffering, because if they have something that they are wanting, then they have the money and the wealth and other material things to compensate for it. So when they compensate for it, then there is a temporary assuaging of that grief or that vacuum that is created, and then life goes on. So it is only at the point of death or near death that they start turning their mind to that kind of thing. And again, as Dr. Kokila said, I've encountered this myself, where you can't really talk about death with them. They think it's like a dirty word. And it's incredible, because it's like, oh, you shouldn't be talking about death. And, it's almost, they give it such negative connotations as if it's not coming upon them. And as a result, they keep it or they avoid it as much as possible. So it is quite challenging, I would say, to be able to do it. And I think monasteries are the place where I at least try to attempt in some manner.
In that case, Surangi, even telling that's even a 70-year-old, if we talk about being old just in a, like accidentally, they get insulted. It's really, really difficult. They get insulted. They don't want to hear that I'm old. Like it's non disclosure, like nothing to talk about. Like, so what about the death? They don't. I mean, I'm supposed to, like, as a medical person, we usually talk about death, so they don't get startled when we talk about it in that aspect. But still they get startled. They don't like to talk about it. They try to evade that, even to talk about that possibility. Yeah, just go on. I just want to add, not about the
Yeah,
death, but not even about like something like cancer. They don't want to discuss that. They would be like, oh, like they get shocked. It can happen to anyone, but I'm talking about they don't want to think about life in that way usually. But they are happy in their own way.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think in that sense, it is that's why it's so difficult. But I think R.N. Mahanse also continues to want the message to be spread. And indeed, there will be, as somebody said in the Zoom, there will come a day and there will come an opportunity or a moment in even those people's lives where things might come to a climax, or things can happen and they might have been continuing to turn towards their God or church or whatever, and you do hear people saying, God has let me down and this and that and kind of things. So there can be people out there, and I think it is to those people that R.N. Mahanse wants this message to get across, so that it's out there in the World Wide Web, it's out there in social media through YouTube channels, and then one can even accidentally access it. So if we think back to 2019 or 2020, when R.N. Mahanse himself tried to, once upon realization, he wanted to, reach out to monks and spread the true Dhamma and communicate this correct message. In a country which is deeply rooted in Buddhism. And he still found that there was a lot of resistance. He still found all these monks not being able to take on the message, not being able to even comprehend it to begin with, or not even understand that there is some deeper meaning in what R.N. Mahanse is trying to convey. So you can imagine if that was the case in Sri Lanka, in these materialistic societies, how difficult it can be, because they have got hold of concepts like mindfulness, awareness, being in the present moment. Eckhart Tolle, for example, is very, very popular, because he makes people laugh. He says things very lightly. He makes people, I don't know, everything is very light-hearted. Everything is, founded on ways of continuing to live happily, rather than address the root cause of suffering, shall we say. So as a result, I think everybody finds it a very light topic, and they go on as if it's just another topic, just another point of another perspective that they should have in as and add to their conversations, kind of thing. But coming back to Sudharma's, and then I think these recent attempts across the island of what R.N. Mahanse is trying to do through our programs, and how our mothers and fathers are taking on to that, I think is a testimony to the fact that R.N. Mahanse has mentioned this in his talks, that, the village mothers and fathers lead very simplistic lives. They don't have all this baggage that people in towns have, or people overseas have, or educated people have. And because of their simplistic life, they just have their usual livelihood. They'll be doing farming, they look after their children, and then they grow old and then they die. That's it. They don't have these big dreams. They don't have this big education and aspire to be various things in society, position, statuses to maintain. These are the things that bring sorrow. And because of that,
Suranka, actually, if we do like, so I don't know whether that would be like I'm just suggesting whether, because to give this to the English speaking, that's why we are doing these Zoom discussions in English. So we, in that aspect, if we talk about a supreme happiness, or I think that is the ear-catching thing. But there are repercussions for that, because, but I think that would be the thing, because people are already satisfied with what they have. So but in a calamity, like if something happens, if something, son is dying, or someone is losing a limb, or someone is had a family in the house may faced an accident, something in the world might or even nothing, they might feel depressed and they might look into who am I, something like that. And then the real truth comes up, not in Buddhism, not with the word Buddhism, but with the word right vision or with the word truth. If it comes up, and then that right vision, if right vision brings the supreme happiness, I think that would be a kind of thing. What do you think? I mean, I just want to bring up and see whether how to give that into a forum. What do you think about that?
I think the aspect that Aaron Mahanse has said in his travels to Vietnam and so on is a very good segue to introduce it to people here, because they have this sense of curiosity. And if you approach them the way he did, which I think is brilliant, really, because if you can't show those negative connotations in what you're saying about suffering and this and that and all that kind of thing, because that's why, as he said, Buddhism is looked down upon in certain European countries. But if you talk about, and even in a casual conversation, if you say the body is not you and mind is not you, and then who are you? That would kind of catapult that person to thinking, oh my God, what have I been thinking? All these notions that I had. I mean, I don't know to what extent it will go further. People sometimes just ruminate and then stop it at that point, and then the materialistic world is so beckoning and tempting, they'll continue that way. But certainly, there are people out there are intelligent people out there who probably, I suppose, even like us, know that there is something missing, but really can't put a finger to it. So maybe, yes, Dr. Pokira, there is a possibility of either saying it through right vision or saying that how the mind works, and understanding the true message of the Buddha in terms of how he has been the greatest scientist and the greatest, I suppose, the doctor or the wise man who has understood the mechanics of the mind. Something like that which would then intrigue them first, in order to actually come and listen, or open up a
Yeah,
YouTube
there
link
should
and
be
listen.
something to catch their thing,
That's right.
whether it's
Yeah.
a truth about the mind or the science about the mind, or do you know about the mind, something like that.
Yeah. Yes. So it's definitely challenging. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
It's Thiruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika. So thank you very adding these kind of valuable thoughts to this discussion. So I think we are heading towards ending this today's discussion, because we have to hand over this Zoom space to the coming single Zoom session. So anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Ogila, Dr. Sakuntala, Surangika, and Sudharma, for um, giving your valuable thoughts, adding your valuable thoughts to this forum. So we can continue our discussion tomorrow as well. So, so I would like to pay homage to our noble friend Buddothpado and Mahanse, and I'd like to say Thiruvan Saranai to all of you, and we'll meet up tomorrow. Just wrap up this session for today. Thank you very much for everyone. Thiruvan Saranai.
Dr. Ravi.
Therwas Saranai, everybody. Therwas Saranai.
Good morning. Good Sunday. Good Sunday, all the my friends. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let's start something simple. Everything begins very small. Could be a sound, a sensation, a color, a smell, a taste. Simple. This content is very simple, light. You can observe it right at this moment. Take one and try to observe it. How simple the sense of contact is. There's nothing complex yet. But from this can build an entire world. But is it really happening outside? Or is it really happening inside mind? Does the sense of contact starts to change? Or are we building that whole different world based on that sense of contact? So let's now see how expansion of a thought happens. A sense of contact occurs, and then suddenly resonance activates and resonate the pattern frequency, which is the thought. And then this thought appears reconstructed at this moment. At this moment, no, we just only saw just vision, or we just only heard just a sound. But this sound or this vision, just one thing has triggered this thought, which includes all other sense of contact related to that thought. So now one thought becomes many sense of contact. But the thing is, we don't feel those many sense of contact as many sense of contacts as a combination, but instead we see this combination, this thought, and this thought we see as if it's existing on its own, not as a combination, as a construction, but as a solid existing thing which has its own power. So this thought has consequences. These thoughts, so these thoughts can trigger other thoughts. Now it starts to expand automatically, like ripples in water. Tiny center suddenly started expansion, wide expansion. So soon a full mental story forms here. So that means these thoughts, they do not stay isolated. If we believe them, if we give more power to them, they generate thoughts after other, like a chain of thought. This thought chain create this illusory world. Each and everything is connected. They connect, they support, reinforce, and continue each other, which means continue this illusion. So within those thoughts, within those illusions, the story, the whole world appears. Situations, people, problems, identity, whatever name we give, whatever label we put, none of those things are different things, different objects, events on their own. They are just thoughts created by mind, nothing else. Different names, different labels, and we also feel they exist on their own as a whole entity, but they are thoughts. If we take them as thoughts, it becomes simple. But if we use power to those thoughts, and let's say these thoughts make us feel like they live, they are existing on its own. So, which means there are different things, objects existing on its own. That's why we feel chair is different, table is different, because chair like chair is one thing that exists on its own. Table is something else that on its own. We are unable to see them as the whole thing, the one thing, which is just a thought. But instead, we have give them, given them a life. Now they are they exist on its own, like an object, separate things, different things in this world. That's how I feel it. But in reality, they are all just thoughts. The sound might be different, the sensations, the sense of contact might be different. But in the end, all of those things that feel, that exist on its own are just mental formations, just thoughts. From this mind, we separate them, we give them life, we take them as they exist on its own. We done all this from this mind. That's why we said, whatever name, label we put situations, people, objects, problems, identity, whatever it is, they are not different things. From mind, from thoughts, they can be different things. But in reality, those are just mental formations, thoughts. That's it. So this whole world is mentally constructed, yet it feels external, isn't it? It feels like they are already existing outside, solid and real. So why and how these thoughts feel real? No comes illusion. Why does thoughts feel real? Like they exist on its own. They powerful, heavy weight. Why does we feel like that about thoughts? Because thought is not simple as a sense of contact. Sense of contact is simple. It's just one vibration, one frequency, one sense. But when it comes to thought, it has many different ones, which makes it vivid, which makes it even more solid. Like there are different ways to experience it. So how can we say it's not real? Like that kind of feeling is multiple sense of contact fuses together and creates different ways to interpret it. So this thought feels vivid, feels even more real. And also, when we keep using this non-stop a long time, this combination slowly loses. It's not a combination that goes away, but this starts to disappear from our mind. And in the end, the final object remains like born on its own. So that's why thoughts feels warm, stable, and real. When we keep repeating these thoughts, this repetition strengthens the thought. Repeated construction greater solidity. It becomes even more strong. As repeats this recognition, this thought, this power strengthens. It feels like disease now. There's familiarity in this certainty. The more repeated, the more true it feels. So this construction becomes a belief, and this belief becomes the reality. None of them are true, but because we are blindly believing that it has become. So not only just observance, but also from thoughts from this mind. There is another illusion that feels strong and solid, which is the illusion of the thinker, the owner, the self. So now it is observed. A thought appears first, then another thought says, I am the one who's doing this. I am the one who's seeing this, or affected by it, or thinking, whatever incident that happens. Now, there is a self whose own who is affected. However, there is a presence of a self there now. But the thing is, the self, it appears after this incident, this thought, not before it, but after. This ownership is added, not the truth itself, not the reality itself, like the fake nature of a thought. The self is also like that, built and added. So even if there is a thought, we feel as if this is my thought. I am the one thinking. This is my feeling. I am the one affected. Even if something is see outside, let's say thought like a chair, we feel as if this is my chair, or if it's not your chair, then you might be, I'm the one who's looking at the chair and observing the chair. There is always a self in different forms, experiencing the world in this relation. So from this ownership, the self is on. However, whatever we call it, it is also like the rest, just a mere thought, but powerful than not, because this self was used for many things, everything, every time. Let's say the thought might be different, like thought of a chair, then move to a thought of a table, then move to a thought of a book, maybe thought of a mother, thought of a father, thought of a dog. But whatever that thought is, there is this self. This self is present in everywhere, in each and every situation. Thought. So if it's a dog, it's my dog. Or I'm the one seeing this dog. Everything is as if like this is I'm looking at my own dog like that. This self always present. Even though we don't think in that way. That's the feeling we have. When we're looking at a dog, we usually don't think, am I thinking, I am the one thinking, I am the one looking. We never think like that way. But there is this feeling, this power deep inside, even though we don't notice it, it's there. We feel as if we are the one looking. We're not even thinking, but we know there's a feeling, there's a presence of the self unnoticed. Like every other thought, this self is also revealed each and every time. So the self also appears after a thought. If there's something, an object, a thing, a thought, then there is self in different forms. One who experiences it, one who affected by it, one who owns it, one who controls it. Whatever it is, there is a self. So again and again, moment after moment, the self appears like that. different forms, same thought, but we feel as if it's different form, which makes the self feels continuous, feels stable, feels lasting, feels real. But if you try to find, you will never find the self. Where is this self? Except, can he really find the self? Or is it just a thought, powerful enough to feel as if it's real, existing on its own? Many blindly believe as the reality. Another thing is this self, it is reconstructed freshly each and every time with each and every thought. So it's not existing. But because it's happening so fast, because usually we don't take time to see those objects. We see chair at the same time, like almost same time, then we see a book. So it happens so fast. Thoughts appears and disappears so fast. So with that thought comes the self, appears itself. So because it's happening so fast, we don't notice this reconstruction. So instead, we see it as a continuous self, even though it is reconstructed each and every moment freshly, because it's happening so fast. We see, we feel that we blindly believe it as a self, continuous self, existing on its own. That's how we feel. You can observe this right now. When you're looking at things, do you feel that self, that power of the try to notice this within you? So now we feel as if place and and the existing self was experiencing the stable world. This both of these illusions combine together. Repeated thought chains is the stable world. Repeated ownership is the stable self. Together they create my life in a real world. That's how this illusion, this fake reality has created. But both are ongoing construction, through resonance, through repetition. None of them are existing, none of them are stable, none of them are real. But we feel as if everything is real, existing. Continuous, unstable. But when you see this formation, this truth, this whole process, you start to break free from this illusion. When you see this whole process, now this entire chain becomes visible. First, then second, third, then resonance, then thought, more thoughts, more emotions, more struggle, more certain, more ownership with the repetition, more stable, and all of love with an ownership with the self, which feels is felt is existing, real. It feels obvious. When you see it in that way, this illusion starts to lose its strength, that power, and slowly start starting to break. Because it happens so fast, continuously. Repeatedly. All of this feels real, but it feels real. It's not the reality itself. When you see this process, this whole nature of these thoughts, of this illusion, of this self, you see all of these are just thoughts, illusion, not real, just thoughts. Thoughts are also not something that's existing, it's just a frequency, a vibration. That's it, nothing else. When you see this clearly, everything is being not truly existed on their own as these entity, object, solid, When you see this again and again, these illusions slowly starting to fade. Like we repeat it and make, make these thoughts stronger. It happens the other way around also. When we see through this fake nature, this built up, constructed nature of these thoughts each and every time, then slowly the power, strong, stable feeling of thoughts, illusion also starts to fade. The only thing we have to say is the true nature of this feeling. So you just only have to observe the truth of these thoughts, no matter how simple or complicated these thoughts. It could be a thought of chair, or it could be a thought of a complicated situation or club. But all of those things are just thoughts. And when you see these thoughts are not real, not true as they seem, that's how you break free from this illusion, from this fake reality. The only thing you have to do is to penetrate through these thoughts. If it's get complicated, confusion, try to see the thought, how we created, how do you feel it as if it's this strong, how these thoughts are constructed, made, how these thoughts appear, like we know them, like you own them, like you are used to them. Try to observe it, try to see it through. Also, then only we have to do is see to penetrate of thought. Try to see what you can with thought. It could be in tiny sense of content, but we can see it could be simple, a small, but with this resonance, this pattern of attention, this thought appears, this thought reconstructed, not even existing, but reconstructed at this moment with the help of previous thought. And it doesn't stop there. This same thought expands this relation. It triggers more thoughts. So more, many more thoughts appears on top of it, layer upon it. Now the whole illusion is created. Now these thoughts can trigger forgetfulness. We get emotions, we get happy, we get sad, we get grief, we get anger, we get hatred. All these from a thought that we do as the truth, as the reality. Misplaced stories, misplaced one. These tears, suffering, waiting, but truth is not something, just a fragment pieced together, even though we feel as if it's existing on its own. It's not. It's some combination of sensitive tags, some fragments, but feels like solid, real thing, object, alive with the depth, with the weight, its heaviness. But it's not. It's something constructed. Look how blindly we believe we powered this thought that constructed one, not real, but we feel as if it's something out of us. Exist on its own. We are unable to see this true nature of thoughts. And when the same thought or different thoughts repeated again and again, we feel at some point certain. We feel this is the reality, this is the truth, but it is not. It is an illusion, even an illusion. When we keep using it, we get used to it. We even get good at those creating, reconstructing, appearing, which makes it even easier, which makes this illusion feels flawless, feels as the reality itself. That's how, at this point, we are stuck in this illusion over the years from childhood to this moment. We used that, we used those, we repeated them, and we got used to those thoughts. We were good at those thoughts. Now we don't say the construction. We see it as the truth, the final thought, as the reality. And it doesn't stop there. With those thoughts comes a self, an I-ness, a me, myself. That also has power right now because the self was there with each and every thought we created. So now the self is born. Try to imagine, try to remember if we deliberately created this self. Or did it get stronger over the time? We never even thought the cells would get this strong by this time. We never forced it. We never deliberately did it. It happens on its own. At the beginning, we stress out, but we never want to increase the power of the self like this. But we use this self for different things, for different moments. And now, at this point, this self has become strong, even if that moment it has become respect. That's why we feel there is an existence of He, the one who is doing these things, the one who affected by outside world. When this self is also born again and again with each and every thought, reconstructed moment by moment, until we feel as is a continuous will seems to exist inside this stable world. But all of these things are illusion, big reality. When you see this clearly, this world is constructed, this self is constructed, thoughts are constructed, all from simple sensor contact, expanding through resonance, which forms this reality moment by moment. And because of just this construction happens, appearing as well, appearing as self, appearing as the reality, appearing as the truth. You break free from this illusion, and in the end, what remains is nothing else but this simple, the way the things really are. There's no self, there's nothing, there's no outside anything. We cannot stop thoughts. Thoughts appear on its own. So they will keep appearing. But the way we blindly believe as these thoughts, they are really existing. And also, there is this self who is experiencing or affected by these thoughts. That power, that's the one that we are going to lose. Nothing else. Everything is as usual. But this self, this power of these thoughts, this self, that's the one that's going to lose. Not just simple thoughts like chair, book, paper, but from these to thoughts like complicated situations, different things, different concepts. All of these thoughts also start to lose their power because now we don't see them as situations, problems. Now we see them as thoughts, their fake creation, their built up nation, their illusion, their reconstructed nation, not even existing, not even continuous, but rebuilding, reconstructing each and every moment. We are going to see that true nature of thoughts. And when we see that each and every time, this power of this illusion start to loosen, and we no longer get suffering, get fired, get burned,